Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Pat O'Brien, George Murphy, and Ruth Hussey in The Navy Comes Through. And as our special guest this evening, Lieutenant Francis Rich of the Waves. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The lifeline of the United Nations is a string of plodding ships that carry the weapons of war across the brilliant blue of the Pacific and through the murky fog of the North Atlantic. The ships of the merchant marine. A torpedo strikes, and a gallant vessel may go down, but the submarine that murdered her may die too, because the merchant marine has fangs of its own. And tonight's play, The Navy Comes Through, is the story of the deadly stingers on those merchant ships, the Navy gun crews, who strike back at the wolf packs of the sea. RKO made the picture, and tonight we have Pat O'Brien and George Murphy from the original cast, co-starring with the lovely Ruth Hussey. Pat O'Brien has just finished Bombardier at RKO. George Murphy's current assignment is Bataan at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. And Ruth Hussey has just starred in Tennessee Johnson at the same studio. Like the real trooper she is, Ruth stepped into the breach at the last minute to take Joan Bennett's place this evening. As you probably read in today's newspaper, Joan's house burned down last night. She had a rather narrow escape, and the doctor has ordered her to stay in bed for a few days. A lot of activity goes on behind the scenes here in the Lux Radio Theater before one of these productions is ready for the microphone. First, we must secure the right stars, the kind we have tonight. And then comes hour after hour of rehearsal. But the power behind all that activity is you. You make all these plays possible by buying Lux Flakes. And you can't lose because our product has proved its worth. And as a bonus, your whole family has reserved seats in the Lux Radio Theater. We always hope for a favorable verdict on our plays. We know we'll get one on Lux Flakes. And here's the curtain for the first act of The Navy Comes Through, starring George Murphy as Tom Sands, Ruth Hussey as Myra Mallory, and Pat O'Brien as Mike Mallory. Like huge black ghosts, they slip from their moorings in the dead of night and turn their bows to the open sea. Slowly they move, wallowing deep in the heavy waves. For these are the ships of the merchant marine, and their great bellies are swollen with the instruments of war. Food for the people of the world, and food for the guns of the United Nations. Here below are stored tanks and planes, shells and bombs, oil and TNT, while above on the decks face the men of the United States Navy, watchdogs of the convoy, scanning the dark sea for the telltale ripple of the U-boat's periscope. They're short on gold braid, these men who sail with the merchant marine, but they're long on courage. For pacing the decks, they walk on dynamite. One of these men is Michael Mallory, Chief Gunner's Mate, United States Navy.
I guess it's all right to tell this story. Nowadays, you can pick up a newspaper and read stuff like it most every day. You know, convoy reported attacked, or U-boat reported sunk in North Atlantic, stuff like that. Well, the fellas I work with are the fellas who do the reporting and the fighting, so we know it from the inside. However, the beginning of the story you'd find only in the Navy records. That was back in September 1940, down in Washington, D.C. I was in Washington at the time. The Navy Court of Inquiry was in session, and they called me as a witness. The Court of Inquiry, that's just like a civil court, only the judge and the jury down there in the United States Navy.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name, rate, and station.
Michael Mallory, Chief Gunner's Mate, Temporary Duty, Navy Department.
You were on duty aboard the USS Bayonne on April 9th, 1940, when a gun exploded in the forward turret?
Yes, sir.
You inspected this particular gun prior to the target practice, which led to the explosion?
I examined the gun at 10:20 a.m., 2 hours and 40 minutes before target practice.
Was it in good condition?
No, sir. I found the salvo latch improperly assembled.
To whom did you report this?
The assistant gunnery officer,
Who was that officer?
Lieutenant Thomas Sands, sir.
Did Mr. Sands have the salvo latch repaired?
I don't know, sir. He said he'd attend to it, but the explosion occurred on the first salvo.
Confine your testimony to the facts, Mallory, and avoid conclusions.
Aye, aye, sir.
Mr. Sands, do you have any questions?
No questions, sir.
Very good, Mallory. That's all.
Aye, aye, sir.
Lieutenant Sands, will you take the stand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name, rank, and station.
Thomas L. Sands, Lieutenant, United States Navy, temporary duty, Navy Department, sir.
You were assistant gunnery officer on the ship in question at the time mentioned.
I was, sir.
Did Chief Gunner's Mate Mallory report to you the condition of the salvo latch on one of the guns in the forward turret?
Yes, sir.
What action did you take?
I ordered the turret captain to repair the salvo latch, sir.
Did he do so?
Yes, sir. I supervised the repairs personally.
Then how do you account for the fact that this particular gun backfired on the first salvo, causing an explosion in the turret?
I can't account for it, sir.
Is there anyone who can corroborate your statement that you had that salvo latch repaired?
No, sir.
Why not?
The men who repaired it are dead.
Yep, that was it. They were dead. 3 of my friends were dead because somebody made a mistake. The trial didn't last long. They don't like mistakes in the Navy. When it was over, there was a girl waiting for Sands out in the corridor. Her name was Myra. Myra Mallory. My sister.
Myra, you shouldn't have come here.
What happened? What did they say in there?
Well, I'm resigning my commission, Myra.
You can't. It's your whole life, Tom.
Well, there wasn't any way to clear myself, so there's nothing else for me to do.
But it wasn't your fault.
No, but it was my responsibility, and in the Navy, that's the only thing that counts.
Tom, what are you going to do?
Well, I don't know exactly yet, but there's one thing I'm sure of. I'm going to get as far away from the Navy as possible.
And what about us, Tom? You and me.
Well, Myra, I'm afraid any future we might have had blew up with that gun turret.
You mean your career blew up? I didn't fall in love with a commission. I'm not in the Navy. I'm just a nurse who fell in love with a patient. There's no gold braid on a hospital nightgown.
I know, Myra.
Tom, why did this have to happen to you?
You'd better ask your brother that.
I can answer it, too.
Yes, I guess you can.
Tom, wait.
Goodbye, Myra.
I want to talk to you. Tom!
No, let him go. He's got a lot to think over.
I hope you're satisfied, Mike. If you hadn't testified against him, he wouldn't have had to resign.
Now, look, honey, I'd have had to testify against him if he were our own father. Strictly routine.
You never did have any use for him, did you?
All right, I didn't. I didn't like him the first time I saw him. I liked him less when he started hanging around with you.
I know. The old Navy man's prejudice against the enlisted man's sister and the commissioned officer.
No, the old Navy man's prejudice against seeing friends dragged out of a turret because some two-striper didn't do his job.
He did his job.
Oh, come on, sis. Let's not fight over it. It's finished. There's nothing we can do about it. Forget him, honey.
I'll never forget him.
Well, you might as well. You're not going to be seeing him again.
Why not?
Because he's busted. He's out of a job. Who's going to give him one?
Oh, Mike. Mike, it isn't fair.
Oh, come on, darling. I didn't mean to hurt you. Honest, I didn't. Come on. But it's the truth. Come on, dear, buck up. Here's a handkerchief. Come on, blow. Well, like I said, that was in 1940. Right after that, I was sent to the training station in Newport. I was there that Sunday afternoon in December 1941. I remember the president saying, a date that will live in infamy. But all I could think of was a line of beautiful ships burning and sinking, and the men I know who went down with them. I called Myra a couple of nights later to say goodbye. I had my orders already, and she'd had hers, too. She'd enlisted with the Naval Reserve as a nurse.
Everybody, hold! At ease, men. Well, you guys have been yelling for action. Now you're going to get it. You've drawn a man who also likes plenty of action. Chief Gunner's Mate Mallory. Company, attention! Here's your gun crew, Mallory.
Thanks, Bud. All right, at ease. All right, you men are to report to me at Pier 7, Brooklyn. 11:30 tomorrow night. You got that? All right, let's get some names here. Come on, now, talk up.
Berenger.
Chapter.
Judson. Kono.
Sands.
Bayless.
All right, hold it. Never mind it now. I'll get him at the pier. You're at liberty until then. Dismissed. Hey, Sands.
Yeah?
Just a minute.
You want me?
Yeah. How'd you get here, Sands?
There happens to be a war going on, so I enlisted.
It's fine. You got the whole Navy to pick from. Why'd you have to show up in my outfit?
Oh, it's just a little matter of obeying orders.
Well, take a tip from me and apply for a transfer.
Look, Mallory, if you don't want me in your gun crew, it's up to you to get rid of me. That's Navy regulations.
Okay, sailor. I'll see you at Pier 7. If it's Navy regulations you want, you're gonna get 'em. I had a good bunch of boys, raring to go. I guess maybe they were hoping for a destroyer, but we drew the Sybil Gray. She was a freighter, small, slow, a little on the rust side. When I was getting the boys aboard that night, they were pretty sad about the whole deal.
Bayless reporting.
Bayless, get aboard next.
Berenger, Chief. Say, we ain't really sailing on this thing, are we?
This is your ship, fella.
You call this a ship? Ain't fit to be a garbage scow.
What'd you expect, a yacht?
Well, I figured we rated a cruiser at least.
You're reserving those for sailors. Hey, wait a minute, you. You see those boxes they're loading?
Yeah?
What's it say on them?
U.S. Air Corps, ammunition 50 caliber. Hey!
Yeah, hey. Well, that's some of the garbage the scow is carrying. Now, get aboard. Next.
Go now.
Get aboard.
Come on, Dutch.
Please, not Dutch. How many times have I asked you?
Well, you're German, ain't you?
I'm not German. I'm American.
Okay, Dutch.
Please.
Get aboard. Next.
Judson, sir.
Never mind this, sir. What's that you're carrying there?
Oh, well, that's my radio set. Is it all right?
Yes, I guess so. Get aboard.
Oh, Chief, my mother came down and that is...
Okay. You can stay on the pier for 5 minutes.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Go ahead, sailor.
Mike.
Well, for the love of...
Hello, Mike.
Hello, sis. I thought we said our goodbyes on the phone.
So did I, but I got my orders. I'm shoving off in the morning myself. I wouldn't be surprised if we showed up in the same convoy.
Oh, yeah? Oh, well, fine. I'll wave to you. So long, kid.
Mike, you wouldn't be trying to get rid of me, would you?
No, but I gotta get on board.
Mike, are you expecting a blonde?
Oh, me? No.
Oh, it's all right, Mike. I know why you're in such a hurry.
What?
Tom! Tom Sands! Tom!
Hello, Myra.
Tom, where have you been all these months? Why didn't you write to me?
Well, this new outfit's keeping me kind of busy.
You reporting for duty?
Sands, Seaman Second, reporting, sir.
Get aboard, sailor.
Aye, aye, sir. Well, so long, Myra.
Goodbye, Tom. Mike, why didn't you tell me?
I told you to forget him, didn't I?
You still hate him, don't you?
Well, I don't love him, that's a cinch.
I do, Mike. The Navy gave him the benefit of the doubt. They let him resign and accepted his enlistment. If they can give him a break, you can.
He gets the same break as anyone else, no more, no less.
It took a lot of courage for him to enlist as a seaman.
Or a lot of gall. The men on that turret were my shipmates. One of them was the best friend I ever had. Bye, Myra.
Goodbye, Mike.
Hey, you guys, how do we divvy up these bunks? Take any one you want, Samter. Only that one's mine, see?
Anyone here when we are sailing?
Oh, sure, I got it definite. We sail when and if. When they finish loading this and if the engines wake on this tub.
Hey, Dustin, what's that contraption you're rigging up?
That's a radio. Short wave.
That thing ain't gonna wake on ship's current.
Oh, no? I took care of that. A compensating rheostat for the change in voltage.
You fix it yourself, Dudson?
Fix it? I built it. I've been a radio bug ever since I was a kid.
You should have applied for a radio rating. You would be a petty officer.
Thanks. But I've got my sights on a commission.
Hey, speaking of commissions, this guy Sands we got with us, he used to be a lieutenant. Only the Navy kicked him out.
What for?
Oh, nothing much. Just letting a bunch of guys get knocked off on a turret on the Bayonne.
An ex-officer. I don't think I envy him.
Yeah, from all I hear, he's got a nerve to even show his face around here. Well, I heard that he was
You've got awful good hearing, haven't you, sailor?
Yeah. Hello, Sands. Just talking about you.
Something nice, I hope?
Nope. As a matter of fact, it stunk.
Thanks.
Well, is it okay with you, Admiral, or do you want to make something out of it?
Oh, I guess you've got a right to talk.
Yeah, but you ain't giving it to me, sailor. Don't get that idea. And get your gear off that bunk.
Why?
Because it's my bunk.
My gear was in there an hour ago.
Yeah? Well, it's out of there, starting right now. Now, do you want to make something out of that?
I guess I have to, don't I?
Oh, I don't know.
Not even a rat will stand up and fight when he's cornered.
All right, Bernser.
Oh, come on, you guys. Cut it out.
What goes on in there? Cut it out, will you? Do you hear me? Cut it out. What's the matter here?
Oh, just a little argument over who gets this bunk.
Who had his gear in there first?
Well, Sands did, but I tossed it out.
Well, toss it back in again. Now, I want to tell you something, and this goes for all of you. All the fighting on this ship will be done topside. Everybody understand that?
Yes, sir. We understand.
Okay, we're shoving off any minute. Now, I know you're all disappointed. You're not on a battle wagon. But this is the hand they dealt us, and we're going to play it out.
Oh, we ain't kicking, Chief. The only thing is, well, supposing you're out with your sweetie pie and she wants to see your ship. You got to point out this floating pile of junk.
So what?
So you tell her, look, honey, that's where I live. So she says, go home, sailor. Go home and burn your clothes. A guy likes a ship he can be proud of.
That's so? Well, there's a gun up on deck you can be proud of, and get this. Aft here and above and below, and as far as that gun can toss 'em, it's all Navy. Forward and midships, it's merchant marine, and don't sell those guys short either. It's their job to get this ship across, and it's our job to keep the heinies out of the hair while they're doing it. Now fall in on the gun deck, on the double! Sometime that night, along about 12 o'clock, we slipped out of Brooklyn. Destination, Murmansk.
Hey, Dutson, will you turn off that homemade jukebox? I'm trying to get some sleep.
Can't you get something besides static, kid?
That's not static. That's jumble code.
Jungle code?
No. Jumble code. The words are scrambled.
Scrambled? Like eggs?
Yeah. And I'm trying to unscramble them. Been trying to ever since the war started.
Well, what's it all about?
Well, it's the new way of sending confidential messages. The words are turned back on themselves in the transmitter.
And it comes out double talk.
Sure. But somewhere, some guy is receiving this stuff on a special built unscrambler. And it's coming in nice and clear.
Then somewhere, some guy is talking it straight, too, huh?
That's right. As plain as you and me are talking now.
Well, who is it? Where's it coming from?
If I could unscramble it, I'd know. Maybe a base on shore. Maybe a German sub.
Now, there's a cheerful little earful. Go to sleep.
Sands?
Yes, sir.
You can go below. I'll take over the watch.
Aye, sir.
Just a minute, Sands. Now, look, fella, I don't know who started that argument down there, see, and I don't care. But I want to tell you something for your own good. If you want to get along with those men, be one of them.
I'll hold up my end.
Forget the officer and gentleman stuff, see?
Since you brought it up, Mallory, I'll tell you something for your good. In the Navy, you're not an officer because you're a gentleman. You're a gentleman because you're an officer. And you're an officer because you can do any dirt of job of work better than any enlisted man on the ship.
That's so. Who told you that, sailor?
Pretty fair sailor by the name of John Paul Jones. Did you ever hear of him?
Shore Base 526. Shore Base 526. The American freighter sails from New York. Tonight, midnight. Cargo, ammunition. Armament, 1 4-inch naval gun and crew. Registered tonnage, 8,000. Registered speed, 12 knots.
U-boat 604 calling. U-boat 604. We have your message. Standing by for Sybil Gray.
It's funny how you know sometimes. You're on watch, maybe just at dawn, and you've got your eyes glued to the water. And as far as you see, there's nothing but whitecaps. But just the same, you know, there's something out there. Your fingers itch to grab the speaking tube and yell, "Battle stations!" But you hold off. They need their sleep down there. And then broad off the port bow, there's a ripple you don't like. And there it is again, and now she breaks water. She's a submarine and looking right into her gun. Battle station! Battle station! Battle station!
In a moment, Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of The Navy Comes Through, starring Pat O'Brien, Ruth Hussey, and George Murphy. Now, Libby Collins has a story for us.
It's something I read in a newspaper the other day. Perhaps you saw it, too. about a girl who had taken a job in an airplane factory. Her work had to do with one small part of the engine, and she was finding it rather dull, until she found out what that one small part was used for. Without it, the whole engine was useless. Well, that made me stop and think. Isn't it just as true that those of us who are doing our war jobs at home can do them better when we know the reason for them? When we really understand the need for saving. Even doing without some things, well, we don't mind it nearly as much. For instance, did you know it takes the nylon that would go into 186 pairs of stockings to make one medium aircraft tire? Well, Uncle Sam needs aircraft tires a lot more than we need new nylon stockings. We'll get along on what we have, plus a few new rayons and cottons, and do very nicely, thank you.
And if you'll take the right kind of care of the stockings you have, you can get along nicely a whole lot longer. Lux them after every wearing. It's been proved, you know, that luxing cuts stocking runs in half. The United States Testing Company, Incorporated, made a whole series of tests on rayon stockings. They washed them over and over in different ways, then tested them on a machine that pulls and strains them the way you do when you wear them. Stockings washed with new improved Lux Flakes kept so much more of their elasticity, they didn't go into runs nearly as quickly as those rubbed with cake soap or washed with a strong soap. Results showed luxing cut down runs over 50%.
Well, that sounds as though it would pay all of us to stick to Lux Flakes.
It does pay, Libby, for all your stockings. Nightly Lux Care cuts way down on runs in silk, nylon, and cotton, as well as in rayon. Be sure to let rayons dry thoroughly. Rayon is temporarily weak when it's wet, you know, and doesn't regain its strength until it's dry all the way through. So don't wear your rayon stockings till 24 to 48 hours after you've luxed them. Get a big box of new improved Lux tomorrow. You'll find it in the same blue package you know so well. But it's the new Lux, the safest, mildest Lux ever made, to help you save not only stockings, but all your washables. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of The Navy Comes Through, starring Ruth Hussey as Myra Mallory, Pat O'Brien as Mike Mallory, and George Murphy as Tom Sands. One 4-inch naval gun and 10 men who don't know when to quit. This is the fighting equipment of a convoy freighter. Now the 4-inch gun is blasting away at the steel hide of a German U-boat.
Range 300, scale 50.
Range 300, scale 50.
Ready, set, fire! All right, boys. Don't get excited. Now, don't get excited.
Come on, raise that dirty heinies.
Get on that gun. Ready, set, fire! Up 25, scale 5-1.
Bayless is hit. He's hit
Kroner,
bad.
take over for Bayless. Up 25, scale 5-1.
Up 25, scale 5-1.
Bayless. Hey, Bayless.
Doesn't get back to your station.
But he'll bleed to death.
Let him bleed. Get on that gun.
Ready,
set, fire!
He won't let me help him. The guy'll die.
Easy, kid, easy. Mallory's right. This isn't football, you know. There's no timeout for injuries.
Ready, set, fire!
Hey, Chief, they're quitting. Look, they're crash diving.
All right, hold your fire, men.
Yahoo! They're running. Oh, we sure knocked that heiny out of the box.
Yeah, you couldn't even hit an umpire with a pop bottle. Get a load of who's really pitching. It's one of our destroyers over there off the bow.
Hey, they're dishing us out of that sub. Just when we was getting in the groove.
Yeah, one more minute, we could have had him.
Don't be handing yourselves any bouquets. If those destroyers hadn't come up, you'd all be shark bait by now. Why? Because you weren't good enough in the pinch, that's why. The only one who acted like he knew what it was all about was Sands here. As for the rest of you, to put it mildly, well, I can't put it mildly. What about Bayless?
I don't know. They just took him below.
Oh, Mallory, the captain wants to see you. Seems that boy of yours was hurt pretty bad.
There was nothing much we could do for Bayless. He had a shell fragment in him down deep. It was a job for a surgeon, and that night we signaled another boat in the convoy. When the surgeon came over the rail in the morning, he had a Navy nurse with him.
Hiya, sailor.
Well, I might have known you'd show up.
I had to come, Mike.
Why?
Well, it might have been you who was hurt.
Yeah, it might have been him, too.
Yes, it might have been him.
Miss Mallory.
Coming, sir. I'll be seeing you, Mike.
Now, don't crowd, boys. Don't crowd.
Hey, Chief, who's the doll?
Say, she was beautiful, huh?
Hey, what's the quickest way to get sick?
Now, pipe down, you guys. I seen her first.
Yes, and it's the last time you'll see her on this ship.
Oh, Chief, have a heart. She's just my type.
Well, for your information, she's my sister.
Anybody like to play a game, Pinochle?
All right, get up on the gun deck. We're having a drill. Sands.
Yes?
Change your station. It's below in the magazine.
Till after the medical party leaves, is that
Yep,
it?
till after the medical party leaves.
Mr. Mallory, Commander Murray's instructions. Order the boat to return to the hospital ship.
For what reason?
We can't operate unless this ship lays to. The convoy's proceeding. We're remaining aboard the Sybil Gray.
Sybil Gray was on her own for the next few days, about 6 hours behind the convoy. And then early one night, the captain ordered her engines stopped. We lay to, drifting in the fog.
Silence all ship's bells. No talking. I want absolute quiet.
Mike,
You better get below, Myra.
why have we stopped?
Shh. You know where your lifeboat station is?
Yes. What's happened?
How's Bayless?
He's all right. The doctor's with him. Tell me what's going on.
Well, there's a German raider kicking around out there someplace. We can't take any chances. Come on now. Go on back to your cabin.
Mike, is this serious?
Well, if he spots us, he'll blast us right out of the water.
Thanks, Mike.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
You know where I'm going. To Tom.
Myra, what about Joe O'Connor? Is he out of your life completely?
I don't love Joe O'Connor. I've got to see Tom.
Now look, sis, he has a job to do. So have you.
We may both be dead in 5 minutes. You can't stop me, Mike. You're the whole U.S. Navy.
Well, all right. Wait here. You always were a stubborn little Mick. Sands? Yes. Come here. Myra's down at the rail near her cabin. She wants to see you.
Is this in line of duty?
In a way, yes. Now look, I'm going to tell you something. In case we get out of this alive. There's a fellow back in New York by the name of Joe O'Connor, and he wants to marry Myra. He can give her everything you can't. The only thing that stands between them is you.
I guess you've made that clear enough, Mr. Mallory.
Tom, how much longer do we have to wait like this?
Can't tell. Maybe all night. We can't move till we know where that raider is.
Tom, put your arm around me.
Huh?
Please.
All right.
I'm not afraid if we're together. Are you?
Myra, if anything should happen, remember, get clear of the ship.
Do you love me, Tom?
Listen.
I said, do you love me?
Quiet. Do you hear it?
Is that a German raider?
Yes, it must be.
It's coming right toward us.
Shh, don't talk. Don't even move. Hang on tight, kiddo.
Tom, they passed us.
Yes, they didn't miss us by much.
No. They might as well kill me. You scare me to death.
Well, Myra, I guess we better get back to our jobs.
I've always felt my job was kind of looking after you.
I've got to get back on watch now.
Tom, what is it? Still pride?
No, Myra, not exactly.
Well, there must be some reason.
There is. You see, when I was on the West Coast, I met a girl.
Oh. Well, thank you for letting me make such a fool of myself. Good night, Tom.
Back to your watch, Sands.
Yes, sir. Well, Mallory, you can stop worrying. The opinion that I'm a heel is now unanimous.
There are times when a convoy trip is like a 10-day pleasure cruise. And then there are times when you run into grief from the night you up anchor. We'd been shot at from below, now they let us have it from the skies. Machine gun stations! Machine gun stations! All right, get on those guns. Get on those guns! Come on! Come on, men!
Myra, get below!
Tom, there's a man hurt here.
You hear what I said? Get below. You can't do anything now.
Just give me a hand with it. If I can get him under the...
Myra, look out! Berenger, take over this gun.
Okay, Admiral.
That girl there, she's pinned under the boom. Keep that gun fired till I get back.
Okay, Admiral. Sampler?
Here.
Betson?
Here. Did we do all right, Chief?
You don't see any Heine planes, do you?
No, sir.
Kroner?
Here.
Berenger?
Beringer's over here, Mallory.
Berenger got it pretty bad, Chief.
Just one of us? Where's Sands? Sands!
Sands isn't here.
Well, didn't anybody see him?
I didn't. He wasn't at his gun.
He was supposed to be with Berenger.
He wasn't.
Mallory, you come here a minute.
How is he?
You can see for yourself.
Hey, Chief.
Hiya, Berenger.
Well, I got one of them. Did you see?
Sure I did. Good job, fella.
Yeah. Hey, look. About Sands. I heard you talking.
Well, he wasn't at the gun, was he?
No, he went below. He was...
Easy, son. Don't try to talk.
No, look, he...
Here, Sands.
Oh. You want me?
Yes, I did. A little while ago, we could have used you up here.
Oh, what's the matter?
You ran out. That's what's the matter.
Wait a minute. Hold it, kid.
Why weren't you at your gun?
Well, Berenger can tell you that. He was staying... Berenger.
I'm afraid he can't. He's dead.
What were you going to say, Sands?
Nothing.
You know, Sands, I'd like your alibis better if somebody lived to back them up. I didn't know Myra's been hurt until later. I figured she must have been hit and crawled below where we found her. She was unconscious. But the surgeon said she'd live, and that afternoon we had a service on deck for Berenger. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Unto Almighty God we commend the soul of our comrade departed, and we commit his body to the deep, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection unto eternal life to our Lord Jesus Christ, at whose coming in glorious majesty to judge the world, the sea shall give up her dead. Amen.
I tell you, Chief, I did it. I unscrambled the stuff.
What are you talking about? What's it on the radio now?
He's telling you, Chief, it's German scramble talk.
Yeah, but it's coming in clear. They're talking in German right now.
What are they saying? Kroner, can you translate that stuff?
I'm getting it.
Wait. Segeln unter englischer Flagge.
They're finished.
Well, what is it?
There's a submarine supply ship, latitude 60, longitude 1115.
Supply ship in these waters?
She's flying a British flag. They're carrying torpedoes.
Which way is she proceeding?
Northwest at 12 knots to meet with subs. Recognition signal, Zieg, by blinker.
Look, Chief, if we went after her, we could intercept her by morning.
Yeah.
Let's go, Chief.
We got her.
That's up to the merchant marine. I'll ask the captain.
You mean you'll tell him?
No, I mean I'll ask him.
What's your plan, Mr. Mallory? To sink this supply ship?
No, sir. I'd like to take her over as a prize of war.
I see. Who will sail her?
Well, if you could spare me enough men for a crew.
Well, I could let you have a quartermaster. Skeleton crew, but with my second officer dead, there's no navigator I can give you.
No navigator, huh? All right, I'll take you up on that.
I haven't agreed yet, Mr. Mallory. You realize this is a very dangerous proceeding?
Yes, sir, but taking her over would mean crippling sub-action in these waters for weeks and maybe months.
Look here, Mr. Mallory. I've had 3 ships torpedoed under me already. I've swum in burning oil. I've floated 10 days on a raft. I've starved and I've frozen.
And now what are you asking me to do? Go to war?
Yes, sir.
I thought I was over draft age. All right. Mr. Reynolds, change course. Head her southwest.
Southwest it is, sir.
You should have been in the Navy, Captain.
Yeah, looks like I am.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with George Murphy, Ruth Hussey, and Pat O'Brien for Act 3 of The Navy Comes Through. Meanwhile, here it is May, and high time you were getting that victory garden of yours planted. Along with your vegetables, plant just as many flowers as you can. That's a suggestion the Department of Agriculture is making to all victory gardeners. For fresh flowers add so much to the beauty of your garden and home, and give a welcome lift to the spirits, too. Now, if you haven't sent for your Lux flower seeds, don't delay. The orders are pouring in by the thousands. And no wonder. This offer is a real bargain. 6 big packets of flower seeds for only 10 cents, and the opening tab from a box of Lux Flakes, or the wrapper from a cake of Lux toilet soap. Yes, you get 6 different flower garden favorites for only 1 dime. Long-stemmed Shirley poppies, tall cosmos, giant African marigolds, candy tuft, heavenly blue morning glories, and prize-winning zinnias. You'll have dozens and dozens of plants to fill your garden with color all summer long. Many of them will bloom in window boxes or flower pots, too. They're all first-quality seeds, and every one has been treated with plant hormones to give you bigger, earlier blossoms. They're easy to grow. Simply follow the directions on the back of each packet. Here's how to get your Lux Flower Garden favorites. Take the opening tab from any size box of Lux Flakes, or the wrapper from 1 cake of Lux toilet soap. Mail it with 10 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. Be sure to enclose your own name and address, of course. You can get an order blank from your dealer, or just write out your order on a piece of paper. But whatever you do, don't delay. Your seeds should be planted soon, and it may take up to 3 weeks for them to reach you. Remember, for each set of 6 seed packets you order, send 10 cents in coin and either the opening tab from a box of Lux Flakes or the wrapper from a cake of Lux toilet soap to Lux Flower Garden, Box 1, New York City. No stamps, please. This offer expires May 31st and is good only in the United States. Now Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the play, you'll meet our stars, and you'll also meet a lieutenant in the waves. Now the curtain for the 3rd act of The Navy Comes Through, starring Pat O'Brien, Ruth Hussey, and George Murphy.
We sighted the supply ship at dawn. Like Kroner had said, she was flying the British flag. That didn't stop us from putting a shot across her bow. 2 more in the same place, and she hove to. The British flag came down, and a white one went up in its place. She'd quit without firing a shot. I didn't like it much. I've learned not to trust the Fritzies. I called the men together and gave them the orders for boarding. Then I went below to say goodbye to Myra. I didn't go in, though. The surgeon told me Sam.
Sit down, Tom. It was nice of you to come. They told me you asked for me.
How are you, Myra?
I guess I'll live. Thanks for getting me down here.
Who told you I did that?
No one. But it couldn't have been anyone else.
Well, look, I wish you'd forget about it.
Forget? Why?
Well, just personal reasons. Just don't mention it, huh?
All right. You're a funny guy, Tom.
Well, Myra, I better say so long now. I'm on duty.
Yes, I know all about it. The surgeon told me. Look, Tom, I just wanted to tell you something before you go. That girl, you know, back on the coast, the one you said...
Myra...
Well, it's all right, Tom. I've been thinking it all over, lying here. You know what I think, Tom?
What?
I think there never was a girl out on the coast.
Myra,
Goodbye, Tom. Good luck.
We boarded the Odin inside an hour.
Make fast! Make fast!
The captain met me as I came over the rail, handing me his revolver.
Well, I can't say I'm pleased to meet you, sir, but we carry a load of high explosives. You caught us by surprise.
That was the idea, Captain.
What are your orders, please?
I'm taking this ship as a prize of war.
I imagine you need the tonnage, thanks to our U-boat campaign. And I suppose you want us to go aboard your ship now?
That's it. Get your men together.
Gestanen! Linkson! Bert!
Wait a second, as you were.
Well, Sands, what are you sounding off about?
Well, it just occurred to me that this fellow's in an awful hurry to get himself and his men off this ship.
Well, so what?
Considering we're loaded to the gunnels with torpedoes, I thought it might be a good idea to hold these prisoners aboard just for insurance.
I think maybe you got an idea there, Sands. Captain, stick around for a while, huh? Tell your men they're going to stay aboard.
Very well. Wir müssen noch ein Weilchen hier bleiben.
Now tell them we're going to batten them down in the forward hold and keep them there for the rest of the voyage.
Für den Rest der Fahrt werden Sie in Achterbaum gefangen gehalten.
Nein! Nein!
Himmel, dicken, dringend, Platz zu
All right, Captain, cool off. What's the matter with that man of yours?
Here, you, come on, step out, talk up. What is it? Ask him, Kroner.
Was ist los, Junge?
Das Torpedo ist minert.
He says one of the torpedoes has been set to explode.
All right. Time to take you and Sands to it. Everybody else stay put. Go on, get going.
Come on, you. Well, here it is, Mallory.
Is that the fuse? I never saw one like that.
It's a detonator, the type used in delayed action bombs.
How does it work?
This half here is filled with nitric acid, and this part's filled with fulminate. When you screw them together tight, the acid eats through the lead and hits the fulminate and sets off the explosive.
Are there any more of them?
Yeah, there are more fuses, but this is the only torpedo that was set to go off.
Well, then we can let their crew board the Silver Gray. Take care of it, Santa.
A pleasure, Chief. Okay, you Heinies, get over that rail there.
You know, Sands, you used your head a while ago, but I want to remind you that I'm still giving the orders around here.
I'm sorry, I forgot myself.
Well, that's okay. Now I got a job for you. I want you to go up on the bridge and navigate us into Belfast.
You mean you want me to take charge of this ship?
That's what I said. Silver Gray couldn't spare a navigator.
Oh, I see. Asking favors, huh?
I'm not asking a favor. I'm giving an order.
That's a pretty strange order for a CPO to be giving a second-class seaman. Seems to me that's over and above the line of duty. That's a job for a volunteer.
All right. Okay, Sands, if it gives you any satisfaction, I'm asking you to volunteer.
I'll volunteer, Mallory, but I refuse to sail her to Belfast.
What do you mean?
This ship is loaded with torpedoes for enemy submarines. I propose we deliver them.
Deliver them?
With one of these fuses in each consignment. Or we can do more damage to the submarine campaign than a whole flotilla of destroyers.
It's my duty to bring this prize into port.
Well, I'll relieve you of that responsibility. I refuse to navigate this ship anywhere except after submarines.
I'm still giving the order.
Yes, I know. You said that before. Now, what about the crew? Looks like a volunteer job for them, too.
I'll vouch for my crew.
You like the idea, then?
Yeah, I like it. The only thing I don't like about it is that you thought of it. Go on up on the bridge and take over. The Silver Gray shoved off to join the Atlantic Patrol, and then we headed the Odin northwest on the same course she'd been before. With Kroner doing the talking over the radio, we raised every sub for 100 miles around, and they started flocking toward us. First was due any minute. I had the boys up on deck, giving them some last-minute orders. All right, boys. I've told each one of you what your job is. Now, don't rely on your own judgment. You're liable to throw a wrench into the works. All right, Dutch, try him out on that Heine talk.
Zu Befehl!
No murder.
It isn't very good, Chief.
No, try that other thing.
All together now. Heil Hitler!
Heil Hitler. Phooey.
Cut it out, Samter.
I don't like that Hitler routine.
Well, you got to do a lot of things you don't like to win a war. Try it again.
All together. Heil Hitler!
Heil Hitler.
That isn't very good either.
No, you're not kidding. You know, the more I think of it, the best thing to do is to keep your mouth shut.
Periscope astern.
A periscope. Hey, Mallory, here comes your first customer.
There she is right behind us. She's coming up.
Get your men set, Mallory. She'll be alongside in a minute.
Go ahead, boys. Get to your post. Kroner, you do the talking.
Don't worry.
Sands, you better go up on the bridge. You know, even with that Heine uniform, that Irish kisser of yours won't fool anybody.
Speaking of Irish kissers, ask the man who owns one.
May I suggest, gentlemen, that neither one of you is exactly the conventional German type.
All right. I'll get below. The sub came alongside, and we loaded her with torpedoes. One of them with a surprise package in it. When she was ready to leave, Kroner stood at the rail giving out with a Heine salute.
Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler!
The sub shoved off, and then about a half a mile, he blew up into a million pieces. 1-0, favor us. That night we scored again. And again. It's like shooting fish in a rain barrel. When we had 7 of them, we ran out of torpedoes. We turned and headed for Belfast. Sands, where are you?
Up here, on the gun deck.
What do you think you're doing?
I was just inspecting this magazine flood system.
Well, you handle the navigation. I'm still running the gun deck.
Well, why don't you run it right, then? That flood valve is frozen.
I'll run it right. Let me at that thing.
Yeah, it is frozen, isn't it? I thought those square heads were supposed to be so efficient.
Anybody can make a mistake.
Yeah, once.
Oh, Kroner.
Yes?
Check that overflow pipe.
I did.
Is it working?
It's working.
All right. Don't forget to secure that door when you go out. Well, what are you waiting for?
Why are you trying to make the crew hate you more each day?
What the crew thinks about me doesn't make any particular difference.
If you would only make an effort.
Look, Kroner, it's only when you're guilty that you have to make an effort to prove your innocence. And don't forget to secure that door.
It's getting boring, that's all I say.
Pipe down, Sampler.
Ah, look at us. All that fun with those subs, and now we're sitting around doing nothing. It's getting boring, that's all.
That Nazi who flew over us this morning broke the monotony a little.
So what did he do? Not a thing.
He thought we were German, that's why.
I wonder if he did.
What do you mean, Kroner?
I tried to speak to him on the radio. He wouldn't answer.
What? What? You mean he might have been wise to us?
Who knows?
Periscope of the port bow!
Hey!
Listen, you guys, watch the periscope, will you?
All right, boys, on the job. Get moving. You'll be coming alongside.
But we have no more torpedoes.
You tell him that, Kroner. Get rid of him as quick as you can.
There he is. See him?
Never mind the gab. Get ready to go into your act. Come on.
Mallory!
Yeah, what?
He's changing his course. They're topside men in the gun.
Battle stations! Battle stations! You merchant marine men, get below.
Get below nothing. We want to get in this scrap.
Hard a port!
Aye, aye, sir.
Full speed ahead!
Full speed ahead.
Come on, you men. Come on.
Gun crew ready.
All right, let's go. Range 3, scale 5-0.
Range 3, scale 5-0.
Ready.
Set fire! No chains, load.
No change, load.
Load ready.
Set fire! No chains, load.
Load ready.
Set fire!
Hold it. Hey, Mallory, there's another customer to starboard.
Okay, I see him. Swing her stern around.
Right, ready.
Set fire! Nice going, boys. Nice going. Keep up that rhythm.
Ready.
Set fire! All right. Keep it going. Keep it going.
Chief, the powder magazine. There's fire in there.
All right, turn on the flood valve.
I can't. It's frozen.
What do you mean it's frozen?
I tell you, Chief, it's frozen.
All right, there's another valve inside the powder magazine. I'll go down and see if that was working.
Wait, Chief. You can't go down
All
there.
right, take over, Kroner. I'll be right back.
Load ready.
Set fire! The inside of that magazine was thick with smoke. I tried to find the valve, but it flooded the place with water, and then I guess the smoke got me. I couldn't reach the valve. I couldn't even get out of the place. I went down on my knees, choking. The last thing I remember was a fellow coming down the ladder and groping his way toward me through the smoke. He got to the valve and turned it on. He got me out of there, too. Don't ask me how, I wouldn't. The fellow's name was Tom Sands. The boys got those subs. Yep, both of them. When we could finally get our breath again, we lined up on the aft rail to take count of the wounded. The Navy and the Merchant Marine, too.
Hey, you Navy guys. Nice pitching in there.
Nice pitching yourself, men. All right, boys, get a load of some real sailors. I guess I knew what I was talking about when I told you not to sell the Merchant Marine short. All right, clear your wounded. Kroner, you were hit, weren't you? Well, you don't have to help.
I'm all right, Chief. I'd like to help.
Okay. Nice going, Dutch.
Oh, I'm not Dutch. I'm an American.
Yep. And I don't think anybody will ever question that fella. Oh, Sands.
Yes, sir?
Well, you certainly saved my hide. as a matter of fact. All of our hides.
If you'd have done your job right, it wouldn't have been necessary for either one of us to go down to that magazine.
I did my job right.
Board of Inquiry wouldn't think so.
What?
They'd want to know why that valve didn't work.
Well, I could tell them. I fixed it myself yesterday.
Then how do you account for the fact that it wouldn't work when the magazine caught on fire?
Well, I can't account for it.
I had the same trouble once myself in a gun turret. Remember? On the Bayonne?
Yeah, the Bayonne. That's right. Well, I guess if you could take it, so can I.
You won't have to, Mallory. It just happens I know you repaired that valve, and I'm alive to tell him.
Say, wait a minute, sailor. You know, I can't figure how a guy with guts enough to go down in that magazine...
Yeah, I know what it is you want to know. Why I ran away from my gun that day, huh?
That's exactly what I want to know.
Well, why don't you ask your sister?
We were picked up that night by the North Atlantic Patrol, and a month later we were back in the USA in Washington.
The Court of Inquiry is reconvened in the case of Thomas L. Sands.
Oh, they cleared him pretty fast. When we were both set up to Newport, to go with another outfit.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Myra.
I came to see you off, Tom. Your gold braid's beautiful.
So are you.
Oh, by the way, that girl out on the coast.
Yeah?
I spoke to her. She married a Marine.
No, oh, fine.
So I guess I can go right on chasing you, can't I?
You want to know something? You won't have to run very fast.
Company, halt! All right, men. Now, you joined the Navy to see action, and you're going to get it. You're going to serve under a man who likes plenty of action. I know because I've seen plenty of it with him. Lieutenant Thomas L. Sands. All right. Come on, leave first!
Not a bad-looking outfit we've got here, Chief.
Yeah, they're all right. They got plenty to learn the hard way.
Oh, you wouldn't admit it if they were perfect.
Of course not. What do you want me to do, spoil them?
Well, they'll learn all right, and a lot more like them. And when they get rolling, they're going to be a tough outfit to stop.
Awful tough.
You know, there was a pretty fair sailor once by the name of John Paul Jones. He said...
Yeah, I know. We've just begun to fight.
Before our stars return to the microphone, listen a minute. This message is for you. In your kitchen, you've got part of what it takes to fire those guns, to drop those bombs on Berlin or Tokyo. Your waste kitchen fats contain glycerin, one of the things needed to make explosives and other materials of war. Now, it's not a romantic job to collect waste kitchen fat, but every bit you turn into your meat dealer is important. Every tablespoonful counts. If you save a tablespoonful a day, it amounts to a pound a month, enough to make nearly 1.5 pounds of smokeless powder. Save every bit of fat. Use what you can, of course. Strain it, reuse it. Only after it's done its job for you should you turn it in for salvage. Then strain it into a clean can. Any kind of a fruit or vegetable or soup can will do. Don't use paper or glass containers because they leak or break. The cans you turn in will be salvaged as well as the fats. When the can is full, take it to your meat dealer promptly. He'll pay you cash for every pound. And within 21 days, that fat will be going into gunpowder or other war materials. Remember, no amount is too small to count. Save every bit and turn it in promptly. This is an everyday war job for every home in America. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
The Navy always comes through, and so do players like Ruth Hussey, Pat O'Brien, and George Murphy. It's curtain call time right now.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. It was a privilege to have a part in this inspiring story of the Navy gun crews.
And it was swell of you, Ruth, to step in at the last minute. You did a grand job.
I was delighted to do it for Joan Bennett and Mr. DeMille and everyone here. I know Joan will be all right in a day or two.
Well, we all hope so, Ruth. Pat, how about a little news on your jaunt overseas? You've seen some of the Navy firsthand while you've been entertaining soldiers and sailors.
Yes, I made the whole trip around the Caribbean by air, CB. Didn't set foot on a boat for the whole 11,000 miles, except for a couple of trips up the river into the jungle. I don't think we missed flying in any crate down there that had wings.
Giving up that trip was a big bit disappointment to me, Pat. I guess I missed some exciting times. Pretty rugged country down there, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And those boys are in some pretty lonely places. We put on 75 shows from Puerto Rico straight out into Dutch Guiana, and I want to do it all over again.
And I'll be with you this time if I don't get out before that, Pat.
George, I've asked a member of a rather new branch of the Navy to come here tonight and tell us something about it. She's the daughter of Irene Rich. She's been a very good friend of mine for some years. But first, let me tell you about next week's play.
What is it to be, Mr. DeMille?
Ruth, it's one of the great love stories the screen has brought us this year. Warner Brothers' distinguished dramatic success, Now Voyager. And our stars will be Ida Lupino and Paul Henreid. The picture has played to packed houses all over the country. And next Monday, we'll bring you this powerful story of a woman's sacrifice for love with Ida Lupino and Hollywood's newest sensation, Paul Henreid.
That was a very fine picture, CB. It's a cinch your audience is going to love it.
Now, I'd like to have you all meet Irene Rich's daughter, Lieutenant Frances Rich of the Waves.
Good evening, and thank you, Uncle Cecil. I've enjoyed tonight's play immensely.
Uncle Cecil, huh? You didn't tell us about that, CB.
Well, he isn't really my uncle, Mr. Murphy, but I've always called him that. I went to school with his daughters.
As a matter of fact, George, I'm the proud owner of the first piece of sculpture that Frances ever made, long before she acquired a national reputation as an artist.
Thanks for those kind words. After the war, I hope to go back to my trade. But I have another job now, and I think Pat O'Brien can help me out a little.
Say the word, Lieutenant.
Well, when you visited those Caribbean bases, were the boys getting the news from home?
Well, most of them were, thanks to V-mail.
Well, the amount of mail that must go overseas to our armed forces has presented a terrific problem to the Army and Navy.
V-mail's the way of photographing letters on very small film, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and it saves valuable cargo spaces on ships and planes. V-mail has priority over all other mail, and it's always sent by air. We hope to persuade everyone to use it when riding overseas, and any stationery store has V-mail letter paper.
I'd like to know a little more about your branch of the service, Lieutenant, the Waves.
Well, any woman may join, Miss Hussey, who is a citizen between the ages of 20 and 50 and doesn't have children under 18.
Well, just what Navy jobs have the Waves taken over, Francis? I mean, Lieutenant.
Well, it would take me from now until 2400 to tell you all of them.
Pardon me, but what's 2400?
Well, that's midnight in the Navy, Miss Hussey. You know, every wave releases a man for our fighting ships. They're learning to operate the control towers at Navy airfields. You'll find them working as machinists, metal workers, radio operators, meteorologists, photographers, and dozens of other jobs, all interesting.
In brief, I take it that you think very well of the Waves.
Well, how else can a girl think when each new day is really more interesting than the last? Well, may I thank you all, and good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Best of luck to the Waves, Francis. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ida Lupino and Paul Henreid in Now Voyager. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ruth Hussey will soon be seen in the Paramount picture The Uninvited. Heard in tonight's play were George Sorel as Croner, Eddie Marr as Samter, Edwin Mills as Dutson, Warren Ash as Behringer, and Griff Barnett, Charles Seal, Harry Fleischman, Fred Mackay, Noel Madison, Norman Field, and Leo Cleary. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Ida Lupino and Paul Henreid in Now Voyager.
Today, you can't afford to be tired or nervous because of a diet low in vitamins. Yet, with food rationing and shortages, it's harder to get vitamin-rich foods. So take Vims. Vims are scientifically designed to help make meals complete. Vims give you all the vitamins government experts say are essential, balanced in the formula doctors endorse. And Vims supply all the minerals commonly lacking. Get Vims at druggists. VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. I was dining with some friends the other night, and here's a very funny thing. There was more conversation about Junior's diet and what he ate for breakfast. Then it turned out that the husband, the head of the house, the big provider, if you want to get mercenary about it, never ate breakfast at all. Now, that's all wrong. Dietitians tell us that we all need an adequate breakfast, and one that includes cereals with whole grain nourishment. That means cereals like swell-tasting Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. Both are basic 7 foods with whole grain food values, so they're chock-a-block full of nourishment. And boy, are they good to eat. There's zest in every moldy, rich mouthful. Grape Nuts, crisp and crunchy. Grape Nuts Flakes in toasty brown flake form. So eat a good breakfast, folks, and you'll do a better job. And help yourself to plenty of Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes. They're good. Gentlemen, today we're broadcasting from the Marine Corps Air Station in the Mojave Desert. And this week they're celebrating the 168th anniversary of the founding of the Marine Corps. So without further ado, we bring you a man... Jack, did they get you?
No, Don, I'm all right.
Oh, good. For a minute I thought they spoiled my opening speech.
No, don't be ridiculous, Don. They weren't shooting at me. Go ahead with the introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, as this is the 168th anniversary of the founding of the Marine Corps, without further ado, we bring you a man... Jack, did they get you this time?
Don, don't be silly. I told you they weren't shooting at me. Now go ahead.
Okay. So without further ado, we bring you a man with 2 holes in his hat, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, what just happened was purely accidental. You see, the boys are having their aerial target practice. I was getting tired of wearing this straw hat anyway. Well, boys, I can't tell you how happy I am to be here on the week of your 168th anniversary, the day which commemorates the founding... Don, it is a little dangerous around here. Will you please close the window?
Okay, Jack.
Thanks. As I started to say, fellas, I can't tell you how happy I am to be here on your 168th anniversary. Don, will you please pull down the shade? And while you're at it, you better go over and close the screen door. You know?
But, Jack, a screen door won't stop the bullets.
I know, but it'll sift out the big ones. Anyway, Don, this is a nice camp, even if it is a bit noisy. It's very picturesque out here in the Mojave Desert.
Yes. It's a romantic spot, too, Jack. You know, just a little way from here is the famous Golden Queen gold mine.
Oh, really?
Yes, Jack. They recently took out $8 million worth of gold.
Imagine that. Well.
Of course, right now they're not operating it, and all that gold is just lying around.
Is that so? Well, I'd probably get excited about it if I was the type that was interested in gold. Anyway, Don, there are more important things to talk about. You see, this being the week of the 168th anniversary of the Marines... We're going to... He's got that bullet on a yo-yo. Let's cut the string and go on with the program. Huh? You know, Don, one thing I like about playing these different camps... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Oh, boy, am I winded.
Mary, what's the matter with you? Why are you so out of breath?
Well, I just came over here from the PX.
The PX? Well, that's just a short walk from here.
I know, but it's a fast run with 150 Marines chasing it.
Now, Mary, don't be silly. Marines don't chase after girls.
Oh, no?
No.
Since when are large butterfly nets part of their equipment?
Look, Mary, you've got nothing to worry about. The boys here are a nice bunch of fellas. They're just a little playful, that's all.
You're not kidding. They wanted me to play hide and seek with them. They told me to hide, and they'd try and find me.
Well, why didn't you play with them? You used to enjoy that game when you were a kid.
Yeah, but when I was a kid, we didn't play finders keepers.
Oh.
Well, anyway, Mary, you got away from those Marines, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh, Livingston, you fool girl, you.
Well, don't worry about it, Mary. Maybe next time you'll stumble.
I did this time, and they picked me up and gave me another head start.
All right. All right, forget about it. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. I want to get this program off to a good start because this is the Marines' 168th birthday.
Say, Jack, how'd you get those holes in your hat? What happened?
Oh, it was nothing, Mary. Some of the boys were having aerial target practice and probably mistook me for a target. It was just a quirk of circumstances. You know?
Gee, that's awful.
What are you laughing at?
As a result of quirk, bullet hits jerk.
Mary, stop being so clever. Those are the kind of jokes that went out with Fred Allen. Boy, am I glad he's through with radio. I knew he'd be washed up.
But, Jack, I read in the paper yesterday that Allen's coming back on the air.
So did I.
No. When is he coming back?
Oh, about the middle of December.
Well, he ought to be ashamed of himself, spoiling everybody's Christmas. Thank you, fellas. Heaven bless you, fellas. Heaven bless you. Imagine that guy.
Stop turning white.
I'm not turning white. It just burns me up, that's all.
And stop turning red.
Oh, quiet. I just can't understand Allen getting another chance in radio.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. After all, there are lots of people who'd rather listen to Fred Allen's program than yours.
Oh, they would, eh?
Yes.
Don, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, when big fat announcer open big fat mouth, he soon find big fat salary, AWOL. And I have a good mind to pay you 1 week so you'll know what I mean. You've been with me long enough to realize how I feel about that.
Jack, pick up your hat. Jack, pick up your hat.
Listen, sister, I'm not stooping over till things quiet down. Anyway, I don't know why they have target practice right in the... Well, look who's here.
Hiya, Jackson. All right, boys. Well, looks like I got to do it anyway. Applause me, man. Applause me.
Applause you? Applause you? What is that, applause me? Well, Bill, I'm glad you finally got here. You can help us celebrate the Marines' 168th birthday.
168 years old? Them kids?
Bill, I don't mean individually. They're 168 years old as they stand as a group.
Well, brother, at that age, you got to stand in a group or your landing gear will fold up.
Bill, have you got your own writer, or is he paying you to keep it quiet? No kidding. Didn't you ever go to school?
What for? Going to school's just a lot of red tape so you can eat your lunch away from home.
Now, look, Phil.
Don't mind me, boys. I'm just standing here because I'm beautiful.
I'm sorry, Mary.
Oh, hello, Mary. Say some of the Marines out here are mad at you. What did you do?
Oh, the boys aren't really mad. I just wouldn't play hide and seek with them.
Well, they sure seem to have it in for you.
Oh, Phil, don't be ridiculous.
Well, all I know is there's a sign outside of one of them buildings that says infirmary.
That's infirmary. Brother, now, Phil, don't drive me nuts altogether. Just walk over to the bandstand and give us a... Missed me.
Before you said that, you had a cigar in your mouth.
Oh, yes, play, Phil. It was a good one, too, a 10-center. You know that? And his orchestra having a musical argument in which the listeners lost. Say, Phil, I notice you were able to lead your orchestra tonight. Your arm isn't stiff anymore.
Yeah, for 3 days I couldn't bend it, but it's all right now. The doctor fixed it up.
Oh, what was it?
Nothing. I had my baton up my sleeve and didn't know it.
Oh, well, it must have been awful not to be able to bend your elbow.
Yeah, I nearly died of thirst.
I can imagine, huh? Well, I should never have said bend your elbow. That I know. Well, I'm glad you're okay. And now, folks...
Say, Jack, I meant to ask you something. How'd you make out at the gold mine?
Gold mine? What gold mine?
Why, Jack, you know, the Golden Queen mine I told you about just a few minutes ago.
Oh, yes, there is a gold mine near here, but let's get on with the program. I'm not interested in it, you know.
Stop kidding. You didn't bring that pickup here just to crack ice.
Mary, that's not a pick.
Well, your tie pin certainly has a long handle on it.
Mary, please believe me, I'm not interested in that gold mine. Now, let's get on with the show.
Jackson, what are you so sore about? I saw you sneaking into that mine this morning.
I thought it was an air raid shelter and shut up. Your orchestra was rehearsing. I had to go someplace. And now, fellas, since this is the 168th anniversary of your...
Oh, Jack.
What?
The cigar's back in your mouth.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've had enough of this. I'm going to put a stop to it right now. Oh, Colonel Adams! Colonel Adams!
Oh, Jack.
You keep out of this, Mary.
What is it, Mr. Benny?
Colonel Adams, believe me, I hate to be a tattletale. No, really, I hate to be a tattletale, but your boys are having aerial target practice, and 3 or 4 times I've almost been hit.
Well, I can't understand it, Mr. Benny. They're shooting according to the written rules.
I'm not concerned about the boys who are shooting according to the rules, but that guy who's ad-libbing has me worried sick.
Well, I appreciate how you feel, Mr. Benny, and I'll go right out and tell them to stop it.
Well, I hate to put you that trouble, Colonel Adams. Are you sure they'll do as you ask?
Oh, I think they will. Those pilots like to humor me.
Oh. I see. Well, I'll certainly appreciate it if you'll, For heaven's sake, Colonel, will you please hurry out there and tell them?
Wait till I pick up my hat.
Thank you, Colonel. Boy, I'm glad I left my hat off, although I hate to spoil their fun. And now, fellas...
Oh, Jack, pick up your hair.
Well, I'm glad the Colonel's going to put a stop to this. And now, fellas, you may not know it, but since this is the week of the 168th anniversary...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
...of the... Oh, hello, Dennis. Well, kid, it's about time you got here. What's been keeping you?
Oh, I've been down to that place you told me not to mention, and boy, is it full of gold.
Dennis, I don't even know what you're talking about. And now, fellas...
You told me if I brought back 2 buckets full, I could keep the handles for myself.
Dennis, I told you I don't know what you're talking about. And now, fellas...
You even put your arm around me when you talked me into it.
Dennis, will you please be quiet?
Gee, you're fickle.
What an imagination that kid's got.
Oh, Jack, why do you keep denying that you're trying to work that mine?
Mary, I'm not working anything. I told you I thought it was an air raid shelter.
Then what was Dennis digging for?
For exercise.
Well, he brought back 2 buckets full.
All right, bucketful.
And as pretty a sight as you've ever seen. Nice golden nuggets. Each one a treasure in itself.
Don, will you please stop talking about gold?
Gold? I'm talking about grape nuts flakes.
Oh.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, they're toasty brown, sweet as a nut and have that malty rich flavor.
Burns me up. After all, mine does look like an air raid shelter.
Say, Mr. Benny.
Grape nuts flakes bring you whole grain food values and are not ration.
Whole grain.
And grape nuts flakes are a thrifty buy in the big 12-ounce economy size package.
Say, Mr. Wilson.
You said it, Don. And now, fellas.
Say, Miss Livingston.
This being the 168th anniversary...
Jack, what about that gold mine?
Mary, stop interrupting Don. And now, fellas...
Don't mind me. I'm just standing here because I'm pretty.
Dennis, you're standing there because in a few minutes you'll be doing a song in honor of the 168th anniversary...
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Colonel Adams.
You needn't worry about that target practice anymore. From now on, there'll be no more shooting.
Good.
There'll just be trial runs with our speed plane.
Oh, just speed planes. Well, that's fine. Thank you, Colonel Adams. I'm glad you...
There goes one now.
Oh, yes. Those planes are fast, aren't they? Gee, you can hardly tell. See them, huh? Well, thanks. Thanks very much, Colonel Adams.
You're welcome. Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, before I go, would you do something for me?
Yes, anything at all.
As a little favor to the Marines, would you please mention that this is the week of their 168th anniversary?
I'll see if I can squeeze it in. Goodbye, Colonel.
Goodbye.
All right, Dennis, let's have your song now.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
And sing it with a lot of feeling because I have a lot of friends in the audience. I wish they wouldn't fly so low, really.
Golden haze on the meadow. The corn is as high as an elephant's eye, and it looks like it's climbing clear up to the sky. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going my way. All the cattle are standing like statues. All the cattle are standing like statues. They don't turn their heads as they see me ride by. But a little brown maverick is winking her eye. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's wonderful. Everything everything's beautiful. Everything's going my way.
Very good, yes, sir. That was Oh, What a Beautiful Morning, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, you sang very well for the boys. You really have a golden voice.
I should. My mouth's full of nuggets.
Oh, well, how much can he eat? You know? And now, fellas, this being the... Come in. Well, now they're getting polite. They knock first.
Don't be silly, Jack. There's a Marine at the door.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm Miss Sergeant Gillis.
Oh, how do you do, Sergeant Gillis?
My job is to see that you're well taken care of during your visit here. Now, is there anything special you'd like for dinner?
Well, let me see.
Could you hurry it up, Mr. Benny? I got to go around and ask all the Marines what they'd like for dinner.
Oh, I see. Well, that's nice. What do the boys usually order?
Oh, some of them order crepe Suzettes.
Uh-huh.
Others prefer filet mignon sauté with wine sauce.
I see.
And there are those who are partial to baked pheasant under glass.
Oh. And after you get the orders, you give them to the chief cook?
No, first I give them to the interpreter.
I see. And after the interpreter gives them to the cook, what do the boys finally get?
Well...
Think now, think. What do the boys finally get?
Well...
No coaching from the audience, please.
Well, let's see.
I'm sorry, your time is up. But a box of grape nuts flakes to the man who sent in that question.
What is this, anyway?
I've got a man here in the third row, Doctor.
What?
And I've got a lady up here in the balcony, Doctor.
For heaven's sake, stop already. What kind of a silly routine is this? Now, cut that out. I'm sorry, Sergeant Gillis. What is it you really wanted to see me about?
Well, I'm also on the camp newspaper, Mr. Benny, and I wanted to... Oh, by the way, I meant to ask you, on your trip overseas, did you happen to run across a cousin of mine in North Africa?
A cousin? Well, I don't know.
He's a corporal.
Oh, his name doesn't start with a C, does it?
No, with a K.
Good.
Crowley.
Oh.
He cracks his knuckles.
Knuckles a lot. Funny you didn't hear me. I know. But look, Sergeant Gillis, you said you wanted to see me about something. Now, what is it?
Well, as I said, I'm on the paper here, and I'd like to get your reaction to our camp. Did you visit the Golden Queen mine?
Yes, I did happen to drop in there by chance. In fact, I saw a bit of it.
You mean you left a bit of it?
Mary, stop making things up. If I was digging for gold, where are my blisters?
Mr. Benny, if you're looking for him, I got him.
Now, wait a minute, kids. I've had just about enough. Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Miss Livingston. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester.
Hello. Say, Miss Livingston, I'd like to speak to the boss, please.
Okay. Where are you?
Mr. Benny doesn't want me to mention it, but if you'll just tell him I'm in the subway, he'll understand.
Oh, Jack, your private underground movement is calling you.
What?
You don't have to keep it a secret anymore. We know.
All right, so you know. With all the trouble I have, it's a wonder I'm not gray. Give me that phone. Hello?
Hello? Old Blood and Guts?
Yes?
This is old Pick and Shovel.
All right, what do you want, Rochester?
Boss, I've been digging and have I got good news for you?
What is it?
You know what you've always wanted to tell your sponsor?
Yes?
Well, you're rich enough to tell him now.
Rochester, my sponsor and I are good friends, and stop wasting valuable time. So you found some gold nuggets, eh?
Yes, sir. This place is loaded with Morgenthau marbles.
Good, good. Now get to work.
But I gotta stop digging once in a while. My hands are cold and I can't get them warm.
You can't?
No, you shouldn't have sewed up my pockets, boss.
Rochester, the reason I did that is because I wanted to help you resist temptation.
Why don't you let me and temptation slug it out on even terms?
Because I know you'd throw the fight. Now listen, Rochester.
Just a second, boss. Dig over there, will you, honey?
Rochester, have you got a girl down there? Rochester, have you got a girl down there?
Empty your pockets, honey. This may be television.
Rochester, answer me. Who's down there with you?
It's my sweetie. She's helping me dig.
Well, Rochester, how did you get your girl to go down in the mine?
I called you, boss. I told her it was the tunnel of love.
Oh, well, look, Rochester, keep digging for another 12 hours, then you can call it a day. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I hope you won't be mad at me, but while I was digging for that gold, I had a piece of bad luck.
What was it?
I struck oil.
Oh, darn it. Well, look, Rochester, just use the oil to wash over the gold and wash off the gold and cheer up. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Good old Rochester. Now, one thing about Rochester, he's always willing to work.
But, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Sergeant Gillis?
You can't take that gold away from here. Why, that's federal property. It belongs to Uncle Sam.
It does? Well, that's swell. It couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Play, Phil.
Never a day goes by but what we read in the papers about food shortages and rising prices, and many a harried homemaker is looking around for the answers. Well, fortunately indeed, cereals are plentiful, not rationed, and thrifty. So plan to serve more cereals, such as delicious grape nuts and grape nuts flakes. Both of these tempting, malty-rich cereals provide whole grain food values. That makes each one a basic 7 food. Our Uncle Sam's nutrition program features cereals with whole grain nourishment as a daily must. Grape nuts and grape nuts flakes provide some of the food essentials of meat, cheese, and other rationed foods. So when you serve these 2 luscious cereals, you're giving your family pleasure plus profit, grand eating and grand nourishment. Grape nuts and grape nuts flakes are each a thrifty buy. Get some tomorrow. Delicious, nutritious, economical, and a real treat.
Congratulations on your 168th birthday, fellas. So long, everybody. Good night.
This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of one of the most outstanding works in modern Anglo-American fiction, the John Dos Passos novel, 3 Soldiers, starring Dane Clark as John Andrews. For most young American writers, the period following the First World War was one of supreme disillusionment. Many had served in the war, enlisting in the hope that they were helping to build a better world. And when that world did not materialize, they suffered the inevitable reaction, rebelling instinctively against the horrors of war and all the things that went with it. In 3 Soldiers, John Dos Passos tells the story of such a man, of a highly sensitive young musician whose nature brought him into inevitable conflict with the regimentation of Army life. Like all armies before it, the American Expeditionary Force of 1917 and 18 was less concerned with the personalities of its soldiers than with the necessity of winning highly impersonal battles. The Army then was like an immature young giant, so young, so hastily organized, so lacking in tradition that, like a child, it could still be guilty of occasional excesses of unnecessary personal cruelty. The processes leading to the democratization of our armies have moved far since then, and a John Andrews today would likely receive far more sympathetic and intelligent treatment. But this is the story of how it was then, not now, for one highly sensitive young artist. And it is as a novel of protest against war, against unnecessary regimentation, against the denial of personal freedom, that Three Soldiers has earned its place in modern American literature. Now, John Dos Passos, Three Soldiers, starring Dane Clark as John Andrews. A few months after the armistice of World War I, in a tiny French town called Quozac, a young American dressed in the brown dungarees and blue shirt of a peasant made his way to the door of a small villa.
Wait, what do you... Jean! Oh, Jean, it's you!
Hello, Genevieve.
Oh, Jean, darling, I thought I had lost you. Why didn't you write? How did you find me? When were you demobilized?
If you'll ask me in and offer me some tea, I'll answer your questions.
Oh, but of course. Come in, Jean. Sit there. Mother's gone to Madame Viano's. How good-looking you are in those clothes. Oh, much better looking than when you were in uniform. You've gotten brown.
I've been walking out in the sun for a week.
A week?
Walked all the way from Paris.
Oh?
As a matter of fact, I'm flat broke and I'm pretty dirty.
Oh, I like you as you are.
I was afraid you might not.
How could you think that? After what we've been to each other.
Oh, Genevieve,
Don't explain. We haven't seen each other for so long. Words would only keep us apart.
You haven't changed?
Did you think I could? You might kiss me.
Oh, Genevieve. Genevieve, I've dreamed about this all this week. Walking all day under the sun. With the road like a white ribbon over the hills and along the rivers. The yellow irises and the blackbirds and the dust. And the little white cloud around my feet. And all the time I'm thinking I'm walking towards her. I'm walking towards...
Don't speak. Oh, let me look at you, Jean. You must always dress like that. Tell me about it. When you were demobilized and everything.
I've been free a little over a week.
And you walked all the way from Paris to see me?
I'd have flown if I had the price of wings.
What are your plans? You're going to stay in France, aren't you?
Yeah, I want to finish some music I'm writing, and perhaps I might get a job as a farm laborer. I'd like that.
Oh, but it would spoil your hands for the piano.
I don't care about that anymore. I want to compose now. I've got to. All those months of misery, I'm going to set them to music. If I could do that just once, maybe I could shove it out of my memory and be free to live like a human being again.
Let's talk about something else, then. Mama will be home soon.
Genevieve.
What?
I don't want to see your mother. I can't talk to anyone else just yet.
But, Jean, Mother will be so happy.
Can't you understand? I can't see you with other people just yet.
Just as you like, Jean.
Oh, I'm sorry. Look, can I see you tomorrow morning? Then maybe I'll feel more like meeting people. You see, I want to talk to you for a long while. You see, if I could only get it out of my mind. Those tramping feet, those voices shouting orders, if I...
Strange you are, Jean. What is it? Tell me.
I've deserted.
Deserted?
Couldn't stand it anymore. I wasn't demobilized. I escaped from a labor battalion.
And if you're caught?
They might shoot me. I don't know. Well, what are you thinking?
I don't know. Desertion.
It's unpatriotic, isn't it?
All you had done was come down to see me without a pass. They couldn't have kept you there much longer.
I couldn't have stood it another minute.
But desertion. Oh, it can't have been as bad as all that. You must have been too sensitive, Jean.
Too sensitive? Then how do you explain Fuseli and Crisfield? They're certainly not the sensitive type.
Who are they?
Friends of mine. They deserted, too. Just 3 soldiers who couldn't take it. And do you really want to know why? It began in New York City the day I was drafted. I remember the large bare room at the camp where they gave me that final examination which the Army requires before it declares you fit for service.
Say, young fella, do you know how to spell imbecility?
Yeah. IMBECILITY.
IMBECILITY.
Aren't you ready to examine me?
Recommendation for discharge. What a typewriter.
Oh, hello. I've forgotten your name.
Andrews, Sergeant. John Andrews.
Yeah, Andrews. Well, run around the room a little.
Huh?
No, not that way. Just a little so I can test your heart. Gee, these rookies are thick.
Appearance normal. Say, how do you spell immature?
IMMATURE.
All right, put your clothes on, Andrews. You'll do.
Is that all, Sergeant?
Yeah. Take this to Barracks B, fourth building to the right. Shake a leg, soldier. You're in the Army now.
All right, you guys, get those lids up. Come on, you fellas are slow as molasses. If we don't pass inspection, I get the works, not you. Come on, quick now. You pick up the cigarette butt.
I didn't get in this here army to be ordered around by no Italian.
It doesn't matter much who you order around by. You just order around, that's all.
Yeah. Say, where you from, buddy?
New York?
Yeah. Indiana's my state. Hey, get to work. There's the ID coming around the building again.
Don't pick him up. Down the way, sweep him out.
Hey, come over here. My name's Crisfield. What's yours?
John Andrews.
All right. Now, what are you guys standing around here for? Come on, dump them garbage cans. Lively. Comes the officers. It's time for inspection already. We won't never pass it. He's hurt.
Corporal, who is this man?
A new recruit, sir. His name is Andrews, sir.
How long have you been in the Army?
1 week, sir.
Don't you know you have to be cleaned and shaved and ready for inspection every Saturday morning at 9?
Well, I was cleaning the barracks, sir.
To teach you not to answer back when an officer addresses you, I'm going to... no, never mind. But if this ever occurs again, you may be sure that disciplinary action will be taken. Attention back there! Corporal, that man move. Get his name and serial number.
Once more, boys, and don't try to slip any of those rough words over on this wine man. All right. All right, now, lots of gut in the get and lots of kill in the Kaiser. Now, all together.
Hail, hail, the gang's all here. We're gonna get the Kaiser. We're gonna get the Kaiser.
How'd you like the film, John?
All right. I've seen it before in Frisco. Gee, it makes you hate the Huns, don't it?
You from Frisco, soldier?
Yeah.
That's funny. You're from the coast, this feller's from New York, and I'm from old Indiana, right in the middle.
Say, my name's Trisselli.
Mine's Crisfield.
Mine's Andrews.
How long does it take a feller to get out of this place?
I don't know. Some guys say 3 weeks, some 6 months.
Yeah, but I want to get overseas.
Yeah, it's swell over there. Everything's awful pretty like. I had an uncle who used to tell me about it. He came from near Torino.
Yeah, where's that, Fuseli?
I don't know. He's an Italian. Well, good night, fellas. I'm heading to sack.
Good night, Fuseli.
So long.
Say, John, how long does it take to get overseas?
Oh, a week or two, Chris.
Yeah, as long as that. Gee, after that picture show tonight, I'd like to capture a German officer and make him shine my boots, and then shoot him dead.
You would?
Yeah, but I'd a sight rather shoot somebody else I know. Don't stay far from here either. And I'll do it, too, if he don't let off picking on me.
Well, who's that, Chris?
That lieutenant. You know.
Yeah, I remember the lieutenant.
That big squirt Anderson seems to think because he's got a bar on his shoulder he can do anything he likes to me.
You really want to kill him?
Not now. But he gets a devil started in me the way he teases me. I pulled my knife on him yesterday. He wasn't looking. And I caught myself just in time.
Say, how old are you, Chris?
Huh? Oh, I'm 20. You're older than me, ain't you?
Yeah, I'm 22.
Say, John, look at those stars out there through the window. Is the same stars overseas as they is here?
I don't know. I guess so. I've never been overseas to check on them.
Yeah. I could kill that Anderson.
Young. Zimmerman. Here. All present, call for, sir. Harry.
Well, I guess I can tell you now, fellas. We're going overseas.
Hey!
Shut up! You don't want the Huns to hear us, do you?
What happens now, John?
Entrainment.
What?
Troop train, my friend. Troop train to the sea.
Hey, look at it, Dave.
Yeah, and we're slowing down.
Hey, let me at the window. Huh?
What you opening the window for? Some skirt, if you Ellie.
Hey, give us this kiss, girl.
Yeah, sure. Anything for our boy.
Hey, let's just stand on tiptoe. Hey, John, quick. Hold on to my belt. I'll kiss her.
All right. Here you go. We got you.
Hey, you let me go. Let me go.
Just one more.
Come on, you're too rough on your heart.
Go and tell Mama. Ain't no harm in having a little fun. Don't mean nothing.
Yeah, just wait till we hit France. We'll hit it up with the mademoiselle. Won't we, kid? Oh, beautiful kid.
It's great to be a soldier. You can do anything in the world you darn please.
Lieutenant's got something to say to you, men.
We've been in this replacement center for 3 days now, and evidently you men are beginning to think it's a picnic ground. Just because you made it to France without being torpedoed doesn't mean the war's over for you. Starting tomorrow, we'll take a 15-mile forced march every day. There'll be no passes. You can get your entertainment at the YMCA hut. Hey, you, soldier!
Sir?
Wipe that stupid smirk off your face. You're at attention. Dismiss the company, Sergeant.
Dismiss?
Hey, John, Chris, come on, let's get some donuts in the Y shack before the mob beats us in.
What do you say, John?
Oh, there's no place else to go.
Come on.
All right, you new men, line up there like good soldiers. Now, don't forget your manners just because you're overseas.
Step in here with me, boys. You been over long, soldiers?
Not very. You been to the front?
Yeah. Brought me back to the hospital. Doctor says I'm all right now, but I know I'm not. A lying fool.
Why, did you have a bad time, soldier?
I won't go back again. I can't sleep thinking of the shape of the Fritzies' helmets. Have you ever thought there was something about the shape of those helmets?
Ain't they just ordinary shapes? I've seen them in the movies.
All right, boys, get your chocolate.
How much?
£1. It's one of those things that looks like a quarter.
It's an awful lot for a cup of chocolate.
Well, you're at war, young man. Just remember that. You're lucky to get it at... As for you there, no more chocolate.
And why ain't there no more chocolate, I'd like to know?
I've told you there's no more. You've had 2 cups already. Now get out of line. Go away.
You ain't got no right to tell me to go away. You got to give me some chocolate. You ain't never been at the front, you slacker.
Now, here, none of that. I'll report you. Is there a non-commissioned officer in this house?
No, go ahead. You can't do nothing to me. I can't ever have nothing more done worse to me than has been done to me already.
Is there a non-commissioned officer in this house?
Quiet, sir, quiet, please. We'll get him away. Can't you see he's not responsible? Come on, kid. Get yourself together. Will you take it?
Do many come back this way, I wonder?
There's a convalescent camp near here. It's full of them.
You'll be on your way soon enough, buddy. You boys don't last long at the front.
I'll last out, though. I'll last out. Just you wait and see. No bullet's got my name on it. I got a feeling.
Fuselli was right in what he said. He played his cards shrewdly. He butted up to his superiors, made friends with the sergeant who got him his stripe as private first class. He might have made a good fighting soldier if he'd gone to the front. But the crazed veteran of the front at the YMCA canteen and the stories of grenade and artillery fire weakened his nerve. And then there was an incident in the barracks.
Jackson!
What's this man doing in bed during inspection? He's sick, sir. What's the matter with him?
Oh, I don't know, sir.
Get him up.
But, sir, he...
Get him on his feet.
I can't do that, Lieutenant.
What's your name, soldier?
Andrews, Private John Andrews.
Sir.
Sir.
All right, Private Andrews. I'm giving you an order. Get this man out of bed and on his feet. Well?
I can't do it.
Are you disobeying an order, soldier?
If you call that an order, it's murder. This boy's been sick. He's been half out of his mind for days. It's inhuman.
You talk like one of those college boys.
Yes, sir.
What school?
Harvard.
Well, listen to me, Harvard. In case you don't know it, there's a war on. And you take orders like everybody else, see?
Yes, sir.
Now, get over to the sergeant major and tell him you've been assigned to mess duty for a week for insubordination. Wait a minute. Salute.
Yes, sir.
Get going. Now, you.
Yes, sir.
Get this faker out of bed.
Yes, sir. Come on, Roberts, get up. The lieutenant wants you to get up. I can't seem to lift him, sir.
Soldier, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Get up.
I can't.
Sick. On your feet when an officer addresses you.
Oh, this lieutenant.
If you're really sick, report on sick call at once.
Can't get up.
I'll give you 3 to get out of that bed. 1, 2, 3. All right, you're under arrest. Fuseli, you, yank him out of bed.
Yes, sir. He's fainted.
He's plain. Get an orderly from the infirmary.
Lieutenant, I don't think an orderly is going to do this man any good.
What's the matter?
He's dead.
It was soon after that we got orders to move. Crisfield Nye, that is. Fuseli stayed behind. He pulled some wires and got himself transferred to a medical unit. And Chris and I went up with the infantry. Seems like a blur now, a muddy, dirty blur. I remember one afternoon we were headed toward the front, and a 1-hour halt was called. Chris and I fell on our backs at the side of the road.
All right. Pull out.
What's the matter, John? You sick?
Yeah, I'm sick. I'm sick of the whole mess.
There's no sense getting in the dole, folks. Here, have a cigarette.
Oh, thanks.
My feet hurt. Wonder what Fuseli's doing now.
I wonder.
He sure lost his nerve after that fella died in the barracks. Let's take our shirts off. It's nice and warm.
That's a good idea. Oh, it feels good to feel the sun and the wind on your body. You almost feel like a human being away from that stinking uniform.
You sure are crazy, John. I guess that's why I like you. Hey, look at what's coming. A donut truck with that Y guy in it. I guess he don't know he's heading toward the lines.
Hello, boys. Anything you'd like from the canteen? Some chocolate, some soap, maybe?
Got something to kill cooties?
Pretty good joke. Say, if you don't mind the suggestion, why don't you fellows put on your shirts? There's some nurses coming up in the colonel's car.
I'd like them to see us. Maybe there won't be another chance.
What do you mean?
Ever see what shrapnel does to a man's body?
Maybe we better put them on, John. There's no sense getting in
I can hardly bring myself to put the thing on again. I feel so clean and free without it. It's like taking up slavery again.
Do you call serving your country slavery, my friend? You'll get into trouble, my boy, if you talk that way. You must remember that you are a voluntary worker in the cause of democracy. You're doing this so that your children will be able to live peacefully.
You ever shoot a man?
What? No, of course not. But I'd have enlisted. I really would. My eyes are weak. That's why I'm doing morale work.
Ha! How long you been over here?
Just 3 months. But, boys, those 3 months have been worth the rest of my life. I've heard the great heart of America beat. Oh, boys, never forget that you're in a great Christian undertaking.
Mister, get that thing started and get out of here before I do something.
Now, here, there's no need to be...
Go on, get going!
Very well, but I'm reporting this to the officer in charge.
You heard him, get...
Hey, John, what's wrong with you?
I don't know, Chris, I don't know. Everything I get, especially the thought that is what will survive you and me. All that day and the next, the heavy stuff kept moving up to the front, and we got closer and closer to the shooting war. By nightfall of the second day, we were led into a muddy trench where we were relieved, a battered, shell-shocked platoon, and sat around and waited for orders. And they weren't long in coming.
You stick close by me, John, if you can.
We're supposed to clean out that patch of woods and join the rest of the company on the other side.
Oh, is that all?
Don't go taking any chances.
What's the difference?
That's us. Let's go, boys! John, where are you? John, is that you?
Help me.
I can't see you. Keep talking.
Over here.
Some water.
I'm hit.
Yeah, Anderson. Gotta get back. Colonel Evans. Well, I'll be, the brave Lieutenant Anderson.
Help me. I gotta see Colonel Evans.
You won't need Colonel Evans, Lieutenant.
What?
You see this?
That's a grenade. What are you going to do?
First, I'm going to pull the clip, just like in the training manual.
Throw it away. You'll kill us.
Now, how'd that old clip come loose? You know, this thing is going to go off. I better just leave it here near you. Well, so long, Lieutenant.
Crisfield, come back. Crisfield, that grenade. No, don't leave me. No.
Now, can you beat that? Wasn't close enough. Well, the Army's got lots of these. Maybe this'll oblige you, Lieutenant. Don't mention it, Lieutenant. Gee, I better hustle up some rations. I ain't had nothing to eat since yesterday.
Who's that? It's me, John.
Where's the rest of our outfit?
Most of them got through the wood. They ought to be on our right. Come on, we better work our way over toward them.
Not me. John.
What's wrong, Chris?
I ain't going back, that's all. John, you remember that Lieutenant?
Anderson?
Uh-huh.
Well, what about him?
Me and him just met up over in the woods.
You did?
I killed him, John. I finally done it, just like I said I would.
Holy Anybody see you?
I don't know. But if they was to find out, I can't go back,
Don't
John.
be a fool, Chris. Come on, nobody will ever know.
You won't ever tell, will you, John?
Oh, you know me better than that. Come on, let's get back.
John! Hey, get down! Look out, John!
Andrews, John. 1442286.
This the boy? Where's the tag?
No tag. Another soldier brought him in.
What is it, leg?
It isn't bad.
Looks more like shell shock to me. Shell shock.
Shell shock. Shell shock.
Shell shock. Shell shock.
What that color, soldier?
Eddie.
Kill him. Kill. Salute.
Shell shock. Shell shock. Shell shock.
I ain't going back.
Ain't going back.
Going back.
Going back. Going back. Going back. Going back.
No, I can't. I can't go back.
Now, take it easy, young man. Easy. Why, you'll be going back home in no time.
Going home? Where am I?
23rd Base Hospital.
How?
Now, don't try to talk. You've been in shock for...
Well, Chris...
Take it easy.
You said I'd be going home?
Yes, we'll be going home.
Home? No, that would be too good. What makes you say I'll be going home?
Why, because the war is over.
Hey, soldier! Get out of that wheelchair!
Chris!
Oh!
You didn't desert,
I couldn't. Somebody had to bring you in after that shell went off. You was like a crazy man, John. How you feeling now?
Oh, pretty good.
I got to Paris on a leave, so I looked you up. They say some of us are going to get to go home, John.
Some of us?
The lucky ones. Most of us has got to stay for the occupation.
Occupation? Oh, the war's over, isn't it?
Well, some fellers say this is just the beginning.
Oh, no. No, they're wrong. We're going to be civilians again, Chris. Civilians. And I'm going back to New York to write music.
Maybe so, John. I'm just telling you what they say.
Oh, no. No, not this, soldier. I'm through. I've had all I can take, Chris. They can't keep me here.
What is this man doing here? Visiting hours are over.
This is my old buddy, Major.
Yes, sir. I said attention, soldiers. Report to the orderly room and leave your name, rank, and serial number. You fellas will have to remember the war may be over, but you're still in the Army. And don't you forget it.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is presenting Dane Clark in a radio play based on the John Dos Passos novel, Three Soldiers, another in our series of dramatizations of outstanding works by modern American and British authors. Productions of the NBC University Theater are part of the NBC College by Radio plan. Information on how to enroll in college-supervised courses and how you can obtain free materials on the authors and books presented in this series will be given at the close of the program. Our intermission commentator today on the John Dos Passos novel is Mr. J. Donald Adams, author and critic, whose weekly column, Speaking of Books, appears each Sunday in the New York Times Book Review. We present Mr. Adams speaking to you from New York.
The book you are hearing dramatized today is one of the landmarks in American literary history. It is notable for several reasons. First of all, it established in his career one of our leading novelists of the years between the wars. And second, it may be said to have set the pattern of American fiction dealing with World War I, and to an almost equal degree of that which we have so far had dealing with World War II. To appreciate the strength and extent of that influence, we have only to turn from a reading of Norman Mailer's The Naked and the Dead, or of Irwin Shaw's The Young Lions, to a rereading of this story by John Dos Passos. Three Soldiers was the work of an indignant and disillusioned, idealistic young man, incensed at the folly and stupidity of war, angry at its human waste, at its betrayal of the fine words in the name of which it was fought. It took note of the fact, too, that not every soldier is a hero. It was, in other words, at the furthest possible extreme from the romantic treatment of war in fiction. The book has been criticized, and justly, on the grounds that the three soldiers of whom Dos Passos wrote were not typical specimens of the AEF, that they were handpicked to strengthen his attack. Neither, I should like to point out, are the soldiers of the naked and the dead typical of the American backgrounds out of which they came. Now, even though the mood out of which Three Soldiers was written is understandable to the generation which is writing the war fiction of today, no one who did not live through the preceding atmosphere of exultation, of high confidence in the brave new world that was to follow the First World War, can fully grasp the intense reaction felt by the young men of Dos Passos' generation when they saw their beliefs and hopes crumble. Their successors, the young men who are now writing about World War II, had grown up in an atmosphere of disillusionment, in part created by such books as Three Soldiers. And partly for that reason, I think, we may expect from them work of a better balance, of a more widely embracing realism, such as we have already had in books like John Hersey's Into the Valley and The Bell for Adorno, or Irwin Shaw's The Young Lions. Let me end by saying that Dos Passos, who was a pioneer in Three Soldiers, has shown himself also to be a writer capable of growth, capable of revision in his point of view. He would, I am sure, be willing to admit that his chief work to date, the trilogy called USA, stacked the cards in its picture of America during the 30s as much as Three Soldiers stacked them in its picture of American men at war. The capacity for change has been evident in his recent work. The moving finger writes, and having writ, moves on.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Our dramatization of Three Soldiers, starring Dane Clark, continues from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
hospital, Jean?
Well, the war was over, I thought. I went back to my company, back to endless marching and drilling and standing motionless in the cold. Even for a while I thought of suicide, but I suppose I didn't have the courage for that. And then one day, Chris gave me the first ray of hope in months. Chris was a corporal by then. I remember we were on a practice march.
On the left! Right!
Hey, John.
On the right!
What's it, Chris?
Right!
How'd you like to get out of this?
Are you trying to be funny, Chris?
I'm serious.
Tell me how, and you'll save my life.
I was up in the orderly room this morning when a preliminary bulletin come in.
About what?
They're setting up a new scheme so soldiers can study in Paris.
Well, study what?
Anything. If you're a college man, you can apply. Only thing, you better do it fast, because just so many from each can go.
Oh, Chris, you think that...
I don't know, John.
Oh, they've got to let me go, Chris. They've got to. I can't take much more of this.
I know. I've been watching you, John. When we get back off of this march, you better put in an application. Don't say I told you, though.
So you want to go to college?
That's right, Sergeant.
Well, it just so happens there was a circular. And it also just so happens Colonel Robertson gave orders he couldn't spare any of the men from this company.
But that's against regulation.
Now, why don't you tell that to Colonel Robertson?
Well, I will. Where is he?
Hey, just a minute, soldier. Nobody gets to talk to the colonel without permission.
No, well, just watch this guy.
Hey, come back here.
What is the meaning of this? Explain your behavior, soldier.
I had to speak to you, sir.
What about?
It's about the school scheme.
You'd better go and get permission to speak to me.
Look, but there isn't time, sir. The list has to be in by tomorrow.
That will be all.
Sir, listen to me for just 1 minute.
Will you?
Please, sir, please. You don't know how important this is. I'm a musician by trade. If I can't get into practice again before I'm demobilized, I won't be able to get a job. You see, I have a mother and an old aunt dependent on me. My family has seen better days, sir. Believe me. It's only by being high up in my profession that I can earn enough to give them what they're accustomed to. And a man in your position, Colonel, you must know what even a few months in Paris would mean to a pianist.
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I...
Oh, I knew you'd see it, sir.
Let me see your application.
Here, watch it.
Well, Harvard, eh? That is, Andrews. Well, now, that is a coincidence. I happen to be Harvard myself.
Oh, really, sir?
I'm sorry I didn't know about you before, Andrews. You been in the outfit long?
Since we came over.
You aren't Kappa Mu, are you?
No, sir.
Too bad. Well, I see no reason why this application shouldn't be approved. There you are, Andrews.
Oh, thank you, Colonel. I knew you'd understand.
Yes, well, now you get that right to the Sergeant Major. And good luck, Andrews.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, pardon. I didn't know this study room was being used.
Oh, that's all right.
You're Jean, Bruce, aren't you?
That's right.
I'm in your advanced theory class.
Oh, yes, you're Miss,
Rod, Genevieve Rod.
Ah.
You played beautifully.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Do you play?
Oh, no. I'm just studying to take up the time. Will you play something for me?
All right.
What is that?
Something of my own.
It is very beautiful. What do you call it?
I call it to a girl with chestnut hair standing against the window and looking very beautiful and very desirable.
That's a funny title. Who is she?
You?
Oh, perhaps I ought to.
Oh, no. Please don't.
I must. The Mama is expecting me.
Well, let me take you home.
Oh, no.
Look, it's raining outside. I have an umbrella.
Well...
I'm really quite harmless.
All right.
I won't be a minute. Now, don't run away. Look at it pour. Say, is it far?
Only a few squares.
Well, look, let me hold the umbrella.
Eh bien.
Hey, look out for the taxi. Look out, look out.
Oh, quel horreur. I'm so... Oh, how wet I am.
Oh, my.
It's down here to the right.
Say, look, do you like the theater?
Very much.
Well, can I take you to see Louise tomorrow night?
Oh, but I should cry.
I'll cry, too. Will you go with me?
Very well.
I'll pick you up at 6:30.
Very well, Monsieur Andrews.
Oh, please, John. Huh?
Very well, Jean.
It's been a wonderful afternoon.
Jean?
Yes?
Nothing. I was just repeating your name. Look out, you're not even holding the umbrella over you.
Hey, Andrews.
What?
Oh, Andrews. Remember me?
Yeah. I know your face.
Aunt Sally. Just last time I saw you, you was going up the lines on a train with Crisfield. Chris, we used to call him. At Cosney, don't you remember?
Of course I do. Well, how's everything?
I've been in a labor battalion. That's how everything is.
Oh, tough luck.
I got sick. Guess I am yet. Take a way to treat a fellow like he was low as dirt.
Were you at Cosney all the time?
Yeah, what a hole. I guess you saw a lot of fighting, huh? Well, you should be glad you weren't with us medics.
Oh, I don't know that I'm glad I saw fighting, Fuselli. I don't know. I suppose maybe I am.
I had a bad time even before they caught up with me. Court-martial was rough. Why can't they let a fellow go home?
Well, you'll be going home soon, won't you? Well, of course they can't discharge you until you're well.
Might not ever be well.
Well, don't you find KP pretty dull?
Oh, no worse than anything else. Hey, why are you in Paris, John?
School detachment.
What's that?
Well, men who wanted to study at the university managed to get permission to study at the university. Study at the university.
Gee, I'm sure glad I ain't going to school again. Well, I gotta get going.
Well, so long, Fuselli.
So long, Andrews.
Delightful. I warned you I'd cry.
Well, you look very beautiful crying like Camille.
Without the camellia.
Well, we'll fix that right away.
Oh?
Madame?
Yes, sir, monsieur.
Camille, do.
Merci. 50 centimes, monsieur.
Merci.
Mademoiselle.
There you are. Camellias and all.
Thank you, Jean. You're very sweet.
Well, when I see you again?
When do you wish?
Now? Tomorrow? Always?
Not for a few weeks, Jean.
Why not?
Mama and I are going to the country for 3 weeks. We leave tomorrow.
Oh?
I know. Why don't you come down and visit us on Sunday?
Well, I don't think I can get a pass.
Oh, come without a pass.
You don't know much about the Army, do you?
Only that the war is over, and I see no reason why they should not give you a pass.
Oh, I'd love to come, Genevieve. Look, maybe I can swing it. Where is this place?
What's that?
Well, where is that?
Near Tours. We have a country house there. Do you like the country?
Very much.
More than Paris?
Well, it's different. I like Paris just as I like New York, but there's a difference there, too.
How?
Well, New York kind of beats you down with a billy club, and Paris strangles you with silken bands.
You're a poet, Jean.
No, I'm just unhappy.
Unhappy? But why?
Because I'm a slave, because I have to get a pass to see the girl I love.
Jean?
Well, you knew, didn't you? You must have known.
Yes.
Oh, Genevieve, ever since I saw you, I've needed you. I've wanted you.
And I you.
Oh, darling.
All right, soldier, break it up. No loitering.
Kid. Even now, they can't let me alone.
Come down to Poissac Sunday. They can't bother you there. We'll go rowing and take a picnic lunch. Oh, will you come?
I'll come. I swear it.
Sorry, Andrews. You're on KP at the company mess on Sunday.
Sergeant, just this once, please.
You heard me.
Look, I'll do double KP next week. I've got to get away this Sunday.
See your chaplain, buddy. I'm only the first sergeant.
Jean, when I got your message to be at the station, I almost flew. How did you manage it?
Remember I told you I didn't think I could get a pass?
Yes?
I couldn't.
Yes?
Came without a pass.
Oh, Jean, wonderful. Oh, they can't do anything to you?
Not unless I'm caught.
Come along. Maman is outside in the station with a taxi.
Smell that air. Gee, it's wonderful to be in the country on a day like this.
Oh, there's Maman, the taxi.
Hey, you there, soldier.
Jean, it's a military policeman.
Don't say anything.
All right, buddy. Let's see a pass. Let's see your pass, I said.
You an MP?
I ain't wearing this armband to a masquerade.
Look, I'm in the Sorbonne detachment.
Yeah? What's that?
The school detachment.
The pass.
Well, you see, I don't have one. I don't need one.
You don't need one? Let's go, Jack.
Look, you don't understand.
What is it?
Please, nothing. I'll have to go see an officer and explain. Now, you go to your aunt's, and I'll come as soon as I've arranged it.
No, I'll come
please
with
go
you.
back. Please go back. It may be serious. I'll come as soon as I can.
All right, Jean. Good luck. I'll be waiting for you.
Tough luck, buddy. Good looker. Like to have a date with her myself.
Look, will you, I'm in the Sorbonne school detachment in Paris, and I came down here without a pass. Okay, now, look, is there something I can do about it, please?
School detachment. Gee, won't Bill Huggins laugh when he hears that? You pull the best one yet, buddy. Come on along. Come quiet, and I won't put the handcuffs on you. Well, I got one bird, Bill. Says he's in some school detachment. First time that's been pulled, ain't it?
School detachment? You got any papers on you? You must have some sort of paper.
Well, I should have a school pass.
Yeah, you sure are. Gee, this guy's simple. Look for his dog tag, handsome.
All right. Well, you heard him. Open your blouse.
I haven't got any on. I forgot to put it on this morning.
No tag? No insignia?
Yeah, infantry.
No papers. I bet you've been AWOL one heck of a long time.
Better put the handcuffs on him.
Now, let's wait a while. And when's the loot coming?
Not for a while.
What do you say we have a little cognac, Sarge?
Yeah.
This guy's got money. You'll set us up to a glass, won't you, school department?
Yeah, order up what you want. Here's some francs.
Oh, thanks. That ought to do it. 2 bottles. Might as well join us, son. Ain't gonna be no cognac where you're going.
Make you happy. There are smiles that make you blue.
What's going on here?
Sir, I'm in the Sorbonne detachment, Lieutenant, stationed in Paris.
Don't you know enough to salute? One of you men, teach this man how to salute.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant. Get up.
I haven't done anything.
That's enough. Let him be.
Get up. Get up off that floor.
Prisoner! Attention! March!
You know, it's funny, Hagenbeck. This isn't as bad as I thought it'd be.
What do you mean? This labor battalion? Yeah, well, a guy can put up with anything. That's one thing you learn in the Army.
I guess people would rather put up with things than make an effort to change them.
Yeah. Maybe you're right. Hey, put down that bag of cement. I got something to tell you. You want to get out of here?
It's too risky. I got in a fix by taking the risk. If they catch his desertion, Leavenworth for 20 years of life, and that'd be the end of everything. No.
Quitting time already? John.
Yeah?
See that barge across the river? I got it all fixed. It's now or never. We can drop into the water. You can swim under the water, can't you?
Yeah, but
Are you with me? Over there's freedom, John. Are you with me? Huh? Hey, the guards are looking the other way. They won't miss us till they all get back to the truck. Coming.
Yes. Yes, I'm coming. See you on the barge.
Yankee, this way. Swim around here.
Help me, will you?
Catch my hand. There.
Where's Hagenbeck?
I'm afraid he drowned.
Oh,
Where do we go from here?
Go inside. Change into these clothes.
He had it all set up, huh?
I have many of the Americans to desert. For the price, of course. Bien. Change now, then we go to the place of a friend where we will arrange a passport. Oh, you have money?
Some.
Bien. Henri is not one to haggle over the price. Go now. Chambre vendue. This is the house. You can stay here till nightfall. Bien.
Don't move. Oh, it's you, Henri. Who's that guy? Holy smokes! John!
Chris, what are you doing here?
Well, same as you, John. I done blew the coop.
What happened?
Well, somebody must have seen me take care of Anderson.
Are you sure?
I ain't sure, but I had a feeling they was onto me.
Well, what do you do now?
Henri here is fixing it so I can get to Poland on a Red Cross train. You can come along, Chris. I've got enough money to fix it.
No, I'm not leaving France.
You crazy?
Maybe, Chris, but there's somebody I've got to see.
A woman?
Yeah.
Boy, you're plumb out of your head. You need some money?
No, but you can give me something else, Chris.
What's that?
Your gun. That was 2 weeks ago. And so you see me now, a deserter, an escaped prisoner.
But if you are taken without a uniform, you can be shot.
I don't intend to be taken.
It's all too terrible. I was happy to see you. I thought you'd been demobilized.
Look, I won't stay if you rather I left.
Oh, no. What are you saying?
You see why I can't meet your mother? Not yet. She knows I was arrested. She might ask questions.
We'll find you a place to live. A place with a piano so you can work.
That would almost be too much.
Madame Boncourt. I'll tell her you're a friend, the demobilized American. Come, let's go to Madame Boncourt. Tonight we can have supper together with red wine and candles, and you can play for me. Oh, it's so long since I've heard you play, darling.
Mais certainement, Mademoiselle Rod. For any friend of yours, Madame Boncourt has a room. S'il vous plaît, monsieur. Your name?
Brown, John Brown.
Nom, Jean Brown. Age?
23.
Age, 20. From?
Chicago, United States.
États-Unis. Occupation?
Huh?
You must forgive these questions. Sometimes the police require a report.
Oh, I see. Musician.
Bon. Passport number?
1432486.
Bon. You will have the room on the second floor with the piano. 20 francs a week. In advance.
Magnificent.
It isn't finished yet. That's only the first movement.
What are you calling it?
It's called The Body and Soul of John Brown.
John Brown? That's the name you gave Madame Boncourt.
Oh, no. This is about another John Brown.
Who was he?
A madman.
And what did he do?
He wanted to free people.
Jean, will you come to tea tomorrow? Some of my family will be there. I want them to meet you.
Well, I have to work, Genevieve.
Could you come for just a little while?
Well, I'd rather not expose myself. Not just yet.
I see. Jean, what's going to happen to us?
Well, nothing. In 6 months, the Americans will be gone, and I'll be able to live again. And then we can be married.
And then?
And then, in life.
Under a different name, of course.
Of course.
And never telling anyone.
Never telling.
And hiding around corners if any Americans should come.
No, Well, yeah, I suppose so.
Oh, Jean, don't you see? It won't work. It isn't the kind of life I can live.
I suppose I've known that all along.
Why don't you give yourself up?
Never. Don't you understand, Genevieve? It's a system I'm fighting. I've made a gesture towards freedom, and if the system doesn't crush me, then it's just that much weaker.
Well, you talk like a socialist.
Well, I couldn't give myself up. I died first.
Are you ashamed, Jean?
Of what?
Of being a deserter.
Genevieve, I'm ashamed of many things in my life, but I'm rather proud of this.
Can't you understand that other people don't have your notions of individual liberty?
Are you telling me that we're through, you and I?
No, I have to think.
Oh, do you love me?
I did.
And now?
I don't know.
Shall I take you home?
No, I'll go alone.
Will you come see me tomorrow?
Perhaps.
Bye, Genevieve.
Goodbye, Jean.
For you from Mademoiselle Rod.
Oh, thank you.
Ah, some bad news?
No. No, I expected it.
Huh. Monsieur works very late tonight.
Yes, I'm finishing a composition.
You will be lonely now that the Rods have left.
To the left?
Oui, does not Mademoiselle mention it in her letter? They have gone to the seashore.
Yes. She mentioned it.
Monsieur, you have much to do on this composition.
No, it's about half done.
And when you finish, do you get paid a great deal of money?
Someday, perhaps.
That is very good. You have not paid the last week's rent, you know.
Yes, I know. I'm expecting some money by mail, perhaps tomorrow.
Good night, monsieur. You will forgive me, I know. It is just that once I had here 2 Americans. They were deserters. They went away without paying, and the gendarmes after them. I hope they were caught and sent to the front, those good-for-nothing.
Well, there are all sorts of Americans.
But of course, monsieur. Of course.
Come in.
Bon matin, Monsieur Brown.
Oh, good morning.
I have brought you some breakfast.
Breakfast?
I was a bit hasty last night. You will forgive, no?
Oh, of course. It's very nice of you.
No, it is nothing, monsieur. You have received some money in the mail, perhaps?
Well, no, not yet. It may be a few days in coming, madam.
I see. It is most stuffy in here, monsieur. Perhaps you would like a window open.
Oh, I'd rather not. It'll blow the music away.
No, monsieur must have fresh air. I will open the window. So.
That's the place, all right, Sully. Let's go.
What's that?
Hello. Bien vite, and what?
Who's down there?
Oh, no one, monsieur. Just a friend.
It's an American. It's an MP.
Mais no, monsieur. Just a friend. Listen.
They're coming up the stairs. You've told them, haven't you?
I do not know what you are saying.
Well, they're not going to get me. I won't go through with it again. Do you hear? I won't. I've got a revolver. It's gone.
Oui, monsieur.
You took it.
As part payment for the rent,
You
monsieur.
miserable wretch.
It is no use, Monsieur Brown.
This the fella?
That is the one.
Lady here says your papers aren't in such good order.
No. I'm a deserter.
Signed your name John Brown in the registry. It's pretty stupid. Name's Andrews, isn't it? Penal Battalion.
Yes.
Better get your clothes together.
I have nothing.
All right. Walk downstairs in front of me, slow like.
Could I take my music?
Mister, where you're going, you won't need no music. You already got some.
The curtain falls on our dramatization of the John Dos Passos novel, 3 Soldiers, another in our current series of radio plays based on outstanding works of modern Anglo-American fiction. The adaptation for radio was written by William Hodapp and George Lefferts. Our intermission commentator was the distinguished author and critic, Mr. J. Donald Adams. And our star, In the role of John Andrews was Dane Clark, who will soon be seen co-starring with Alexis Smith in the Warner Brothers drama Whiplash. Today's cast included Inga Yolis, Robert North, Tom Charlesworth, Larry Dobkin, Jack Crucian, Clark Cuney, Scott Elliott, Parley Bear, Don Diamond, Frank Gerstle, June Martell, Jan Arvin, Lou Krugman, Georgia Backus. Your announcer, Don Stanley. Productions of the NBC University Theater are currently being used in conjunction with college home study courses in Anglo-American fiction under NBC's National College by Radio plan. This plan permits NBC listeners to obtain college-supervised, organized education at home by means of radio listening and supplementary study. For full information about the authors and how to take advantage of this home study plan, which is currently being conducted at the University of Louisville and elsewhere, send a penny postcard to College by Radio Courses, National Broadcasting Company, New York 20, New York. That's College by Radio Courses, National Broadcasting Company, New York 20, New York. Original music for Three Soldiers was composed by Albert Harris and conducted by Henry Russell. The production was directed by Andrew C. Love. Next week at this time, the NBC University Theater turns to the work of a modern British author, Aldous Huxley, as we present a radio play based on his novel, After Many a Summer Dies the Swan.
This program came to you from Hollywood. 2½ hours of great comedy are yours tonight. Just listen. Ozzie and Harriet, Phil Harris and Alice Faye, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy, and Fred Allen with Henry Morgan as guest. 2½ hours of radio's finest shows in rapid and very funny succession. Remember, for the best time of your life, the best time is tonight on most of these NBC stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Story of a soldier and a war beyond the moon. A GI in the years beyond 2000 plus. 2000 plus. Science fiction adventures from the world of tomorrow. The years beyond 2000 AD. 2000 plus presents A Veteran Comes Home.
Rocket ship Luna arriving from moon at Rocket Cradle 4, East Section.
Mommy, is that it? Is that the one with Daddy on it?
Billy, I told you before Daddy's spaceship arrived here several hours ago. The spaceship from Mars has been here since 11 o'clock.
Then where is he? Why don't I see my Daddy?
Because, darling, all the soldiers have to go through quarantine and army regulations and all sorts of things.
Why, my Daddy's a space soldier. I'll bet he had all sorts of adventures. I'll bet he had...
Attention, please.
Quiet, Billy. Listen.
All relatives of military personnel of rocket ship Militant, Flight 82 from Mars, holding blue cards, report to Gate 5.
Oh, Billy, that's us. The soldiers are going to come out in a few minutes. Come on, darling, come on.
Will he know me, Mama? Will Dad know me? Will I know him?
Watch where you're walking, Billy. Of course he'll know you, dear. He'll see me first, and then he'll see you.
All I ever saw was his picture.
Stand by that rope, Billy. We can see Gate 5 from here.
Boy, he'll tell me all about the war on Mars.
Oh, Billy, it's so good to have him back. 5 years. 5 long years.
Can I see the spaceship later, huh, Mom? Later, maybe?
Relatives of military personnel of spaceship Militant, Please do not cross the white line.
They're starting to come out now.
Oh, look, that man there in the white uniform. He's an atomic gunner. My picture book tells all about them.
11 weeks on a spaceship getting to Mars. 11 weeks coming back to Earth. And more than 4 years fighting on Mars. 5 years. Billy, stand back. Don't cross the white line.
Flight 7, rocket ship freighter from Earth to Moon, will blast off in 8 minutes from rocket trail 9, west section. Clear area. Clear area.
Over there, look, Mommy, a band. They're going to play music.
They're welcoming the soldiers home, Billy. The first soldiers home from the war on Mars.
More soldiers are coming out, Mommy.
Oh, Billy, I'm so excited.
Do you see him yet? Hey, Mom, that's a rocketeer with the green uniform. Oh, boy, he shoots rocket guns.
I don't see him yet. So many men, so many.
Can I have a drink of water, Mama? I'm thirsty.
I don't see him yet. I still don't see him.
I want a drink.
Billy, not now. Oh, look, I think that's Daddy. No, it's not. Oh, Michael, where are you?
I'm going to show my daddy my toy gun. We'll play Space Soldier together. We'll have fun.
Billy, I see him. I see your daddy.
Where? Which one is he?
Wave to him, Billy. He's looking around to see if we're here. In the yellow uniform, over there. Michael, darling, here we are, Michael.
He sees us, Mommy. He's running to us. He's pushing the other people away.
Oh, he looks so wonderful. But tired. Michael!
Mommy, why are you crying?
Because he's come home, dear. Michael's come home.
Hey, Dad, here we are. Yoo-hoo! Hey, Daddy!
Here he comes. Oh, Michael!
Mary, darling.
So long since I've held you. But, Michael, you've got to meet your son.
Hello, son.
Hello? Well, is that all you've got to say to your daddy?
Oh, he doesn't have to say anything. Just let me look at him.
Oh, you've got forever to do that now, darling. Because you're home. Our soldier has come home.
3 o'clock in the afternoon, Mom. Why is Daddy asleep?
He was tired, Billy. He wanted to rest.
He didn't talk much when we came home, did he?
No, but he will. You and he will have a lot to talk about.
Hey, I think I heard him getting up.
Well, we'll open the door carefully and peek in. Now be quiet in case he's still asleep.
It's all right. I'm awake.
Oh, well, you slept 2 hours.
Oh, I haven't been asleep. I'm just lying here.
Is something wrong, Michael? Do you feel all right?
Oh, sure. Just can't get used to being home.
I'll make a snack for you. Billy, now you can talk to your father.
Come here, son. Sit on the bed.
Okay, Dad.
I'll call you when everything's ready.
What do you want to tell me, Billy?
I don't know.
But your mother said...
Well, do you like me?
Well, of course I like you.
Will you play with me?
Well, I'm a little tired, son, but I guess it can be arranged. What do you want to play?
Soldiers, space soldiers. You're a soldier and
Play
all
something else.
You don't like me.
Just play something else, that's all.
All the kids think it's swell my dad's a space soldier. Nobody else in my gang has a dad who's gone to Mars. I told him when my dad came home, he showed me how to play real soldier and
Stop talking about it.
Yes, sir.
And don't say yes, sir, to me. I don't ever want to hear you say that. Well, stop crying. Men aren't supposed to cry. space soldier. For 200 years, the world hasn't had a war. For 200 years, the human race finally got peace. Federated world in the years after 2000. Science flourishes, civilization grows. Then we learn how to travel in outer space. First the moon for scientific observations. Then we go on to other planets. Mars. The one planet we know is capable of sustaining human life. And all the 200 years of peace gets rotted away because the Earth wants to explore Mars and the Martians object. New worlds to conquer with the Columbuses of 2000 plus. And the interplanetary war begins. We have to fight for every canal, every inch on Mars. Well, I don't want any son of mine thinking it's so great. I hate it. Hate it.
I was going to play space soldier with...
Space soldier? What do they do? Full of the romance of Mars, the mysteries of the unknown? How can you or anybody on this particular world know what it's like in that unhuman place called Mars? Play, space soldier, play. I remember the patrol. Patrol into the red grass. Blades sharp as swords and covered with that sickening ooze of the Martian vegetation. We went on patrol, 14 of us. I was the patrol leader. All right, let's stop a minute. Halt! 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 You see anything?
Just the red grass. Wait, about a mile and a half over there, a sand belt.
Give me your glasses. Yeah, that's right.
Where the grass meets the sand belt, we gotta be careful. Those sand spiders, more dangerous than a cobra. One bite and you're dead in half a minute.
Men are all wearing shin boots.
We'd better put on our masks and gloves, too. Sometimes a spider crawls up the clothing.
Okay. Masks and gloves, protective gear.
Protective gear?
Oh, no. It's too quiet. I've always got the feeling the Martians are around when it's this quiet.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
We'll go on now. Leo, you take 4 men and cover the left. Use electric rifles.
Yes, sir.
Have Mulroney take 4 men and cover the right. Torpedo pistols.
Yes, sir.
Ted and I'll take the other men and move straight on. Ted, we'll use atomic shell clips in our guns. If we meet opposition and have to blast them, Leo's and Mulroney's groups can cover us as we move around the area we've radiated. Better keep our belt Geiger counters handy.
Okay, Captain.
Let's move.
This line from the grass sticks to everything.
Careful. Careful with those sharp rocks.
There certainly aren't any Martians on that sand belt, or we'd see them. If they're around here at all, they're between us and the sand belt, hiding in this red grass.
Look out! What? Step away! You almost stepped on it.
Good Lord, I didn't see it. A tooth flower.
Those flowers are hard as ivory. It's a carnivorous plant. If you walk too close to it, it'll bite your leg in half.
Mars. The nightmare. Apparently they found nothing dangerous yet.
Hello! Hello! They're waving. Everything's okay.
Don't be too sure. Look over there.
Sandstorm. Whipping across the sand belt. They come up in seconds, blast by at hundreds of miles an hour. Everybody down! Hit set! Hit your ass! Mighty grass. Ooze all over us. Those grass blades like an Indian taker lying down in a bed of knives.
Hug the dirt. Here comes the sandstorm.
Wait a few seconds. All right. Get up. Good.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. 2 men missing.
Here comes Leo.
Captain, 2 men, Davis and Martin.
What happened?
They're dead, sir. The wind tore Davis' jacket. A sand spider bit him. Wind carried a swarm of them into the grass.
What about Martin?
Don't know what caused it, but he's dead all right.
Come on. Let's take a look.
There he is, sir. His skin is natural, not blue the way it turns when a sand spider kills you.
Let me see. Good Lord.
What's the matter?
The Martians.
Martians?
I got him during the sandstorm. He must be around somewhere. Look at his back where I opened the jacket.
Hit by a sonic beam.
Right. That super sound wave gadget of theirs. Turns your guts to jelly. The Martians are here, all right. Now warn the men. Right on. Give me your pocket magnet speaker, quick.
Here you are, sir.
Right. Leo, crawl on your belly over to the boys. Keep low.
Okay.
Let me know when you get there. Meanwhile, I'll talk on the magnet speaker.
Yes, sir.
The Martians will hear me. So here's some lingo they won't understand.
Now, get this. We got company for tea. Be trigger happy and remember the Alamo.
Is Leo there yet?
Can't see him. Wait. He's coming on the UHF talkie. Snap on your earphones. Okay, Leo.
No sign of the enemy. We're fanning out. We're covered by the red grass. We passed word, shoot first.
Good.
That's an electric rifle.
Enemy sighted. The jelly got one. They're east 200 yards.
Let's move in. Give them everything.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Ted.
Right with you.
Where they're trying to crawl through this grass.
Torpedo pistols. Our own group has made contact.
Leo.
Yeah?
Whoever reaches 100 yards, throw atomic grenade.
Right.
The Martians haven't returned any fire yet.
They're probably waiting till we get closer. And they'll fan the area with that sonic beam of theirs.
Shedlow's at 100 yards. He's throwing the cookies any second. Plug your ears.
Check.
That should have cleaned them out.
Well, we've got to be careful. We can't go in to see. We don't have any anti-radiation gear.
No sound from the Martians. Nothing.
Leo, any report from you?
I think we got him. Absolutely no sign of life.
Move south a few hundred yards, then east. Probe their positions.
Right.
Captain, I'm pretty sure it's all clear.
Yeah, you're probably right. I just feel conservative right now.
I'll be glad when they verify the Martians are cleaned out. This heat, this stinking grass. What a planet.
Well, at least the moon is dead. Why weren't we satisfied when we got to the moon? No, we had to go on to this forsaken... Listen.
The sonic beam. The Martians are attacking.
They must have had a group to the south. They got someone.
They're shattering them down.
Look over there. We can't help them. Just hug the dirt.
With all those hands.
Don't you think I know that? What are two of us against a Martian patrol?
Try to reach Leo.
Leo. Come in, Leo. No response.
I gotta get over there.
You're staying here. We've got to stay here and try to get out later.
But Leo's my brother. My brother.
Well, here's your snack, darling. I hope you like... Where's Billy? I thought he was in here with you.
He went up.
To play?
I don't know.
Oh, he has been so looking forward to having his daddy back. All the kids in the neighborhood are waiting to meet you. He's been boasting about you for months, ever since we got word that you were coming home.
Yeah, I know.
Michael, is something wrong? Did you and Billy have a quarrel?
He's a stranger to me, Mary.
A stranger? Your own son?
He was just a baby when I left. I can't get used to him.
Oh, but you will. You can't help loving him.
I can't get to know him until he stops this terrible business of reminding me all the time. Reminding me of what I want to forget.
But he's proud of you, of what you've done, of what
You know, I told him what it was really like up there. He ran out of here crying.
Michael!
Well, what do you want me to do? Throw out my chest and brag about being a hero? Pretend that a planet called Mars, that Satan himself, with the aid of a few million devils, must have created, pretend that Mars is heaven? That fighting a war so far away it takes months to get there is fun for the kiddies? I'm sorry, Mary. Just leave me alone.
Michael, this isn't like you.
How do you know what I'm like after all these years? I hardly know myself at this moment. 5 years away from people. Away even from the one world in the universe that contains human beings.
But there were other men with you all the time, hundreds, thousands of them. What do you mean you were alone?
You don't understand.
Michael, darling, I'm worried about you.
A spaceship, 1/2 mile long, 11 weeks in flight, confined quarters, the same blank faces of men torn from their planet, catapulted into infinity, a fleck of controlled cosmic dust, and being alone. And on Mars, the base dug underground, living in plastic shells for barracks, never being able to move except on patrols. All of us men in a nightmare. And being alone, in our souls alone. Give me some coffee.
All right, Michael. Here you are.
Thanks.
Michael, you're home now, and you're not alone anymore.
Good coffee.
Tomorrow afternoon and evening, that is.
Yes?
I'm giving a party for you. At first I was going to have it a surprise for you, but I think you should know.
I don't want a party.
We've our families here, and all your old friends. They want to see you, Michael. Everyone's so happy you're home.
Call it off.
But
I don't want to see them. Can't you understand? I don't want to see them. Their smug hellos, their glad you're back chatter, their what's it like on another world and how's Mars, old man questions. They wouldn't understand the answers if I could somehow force myself to talk about it.
But it won't be like that. They love you. They're happy that
For the
you're
last
back.
time, no.
Darling, you can't go on like this. Fighting the Martians in your memories and fighting the human beings who love you. For your sake, Michael, I am not going to call off the party. Everyone is coming just as I planned, and you've got to meet them and see for yourself. You've got to understand for yourself that you're home again, on Earth, and that you have a life to live once more.
Do you mean that, Mary?
I do, Michael, darling, I do. Because I love you.
Well, I'm really a stranger in this house. Not really the head of it. Still alone. A barracks filled with chintz curtains of honor. Coffee. All right, Mary. Have your party. Without the guests of honor.
Michael! Michael!
To get out of the house. Walk, I'll walk forever. Sun shining, beautiful and peaceful. Trees, tall trees, green and yellow leaves. No red grass anywhere. The birds. What wonderful sounds they make. 5 years. Never saw, never heard a bird. The only creatures that ever made a sound up there were the Martian controllers. Fat, greasy lizards that screamed like tortured souls. Look at those flowers. Blue, green, red, orange, clean white. It's a sweet, glorious smell. Peaceful. So peaceful in which to be alone. The grass was short, soft carpet like blades. A carpet of green, cool and gentle. I'll just sit on the grass. Lie on the grass and rest. Rest and think. Think. I remember when Ted and I got back to command post. The Martian sky was dark. Clouds up there never looked like these clouds. We hadn't spoken to each other for a long while. How we got away alive from the ambush, I'll never know. And now we were coming to the base, and the commander.
And that's the full report, Captain?
Yes, Commander.
That's right, sir.
The fourth successful ambush by the Martians in as many days. Going to have to do something drastic to stop it. Air observation doesn't help. Endless miles of grass and sand. The Martians are small. Hide in the stuff. Take on its coloring like chameleons.
If it weren't for their sonic beam, those killing sound waves, they could probably handle them.
I know.
Can't the Earth Science Council work out a defense, sir?
Yes, they're trying to. But even if they do, till we get it up here, we'll all be decimated. I'm thinking of an old weapon. Poison gas.
That's an outlawed weapon, isn't it, Commander?
Outlawed on Earth, yes. But we're not fighting on Earth, Captain. Sometimes I wish they'd never invented spaceships. Well, let's not worry about it now. You may need some rest. Report to the hospital barracks. Take 5 days there.
Yes, sir.
Oh, one more thing. Lieutenant, of the 12 men on the patrol who were lost, one was your brother. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Now get to the barracks and get some rest. We've got a lot to do in 5 days. That's all, gentlemen.
The commander is sorry. Now get to the barracks.
Don't take it so hard, Ted.
Oh, why shouldn't I? It isn't just because Leo was my brother, but because he was someone special. Up here on this rotten apple called Mars, we're all people out of touch with the decent things of our world.
Now, look, kid,
every man who lives here, lives up here, he's in his own vacuum. Can't believe what's happened to him. Finding himself in a place where things that are unreal to the human mind are everyday realities. But I had something. I had the one thing that made me a human being up here. I had someone who loved me, and whom I loved, and now he's dead, and I've got no one. I'm like everyone else up here now. I've got no one.
Mary? Mary? Mary?
Mommy isn't here.
Where is she, Billy?
She was crying. She went next door to the neighbors. Why'd you make my mommy cry? You're not nice. I don't like you.
I'm sorry, son. I guess I haven't been very nice at that. Come here, Billy. Son, I brought back a lot of bitterness from the other side of the universe. But a little while ago, I thought back to what another man told me on Mars. And I realized something that I didn't understand at the time. I'll be all right from now on, Billy. You and I are going to be real friends, real pals.
Can we play soldier?
How would you like to play baseball or build model jet planes together? Or go on a hike in the woods?
Gee, that'd be swell. I'd like that.
You didn't care what you did with your dad, just so you did something with him, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And all you could think of was soldier, because that's what I did. Just proves how right Ted was. To be together and to love someone. That's what makes us human beings.
Michael.
Hello, Mary.
Daddy and I are going to play baseball and have a hike and everything. Oh, Michael. Michael.
It's all right now, darling. It's all right. Your soldiers come home.
Next
Next week, another exciting and unusual story from the world of tomorrow, from the years beyond 2000 A.D. Be sure to listen. 2000 Plus is produced by Dreyer and Winolson Productions Incorporated. In today's cast, Bill Griffith portrayed Mike, Joan Shea was Mary, Alan Shea was Billy, Charles Smith was Ted, and Lon Clark was the commander. The orchestra was conducted by Emerson Buckley, music composed by Elliot Jacoby, sound Walt Shaver and Adrian Penner, engineer Bob Albright. This is Ken Marvin speaking. This program came from New York.
Lux presents This is the Army. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Irving Berlin's This is the Army, with a cast of more than 200 soldiers. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Each Monday evening since the war began, we've invited men from the armed services to witness our programs here in the Lux Radio Theater. But tonight, the situation is reversed. We've invited the stars to come and meet the Army. For tonight, the United States Army is on the bright side of the footlights. Over 200 strong. Tall and straight young men of healthy bodies and healthy minds who can swing a song or a machine gun with equal ease. Yes, this is the Army, and this is their show. The makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap join all of us here in welcoming our guests. Many of your sons and daughters, and many of ours, are now in the armed services. To them and to you, we send this hour of entertainment by the boys on the stage and the boys in the orchestra who take part in This is the Army. With these boys is an old friend of mine, an ex-sergeant from the last war, who, after 25 years, is still in there doing more than his bit. This is the Army as his brainchild. Born in the Army camps, grown to maturity on Broadway, and now striding like a giant across the breadth of the land. When this war is over and the victory won, there will be a special place in the hearts of all America for the men who have helped to win it, for the Army and the Navy and the Marine Corps, and for men like Mr. Irving Berlin.
Thank you, Cecil. It's been a wonderful privilege to work with these boys and to get to know them. They're a fine bunch, and they're doing a swell job. And now, if you'll just give us the go-ahead, Cecil, we'll start shooting.
Wait a minute, Irving. I'm not throwing cues here tonight. I'm going to join the audience as a spectator and a listener. Our stage belongs to you and the boys.
Well, that's fine, Cecil. Speaking for the boys, I'm pretty sure they won't let you down. The Army never does.
It seems to me, Irving, that I remember another fine bunch back in 1917. And another soldier show that you did called Yip Yip Yap Hank.
That's right, Cecil. The uniforms changed, the songs are different, but it's still the same Army and the same fighting spirit.
And they look pretty competent as they marched in the stage door today.
You bet. They're soldiers, Cecil. Make no mistake about that. They rehearsed and played this show at night, and they've drilled every day from New York to California. But they've learned something more than any Army routine and show business, something pretty priceless, which I think is best expressed by what one of our corporals said to me the other night after the show. He said, "You know, traveling with this show, I've seen our country for the first time. I've met our president, I've been in big towns and little towns, and I've met the people, big and little, who are this country. And now," he said, "now I know what we're fighting for." Well, Cecil, I guess we can turn these fighting men loose now.
Get right up on the firing step, Irving.
Thank you. Mr. DeMille, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Army.
that many, many years ago, we saw the last of every soldier show. But here we are, yes, here we are again. A lot of water's gone across the dam since we could make up Uncle Uncle Sam to greet you as a father greet you then. We were drafted by our president, and we marched with banners unfurled. We were drilled and trained to represent the greatest army in the world. Yes, the greatest army of actors in the world. But don't get us wrong, we're not here for long. Our stay in the theater is brief. We're here with the show to help get some dough for the army relief. The much-needed army relief. But we need some powder and we need some faith. There's a soldier brave and true. If some guy in Congress tells you that we ain't, let him do what we had to do and go through what we went through.
And here's one of the things that we went through.
All right. Come on, you selectees. Snap it up and the wall be over before you finish your physical. Get on line there.
How do you like that? More physical.
They're gonna listen to my stomach again.
Hey, Sergeant, can I go telephone my
Get on
girl?
line and quiet. Quiet!
Sergeant, can I ask a question?
What is it?
Well, for 3 days now, we've been getting inducted, standing on a line here and standing on a line there.
Well, what of it?
Sergeant, can I put my pants on now?
No.
But I haven't had them on since Tuesday. I'm chilly.
You're never chilly around here. You're never cold and you're never hot. And you're never tired. You've been selected, see? You guys are in the army.
We all have been selected from city and from farm. They asked us lots of questions. They jammed us in the arm. We stood there at attention, our faces turning red. The sergeant looked us over, and this is what he said.
Right section, advance and fall. Left section, advance and fall. Come on, you men, fall. Get down there. Right section, advance and fall. All right, rest.
Well, it's about Oh, brother.
One more fall and they can count 10 over me. Hey, what is this stuff we're doing? You know, Burrell?
Sure. They call it skirmishing. And I guess we'll do plenty before the day's over.
Yeah? Hey, you seem kind of happy about it, too. I suppose you enjoy wearing yourself down to a mere shadow.
Well, there's a good reason for it.
Oh, ambitious, huh? You want to be a corporal.
No. It's just that, well, getting good and tired. It has its points, you know. Sometimes I really want to get tired.
You want to get... Oh, sure. Sure, Jimmy. Well, so long, Burrell. See you around the infirmary.
You don't get it.
I don't even want it.
Sergeant Alan Manson, Sergeant of the New Guard reporting.
Your orders are to take charge of this post and all government property in view. Old Guard, relieve.
Sergeant Dick Burney, front and center.
Well, here I am. Ooh.
What's the matter?
Look at all the civilians.
Never mind that.
What
Tell
a
me,
novelty
Dick.
nowadays.
Tell me, Dick, how do you like the Army?
Huh?
I say, how do you like the Army?
It's a military secret.
Well, what's the matter with the Army?
Well, it's a little too feminine.
Feminine?
Certainly, with all those women auxiliaries. Like the AWVS, the Red Cross, the Father Duffy Canteen, the Spas, the Waves, the Wags, the Woo-Woos, the Wow-Wows, the... Oh, and not forgetting the WAACs.
Well, that's fine. That shows the women are really patriotic.
Maybe so. But when I come home from camp on a 3-day pass after slaving all week over a hot gun, I'm ready to go. I got a box of flowers on the one arm, a box of candy on the other arm. I run down the street like an idiot, ignoring all the lights. I run into my hotel, the front way. And I run up the elevator, I knock on the bell, ring the door opens, and there stands my beautiful wife. I look at her, and she looks at me. I look at her, and she looks at me.
Why don't you kiss her?
I can't. She's a first lieutenant.
Oh, she's a whack.
Yeah, what?
I said she's a whack.
That's beside the point. Hey, the worst part of it is I got to get permission from the top sergeant to even talk to her.
Well, what's tough about that?
The top sergeant's my mother-in-law. But I'm going to get even. I'm going to take him out on a rifle range and show him how to use a rifle.
You're going to show your wife how to shoot a rifle?
My mother-in-law, too. Same bullet.
Well, you have to be a marksman for that.
Really?
You see this medal?
I was admiring it.
That's being one of the best marksmen in the country.
Oh, come now. What makes you think you're one of the best marksmen in the country?
Well, I'll give you an instance.
I'd like to hear an instance.
The other day I went hunting in the woods. There in front of me I saw a big, beautiful tree. Seated on one limb of the tree were 14 birds.
14 birds?
I looked at my rifle. I had only one bullet.
Really? My, oh, my.
Now, my objective was to get the 14 birds with the one bullet.
Ah, that can't be done.
I did it.
How?
I took my rifle, aimed, fired. The bullet split the limb. The 14 birds got their feet caught in the limb. I walked over, sawed off the limb, put it across my shoulder, walked home with the 14 birds, and it wasn't a good day for hunting that day either. What do you got to say to that?
Mr. Anthony, you're not a hunter, you're a cockeyed liar. You want to hear some real shooting?
Yes.
Well, spread out, make it look like a regiment. Last week I was out in the woods hunting. There in front of me I saw a big, beautiful deer. I picked up my rifle, ready aimed to fire when I heard a noise on my right. What do you think it was?
What?
500 wild ducks. I didn't want the deer, I wanted those ducks. I picked up my rifle, ready aimed to fire when I heard a noise on my left. What do you think it was?
What?
500 wild geese. I didn't want the deer, I didn't want the ducks, I wanted those geese. I picked up my rifle, ready aimed to fire when a snake about 5 feet long jumped right up in front of me. Boy, I changed my plans completely. I don't want the deer, I don't want the ducks, I don't want the geese, I want that snake. I picked up my rifle, aimed, fired. The barrel split in two. One barrel went to the right, killed 500 ducks. One barrel went to the left, killed 500 geese. The bullet went straight ahead, shot the deer. The ramrod of the gun went down the snake's throat, choked him to death. The rebound of the gun hit me in the shoulder. I fell over in the river, come up my boots full of fish. I stooped over to take a fish out of my boot, and what do you think happened?
What?
A button snapped off my pants and killed a rabbit, and it wasn't a good day for hunting that day either.
Corporal Ralph Margelson, front and center.
Yes, Sergeant.
Special order from the War Department. You're hereby ordered to sing without further delay a song from the Army show of the last war, Yip Yip Yap Hank. Signed, the General. P.S. Make this song Mandy, will you, fella?
I was strolling out one evening by the silvery moon. I could hear somebody singing a familiar tune. So I stopped a while to listen. Not a word I wanted to miss. It was just somebody serenading. Something like this. My pretty Mandy, there's a minister handing, and his soul would be dandy if we'd let him make a peace. So don't you linger, here's a ring for your finger. Isn't it a humdinger? Come along and let the wedding chimes bring happy times for Mandy and me. My pretty Mandy, there's a minister handing, and his soul would be dandy if you let him make a peace. So don't you linger, here's a ring for your finger. Isn't it a humdinger? Come along and let the wedding chimes bring happy times for Mandy and me.
Man, oh man, just look at that man. Is he sharp? I'm asking, is he sharp?
Yes, he
Cast
is.
your eye on that fly tie.
It's all right.
That's Van Holland. Yes, sir.
Where is he, man? Where is he?
Right over there.
Is he wearing one of them new zoot suits, you know, with the reed pleat and the drape shape?
Drape shape? That ain't no style for Lenox Avenue no more, man.
What? You mean the zoot suit is dead?
And no more. Yeah. How you hear me talking? The stuffed cup is came and went.
You mean no more read please?
And no more glad plaid.
And no more creek creek?
And no more pressed vest.
And no more ripe stripes?
Why, certainly there's right stripes, man.
Where?
2 for a corporal and 3 for a sergeant. There's a change in fashion that shows in those Lenox Avenue clothes. Mr. Dude has disappeared with his flashy tie. You'll see in the Harlem Esquire what the well-dressed man would desire when he's strutting down the street with his sweetie pie. Suntan, shade of cream, or an olive drab color scheme. That's what the well-dressed man in Harlem will wear. Dress up in ODs with a tin hat for overseas. That's what the well-dressed man in Harlem will wear. Top hat, white tie, and tail no more. They've been put away till after the war. If you want to know, take a look at Brown Bomber Joe. That's what the well-dressed man in Harlem will wear.
Or an olive drab colored scheme. That's what the well-dressed man in Harlem. Dressed up in a team with a tin hat for overseas. That's what the well-dressed man in Harlem.
Top hat, white tie, and tail no more. They've been put away till after the war. If you want to know, take a look at Brown Bomber Joe. That's what the well-dressed man in Harlem will wear.
Sergeant Phil Truex, Sergeant of the New Guard, reporting.
Your orders are to take charge of this post and all government property in view. Old Guard, relieve.
At this post, Private Julie Oceans.
Hello, Sergeant. On my way to camp, the funniest thing happened.
Hey, quiet.
I was walking past the guard, and what do you think
Quiet. There's no talking until the rest of the guard is assembled. At this post, Master Sergeant Ezra Stone. Ezra Stone!
Coming, Sergeant.
Well, Phil, how are you? Just fine, Ezra. It's swell having you with us.
Why, it's sure good to see you, Phil.
Hey, whose coat are you wearing?
Oh, hello, Private Ocean. What do you mean, whose coat am I wearing? It's mine. Mine and my Uncle Sam's.
It looks like it would fit your Uncle Sam better. All those stripes, are you really a master sergeant?
Yeah, I just made it a couple of months ago. Congratulations.
Thanks. Master sergeant. He's a round one, isn't he?
Say, Phil, is that private allowed to talk that way about me?
Why, certainly not.
That's what I thought.
No, sir. I'll take care of him. Private Oceans, attention.
I'm listening.
Assume the attitude of attention, Private.
Look, Truex, this is my attitude. If you don't like it, do me something. Go ahead, break me. Well, come on. Make me a civilian.
There you are. You see, Ezra? That's what happens when a non-commissioned officer condescends to hobnob with a low-down private like that Oceans. Why, Ezra, between you and I...
You can't say between you and I. That's incorrect English. That's the time I caught you with your stripes down. You're such an illiterate. You've got to say between you and me because after the preposition, you must use the objective case, except when you got a degenerate noun.
Why, you private...
Sergeant.
Private...
Sergeant.
Buck. Private...
Well, somebody's got to fight.
Private Oceans, you're in the presence of non-commissioned officers. You're superior officers. And you're going to show a little respect.
How long can he be a boy?
Look here, Oceans. I'm a pretty even-tempered sort of a guy, but I resent your implications that I know nothing about soldiering.
Ezra, just for fun, what do you say we put him through the Manual of Arms?
Oh, Manual of Arms. That's easy.
Oh, yeah? All right, Phil. Relieve your guard of his rifle.
Go ahead. Oh, wait a minute. I never did it with a gun. You can get hurt that way.
Let me have your rifle, guard. Here, Oceans. Take that rifle.
Okay. Hey, it's heavy, ain't it?
All right, Oceans. What's that you've got in your hand?
This is a long pistol. Anybody knows this is a gun?
A gun that's a rifle, a Springfield rifle. Now, in military terms, describe that weapon.
This is a Springfield rifle. It comes from Springfield. Springfield has a population of 7,430,000.
Give me that rifle. This is the United States Army rifle, model 1903, caliber 30. It is an air-cooled, bolt-operated, clip-fed shoulder weapon. It has a muzzle velocity of 2,700 feet per second and is deadly within a range.
There's an Cobra, a Warhawk, Ventura, Lightning, Mustang, Dauntless, Havoc, Marauder, Flying Fortress.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Yes, this is the Army. You've heard about the Army and Mr. Jones, but before the second act of our show, let's take a little time out to consider Mrs. Jones. She's on active service, too, these days on the home front, right in her own home. Now, it's 8:15 in the Jones household any weekday morning.
Junior, come down here. Oh, honestly, you'd be late to school every day if I didn't keep after you. Now, march along there.
Yes, that's Top Sergeant Jones speaking. Mrs. Jones to you.
And button up your jacket. Do you want to look like a tramp?
Military Policeman Jones now. Then, a little later in the morning, we have Quartermaster Jones taking care of the supply department.
Found the potatoes and a loaf of bread, a dozen oranges. I guess that's all today, thank you. And let me have the change in war stamps, please.
Now, Communications Officer Jones takes over.
Mary? Say, I just got a letter from Bill. He's getting a furlough. Probably next week. Isn't that wonderful? Go away somewhere. Oh, no, I couldn't do that. With the children to take care of and all.
Yes, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. America, is enlisted for the duration, and there aren't any furloughs on the home front. She's pretty modest about what she's doing, but Uncle Sam can depend on her to help in every way she can. One of her important jobs is that of conservation, which only she can do. She's saving, sharing, and doing without, so that Mr. Jones can have the things he needs. Now, it's here that Lux can help, in the job of conservation. And that's why we've worked to make Lux the very best and safest care for washables that we possibly can. It's helping Mrs. Jones to save the fabrics that are so much more precious now because they're needed for so many purposes in war. Now, Mr. DeMille.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've been enjoying this as much as I have. The Army has taken over the Lux Radio Theater tonight, just as the Army is taking over in other theaters throughout the world, theaters of war. With over 200 boys here on our stage, I imagine that there are mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, wives and sweethearts from every state in the Union listening in tonight and hoping to pick out the one voice they hold dear. Well, we hope you can pick out that voice. But if you can't, and you're wondering how the boys are looking and how they are, let me tell you that they're 100%, every one of them, and raring to go as the curtain rises on the second act of Irving Berlin's This Is the Army.
fellas. When a sergeant blows his whistle, you're supposed to pay a little attention, I think. I just want to say a few words about the Stage Door Canteen. We've all been kindly invited here tonight, and we gotta forget we were once civilians and act like gentlemen. Now, about the hostesses, I want you to remember one thing. The Stage Door Canteen has its rules. The Army has its rules, too, only they're not as strict. And another thing, fellas, you're all allowed to dance with the hostesses. Yeah, but when the music stops, you gotta stop, too. I mean, just dance with them. And remember, you're not allowed to make any outside dates with these hostesses, even if you've known them all your life. Also, I think you ought to know something about the people who run the canteen. I mean the people who get the food and cook it and serve it and even clean up afterwards. That's not their regular jobs. They're actors. They don't have regular jobs. That's...
Welcome to the Stage Door Canteen, boys. Tell me, are you the head of all these men, Colonel?
Colonel? Don't my pants match? No, I'm a sergeant, ma'am.
Well, if there's any hostess in particular you'd like to dance with, why, you just tell me.
Well, thanks a lot, but I don't dance.
You don't? Why not?
Well, I get very embarrassed whenever I'm with girls. You see, it's all due to my upbringing. My parents were very strict with me when I was a kid. They didn't let me run around much.
You led a very sheltered life.
Yeah. I went to one of those private progressive schools. Everybody progressed but me. And then I got to that awkward age. You know, where you look kind of funny and you sound kind of funny and girls won't have anything to do with you.
When is that?
Well, it starts when you're around 12.
And when is it over?
I don't know, but I hope soon.
Well, have a good time, Sergeant. Have a good time, everyone.
Thank you.
Well, this is a magnificent place, you know.
That ain't news, McCall. Look at those girls.
Yes, but besides that, who do you suppose just handed me a donut? Charles Boyer.
Charles Boyer? You mean the movie star?
What'd he say to you, McCall? Well, he said, hello, soldier. How about a donut, eh? Go on. Don't be bashful. They're fresh from the Casbah. I bring them down myself. Up there, I'm called Pepe Le Moco, the king of the Casbah. Down here, I am Charles, the king of the donut. Go ahead, take two.
Boyer, huh? Did you see anybody else, huh?
I did. I went back in the kitchen and
how'd you get in the kitchen?
Well, I asked somebody how to get someplace, and I got in the wrong door.
Well, go on. Who did you see?
Well, standing by the stove was a fellow in an apron. It was Herbert Marshall. We started talking, and we got on the subject of hamburgers. I asked him what his personal opinion of hamburgers was, and he said, "Thank you very much. Many people ask my opinion of hamburgers. Ladies and gentlemen, it's more than an opinion, it's an adoration. But hamburgers throw themselves away in this frantic desperation to do something. And in the end, does anyone love hamburgers? Do they love anyone? No. But do I love them? Why, you silly little things, of course I love them. What a question.
All right, fellas, now spread out a little. Break it up, McDonald. Break it up. Break it up.
Eileen?
Oh, hello, Sergeant Oxford.
Well, I'm here again.
Yes, so I see.
Can you sit down a while?
Gee, I'd like to, really. But, well, you know the rules. We're not allowed to spend too much time with any one person.
You mean you don't want to sit down a little while?
Oh, don't say that. Please don't say that.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. You've been swell to me, Eileen.
No, I haven't.
You know, it's funny. 2 nights ago, I'd never even seen you. And then last night, I felt I'd known you all my life.
Did you? Oh, what's it going to be like tomorrow night?
I don't know. I won't be here.
Oh. You mean your leave is up?
Yep,
I'm sorry, Earl.
so am I. Look, can you get out of here for a few minutes?
No, I can't.
Oh, please, I just want to sit and talk for a while. We could go for a bus ride or anything.
I can't.
Please, I've got so much to say to you.
Oh, gee, I want to, honestly.
Well, then come on.
Eileen? Yes, in a minute. See? I can't. Just can't.
All right. Can I write to you, Eileen?
Oh, yes. Please write to me.
Sure. Well, so long, Eileen.
So long, soldier.
Old Mr. Absent-Minded, that's me. Just as forgetful as I can be. I've got the strangest sort of a mind. I'm always leaving something behind. I left my heart at the stage door canteen. I left it there with a girl named Eileen. I kept her serving donuts till all she had were gone. I sat there dunking donuts till she caught on. I must go back to the army routine. And every doughboy knows what that will mean. A soldier boy without a heart has 2 strikes on him from the start. And my heart at the stage door canteen. I left my heart at the stage door canteen. I left my heart. I left it there with a girl named Eileen. With a girl named Eileen. I kept her serving donuts till all she had were gone. I sat there dunking donuts till she caught on. I must go back to the army routine. The old army routine. And every doughboy knows what that will mean. You know what we mean by routine. A soldier boy without a heart has 2 strikes on him from the start. And my heart at the stage door canteen. My heart at the stage door.
And now we go back 25 years to the time of the last war and the last army show. The cast, soldiers from the original company of Yip Yip Yap-Hank. The scene, the parade ground at Camp Upton on Long Island. The time,
Come on, you lot. Roll call. Roll call. Line up there and shut up. Shut up. Adam,
Here. Alex. O'Neill.
Yo.
Gillen.
Here.
Riano.
Hey.
McDonald.
Hey.
Burns.
Right.
Herman. Spencer.
Yo.
Berlin. Berlin. Where is that guy?
Oh, Sergeant Murphy. Irving said he was tired and could the Army get along without him today?
Oh, he did he? Corporal Spencer, take over. I'll show that Berlin guy. I'll drag him out by the seat of his pants. Oh, Private Berlin. Come on now, sleepyhead. Come on. Open up your little eyes. Get out of that bed.
I've been a soldier quite a while, and I would like to state the life is simply wonderful.
Just a minute, Irving. Just a minute. You're not through yet. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Berlin told me the other day that he was going to write a new song, especially for tonight's performance. And he's been as good as his word. Irving, I wish you'd tell our audience the story behind this song.
All right, Cecil. Some of us were sitting around talking the other night about Mr. Goebbels' latest speech, which was broadcast in Germany the day before. I began to wonder what the German people's reaction to his whining must be, and it gave me an idea for a song.
Fire when ready, Irving.
Shoot. Herr Dr. Goebbels is on the air today. Let's tune in and get Berlin and hear what he has to say. When the Russians push us back, we don't like it. In the winter they attack, we don't like it. When they called us ruthless murderers, we didn't make a fuss. But now they're invading, they can't do that to us. Casablanca's full of Yanks, we don't like it. They've got ships and planes and tanks, we don't like it. While we're winning as we should, Hitler speaks and that is good. But when Hitler don't make speeches, we don't like it.
When the RAF begin, we don't like it. When they fly above Berlin, we don't like it. When they showered us with paper, why we didn't make a fuss. But bombs with explosives, they can't do that to us. Every cupboard here is bare, we don't like it. And we've got no clothes to wear, we don't like it. Hermann Goering had to speak in the same suit twice last week. And when Goering can't change costumes, we don't like it.
When the German troops retreat, we
don't like it.
When the Allied nations meet,
We don't like it.
when they made us look like Donald Ducks, we didn't make a fuss. But bombs with explosives? In Japan, our hands are tied.
We don't like it.
Mussolini's on our side.
We don't like it.
And we cannot come to terms with the French, the dirty worms, for it seems the worms are turning.
We don't like it. The Russians push us back. We don't like it. In the winter they attack. We don't like it. When they call us ruthless murderers, we didn't make a fuss. But now they're invading. And the rifles full of Yanks. We don't like it. They've got ships and planes and tanks. We don't like it. While we're winning as we should, Hitler speaks and that's is good. But when Hitler don't make speeches, we don't like it.
Ho! Right pace! Hand salute! Two! Parade hiss! Company formed awaiting further orders, sir.
Dismiss the men, but keep them in camp. No leaves. Inform all officers and men to be ready on 3 hours' notice.
Are we moving out, sir?
Officers and men, 3 hours' notice.
Yes, sir.
The United States Army routs Japs at New Guinea. American forces made a landing today at points along the northwest coast of Africa. Yanks bomb Germany. Yanks drive Japs from Guadalcanal. Once again, the youth of America has left its native shores to fight against tyranny overseas. Once again, the U.S. Army has launched a battle against the same forces of hate and oppression which menaced our civilization a quarter of a century ago. In Africa they stand, in England, in Greenland, in Australia, in China, and on the islands of the Pacific. The fighting men of America. And this time they'll stay until the job is done, until the smoke of the last battle is cleared away, and the war and the peace have been won forever.
This time is the last time. This time we will not take curtain till we ring it down in their own hometown. For this time we are out to finish the job we started then. Sing it up for all time this time, so we won't have to do it again. This time we will all make certain that this time is the last time.
States Army has a job to do. It's done right. And that's increasingly evident all over the world today. To the 200 and more boys who are contributing to this evening's performance, I'd like to express the thanks of the millions in our audience and the thanks of Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes. Many hundreds of their employees who have taken a leave of absence to fight for their country can say tonight, this is our army, too. And they know there's a place waiting for them when the day of fighting is over. And right now, we have a place at this microphone for Irving Berlin.
Thank you, Cecil. You remember I asked you whether it would be possible to talk to Washington tonight, and you promised to arrange it?
The line is ready when you are, Irving. I'll ask our engineer to set it up now. Ray, line to Washington, please.
I'd like to speak to Major General Irving J. Phillipson. He's the head of Army Emergency Relief.
Ready with General Phillipson in Washington, Mr. Berlin.
General Phillipson, this is Irving Berlin. I'm talking to you from the stage of the Lux Radio Theater in Hollywood, and I'd like to give you a brief report on This is the Army. The show opened in New York July 4th and closed in San Francisco a week ago. Before we left New York, we gave Army Emergency Relief a check for $500,000. In Boston, we turned over another $500,000. Our next payment to you will bring the total earnings of This is the Army to date to $1,951,000. There is still some to come which hasn't reached us yet, and this also includes the generous payment for tonight's broadcast. This week we start making the motion picture, and as you know, the Warner Brothers have agreed to turn over all the profits of the picture to Army Emergency Relief. And a very conservative estimate is that we will get anywhere from $3 to $5 million more. But I have more than dollars and cents to report, General. All the way across the country, we have given free performances to thousands of our armed forces at special matinees and base hospitals and camps. For instance, last week in San Francisco, we played 5 naval hospitals, and the Navy gave us an E Award pennant with a star. Sir, we are very proud of this record.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and thank you, Irving. No word of mine can adequately express the admiration and heartfelt gratitude I feel toward Mr. Berlin and the sterling group of soldiers who make up the cast of This Is the Army. And as for you, Irving Berlin, I want to thank you in the name of the Army for your contribution of over a year of your time, your talent, your songs, and even paying your own expenses to further the cause of Army emergency relief. We can all be proud of this record. The money has been collected for a great cause and is being spent for a great good. Aside from the inspiration and financial support which have come to Army emergency relief through the matchless genius and unselfish efforts of Mr. Berlin, above and beyond even that, I feel that This Is the Army has provided a spiritual uplift with gaiety and melody to our home front and drawn the attention of millions to the function and needs of Army emergency relief. The show has demonstrated once again the amazing talent available only in the Army of the United States of today. I like to think that the thousands and thousands of people who have seen This Is the Army left the theater not only humming snatches of I Left My Heart at the Stage Door Canteen, I'm Getting Tired So I Can Sleep, You're in the Army, Mr. Jones, and others equally tuneful, but convinced that we now have an Army that can well afford to take time out, assemble a group of fighting men for a relatively short period, and have them bring to the heart of America the spirit and tempo in which its Army carries on. And now in closing, men and women of the Army and members of this great radio audience, a tribute to the most generous of friends. I give you Irving Berlin, a great American.
Thank you, sir. And now, Cecil, our job is done. Good night, and thank you for the reception you've given us here.
Good night, Irving. Good night. You've made history with This Is the Army. Ladies and gentlemen, next week, the Lux Radio Theater presents the Columbia screenplay, The Lady Is Willing. And our stars are George Brent and Kay Francis. As most of you know, Kay Francis has just come back from North Africa, where she brought a little glamour to the front lines. This is her first appearance as an actress since her return. But we'll also hear about some of her North African adventures, too, when Kay co-stars with George Brent here next Monday night. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents George Brent and Kay Francis in The Lady Is Willing. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Do you feel like this every morning?
Oh, how I hate to get up in the morning.
If you're tired,
Uh-huh.
low in resistance,
Oh.
vitamin deficient, try tasty Vim's tablets. Vim supply all the essential vitamins and minerals. Get that Vim's feeling. Remember, VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vim's! This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne in Wings of the Navy. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Brave men going down to the sea in ships have written a glorious history for the United States Navy. Over the years, they've brought new honor to the great names of John Paul Jones, Stephen Decatur, Oliver H. Perry, and Admiral George Dewey. In ships of wood and ships of iron, under sail and steam, they've served notice to the world that this land must be respected. Today, that tradition lives on in ships of steel that guard the ramparts of the sea, and in ships of silver that guard the ramparts of the sky, our first line of defense. This new frontier of the air provides the background for tonight's exciting drama, Wings of the Navy. And we have the original stars of the Warner Brothers picture, George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne. It's a saga of those men of destiny who do their daily work at 200, 300, 400 miles an hour. We throw the spotlight on two of these men, two brothers, played tonight by George Brent and John Payne. They're both daredevils, and they're both in love with the same girl, which won't be hard to understand because the girl is played by Olivia de Havilland. I think it's fitting that a story like this should be brought to you by a national theater. And we're grateful to the millions of you who have made this a national theater by your loyalty to the product behind it, Lux Toilet Soap. We look to your letters for guidance in producing these plays. Your comments make pleasant reading for us, not only in what you say about our plays, but what you tell us about Lux Toilet Soap. Now there's adventure in the air and a thrill in every cloud as the curtain goes up on Act One of Wings of the Navy, starring George Brent as Cass Harrington, Olivia de Havilland as Irene Dale, and John Payne as Jerry Harrington. Arlington Cemetery, where great men of America lie at rest, is a national shrine dedicated to those whose lives were given in service to their country. On a bright spring morning, a crowd has gathered to pay tribute to the memory of another hero, William Harrington, Admiral, United States Navy. Uniformed officers stand stiffly at attention, their eyes on the speaker's platform. Among them are Jerry and Cass Harrington, sons of the man to be honored. Far overhead, a fleet of airplanes soars in battle formation, a jagged spearhead against the fleecy clouds.
And today we dedicate this monument to the memory of Admiral William Harrington. It is a small thing compared to the monument Admiral Harrington created for himself in the hearts of those who served with him. Along the coast of America and far at sea steam a majestic array of fighting craft. Mammoth battleships, destroyers, silent, deadly submarines that prowl the ocean depths. This is the battle fleet of the United States Navy. And in the skies soars an armada of steel and thunder, graceful battleships of the clouds, defying the blackness of night, breathing challenge to the fury of storm and lightning. These are the wings of the Navy. Death often rode the wings of the fleet in earlier days, but from the beginning, through sheer determination, through sacrifice of life and limb, the Navy has progressed to the point where today it can fill the heavens with the most powerful fighting force in the world. Admiral Harrington and others of his day paved the way for its existence by giving all they had to the service they loved. And today, men are giving their lives to maintain and improve our greatest safeguard against war, a great and powerful Navy. It is not only to Admiral Harrington, but to the men of the United States Naval Aviation, to those who fly today and to those who will ride the Navy wings of tomorrow, that we dedicate this monument.
Well, Jerry,
I guess we can feel pretty proud.
Yeah, but it's too bad a fellow has to be gone 10 years before they start praising him.
He's not gone. He had a peculiar belief in immortality, Jerry. He believed that so long as there was a Harrington in the Navy, he'd be part of it. I guess that leaves it up to us.
Well, Lieutenant Harrington, just a moment, will you please?
Yes, what is it?
I'm from the Daily News, Lieutenant. Can we get a picture of you?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, thanks. Okay, Herb, over here. Oh, say, young fella, you.
Who, me?
Yes, would you mind stepping aside, young fella? We just want Lieutenant Harrington in this.
His name is Harrington, too. He's my brother.
Yeah, but he ain't news. What's he do?
He's in the submarine service.
Oh, the Hawk's got a turtle for a kid brother, eh? Lieutenant, I understand that you have designed a new fighting plane. Can you tell us about it?
Oh, it's not that far along yet.
Okay. All right, Herb, shoot it. Well, thanks, Lieutenant. You designed a new submarine, young fella, and you'll get your picture in the paper, too. Come on, Herb, there's an admiral over here.
Well, I guess he put me in my place, all right.
And see that you stay there. Well, I've got to get over to the field. Walking that way?
Sure. You flying back to Pensacola, Cass?
Yeah, I got to get there tonight.
Some guys have all the luck, don't they?
Hey, Cass, wait up.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya. You ready to leave?
Yeah. Jerry, this is Harry White. He's an instructor with me at Pensacola.
Hiya.
Glad to know you. Say, Cass, how do you go about getting a transfer from submarine to aviation?
What? You don't?
But it can be done, can't it?
You haven't got that flying bug again, have you?
It bites me every time I see you in the air. I want to trade this sub insignia for wings.
Well, forget it.
Why?
Because I said so. You aren't the type.
What kind of a guy is the type? Does he have to have feathers?
Look, forget it. You're not going to transfer.
All right, Pop, all right. But did it ever occur to you that I might grow up someday?
No.
You might be surprised. So long. I'll see you at the field.
So long.
And that's the first time I ever heard you try to unsell anyone on flying. What's the angle, Cass?
Oh, Jerry doesn't like being a kid brother, I guess. The difference in our ages gave me a head start, so he's always trying to find a shortcut to top me. When we were kids, he nearly broke his neck trying to outclimb me, and he nearly drowned trying to outswim me.
And if he goes to Pensacola, you're afraid he'll break his neck trying to outfly you.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, he might be good, Cass.
He is good. But when he's competing with me, something happens to him and he's a bust. That's why I want him to stay in the submarine service. He won't be under my influence, and he'll wind up with a record that'll make mine look like something scratched on the side of a barn.
In other words, he isn't entirely hopeless.
He's a great kid. I'd give him a right arm for him. While I was doing it, I'd hang my left on his chin at the same time.
Well, I'll see you at the field, Cass.
All set?
Yeah. I wish that brother of yours would show up. We're late.
He'll be here. Tell me some more about those big ships, Harry.
What for? You heard Papa. You're going to stick to submarines. Oh, there he is. Cass, come on.
Hey, that can't be Cass. He's got a girl with him.
Hurry up, will you?
All righty, Harry. Bye, darling. Take care of yourself.
Goodbye, Cass.
Oh, Jerry, this is Irene Dale. Irene, this is my kid brother.
Cass!
Coming. So long, darling. So long, Jerry.
Yeah. See you in Pensacola.
No, you won't.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Cass.
Hello.
Hello.
Say, did I see my brother kissing you just now?
Well, I don't know. Were you watching?
Yeah, I thought it was an optical illusion. I can't imagine Cass taking time enough off from flying to fall in love with anyone.
Oh, he managed. You see, we have a schedule. He flies 6 days out of the week, and we meet every other Sunday from 3 to 5, and that allows plenty of time for aviation and romance.
Oh, I see. Here, let me look at you. I can understand, all right. You know, I just met you, but if you had a twin sister and there was a moon, I'd be asking her to share my entire fortune, consisting of 3 uniforms, a gunnery medal, and a sword.
My twin sister would be flattered if I had one.
Yeah, but I was talking about me. With Cass, it's different. He isn't human, you know.
Really?
Nope. He's just a built-in accessory to an airplane. He's got a carburetor for a heart, and it pumps blue and gold gasoline. Why, the only thing he's been in love with in the last 10 years is an air-cooled rotary engine.
Oh, yes, I heard about that affair. But it's all over now. We have an understanding.
Who? You and the engine?
Yes, we're going to divide him. Is that Cass coming? He's awfully low, isn't he?
Hey, look out! Well, how do you like that? My own brother tries to murder me.
What was that he threw out?
Here it is. It's a note.
For me?
Probably.
Let's see. If you come to Pensacola, I'll break your neck. Does he mean you or me?
He means me.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
Well, what do we got here?
Cadets, sir, just off the train.
Are they all checked in?
Yes, sir. 21 of them.
My report says 22. Well, must have gotten lost. Welcome to Pensacola, gentlemen. Gentlemen, I take it for granted you are all anxious and eager to become part of the United States Navy. Let it be understood, please, that the desire to serve is highly commendable, but not necessarily an indication that you're fit for this service. You'll all be given a thorough physical examination, followed by an intelligence test. If the results are satisfactory, you'll be assigned to barracks and your training will begin. For a certain period, you'll be schooled in the mechanics of aviation. You'll fly first to observe, then with an instructor, handling the controls yourself. When you're ready, you'll be given a solo flight, to be followed in time by an examination in instrument flying. All of these are in the nature of tests. Pass them, and you'll be with us for some time. Fail them once too often, and you're on your way out. You'll each receive a rule book. You'll be required to observe every one of these rules. You must understand that they're formulated for your own good and the good of the Navy. Their purpose is to turn out the finest flying personnel in the world. Is there anything else I can explain?
Yes, sir. When do we fly?
Oh, eventually.
Not until then.
That'll be all for now, gentlemen. Lieutenant Harrington.
Yes, sir.
You might try to round up that lost sheep.
Yes, sir. I'll take a look around the field. Hey, Mac. See a cadet around here?
Not today.
Hiya, Cass. Hi, Harry. Have a good trip?
Smooth as glass all the way from San Diego. Hey, give me a hand, will you? I've got a passenger.
Passenger? Where?
He's on the floor.
Oh, where's Shaker?
He's been dying ever since we took off. All right, come on, kid.
Yeah, up you go. Stand out on the wing, kid.
Oh, hello.
Jerry.
Hiya, Cass.
Jerry, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm going to be an aviator, and
Jerry!
He's out cold.
Yeah, come on. Let's get him over to the barracks. All right, now drink this. Here.
What is it?
It's medicine for air sickness. Air sickness. They're still laughing at you over at the officers' club. I ought to knock your block off.
It's a fine welcome I get to Pensacola, and from my own flesh and blood,
Quit trying to be funny. I don't know how you wangled yourself into getting ordered here, but you're going back to your pig boats.
Now you're trying to be funny.
Why don't you quit before you disgrace the name of Harrington?
Look, Cass, I know what I'm doing.
Sure. So does a kid playing with a machine gun.
Whether you like it or not, I'm going to stay here. I'm going to learn to fly, and when I do, I'm going to fly the pants off of you.
Mm-hmm. I figured that was it. You don't want to be a good Navy flyer. All you're interested in is flying my pants off, and that's where you're going to be a flop.
If I do, that'll be my business, won't it?
All right. From now on, you're on your own. I'm going to pretend you're not here. And if you get into a jam, you'll get out of it yourself. I'm going to leave you strictly alone.
Is that a promise?
Yes, that's a promise. Now, come on, take your medicine.
Back on that stick to start the takeoff. You've got to get her up on the step or she won't move. I'll let you in on the secret. Hitting the water is bad for the prop.
This is what we call a gosport. It's a speaking tube that allows the instructor to talk to the student, but the student can't talk back, which is the whole idea.
I'm not waving at angels when I do this, kid. I mean your right wing's too low. Now bring it up. Relax, kid. You're stiff as a rail.
This is what's known as a loop.
Your snap roll's ragged, kid. Never freeze the stick.
You lose flying speed, you spin.
Turn her nose up.
And just remember this. Any landing you walk away from is a good one.
Hi, Cass.
What do you think you're doing?
Oh, just admiring myself in your mirror. Somehow I don't find this outfit quite dashing enough for a Navy flyer. You know, Congress ought to do something about it.
Well, don't worry. Nobody will see you when you're flying but your instructor.
Yeah, but suppose you make a forced landing in a bean patch and the farmer's rosy-cheeked daughter comes out with apple pie for the wounded heroes.
If you ever land on a bean patch with one of those primary seaplanes, you won't be interested in the farmer's daughter.
Those primary seaplanes are a headache. Say, Cass, is it hard to get assigned to the big boats?
What's that got to do with you?
Well, I want to command a big boat and take a mass flight to Midway, Alaska. That's the branch of the service with a future in it. I don't want to be a dizzy fighting pilot all my life.
That's marvelous. You don't know the first thing about flying, and already you're commanding big boats.
Well, you can't stop a fella from hoping, can you?
You can't stop him from being a dope either.
Oh, I don't know. I'm doing all right. I take my solo this afternoon.
Solo? Well, you're not ready, Jerry.
Don't be silly.
Now, listen. There's lots of things I've been wanting to say to you. I've been watching your flying. You're terrible. You've been fooling.
Wait a minute. You were going to pretend I'm not here. You weren't going to give me any help or advice. That was a promise, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, okay, Jerry, you're on your own. But try to keep your neck in one piece, will you?
What's the matter? You worried about me?
No, I'm thinking about myself. Irene's coming down here next week, and I don't want anything to spoil it.
Okay. Say, how did she ever go for a guy like you?
I don't know. I can't figure it. When do you solo?
3 o'clock. Gonna watch me?
Thanks. I've got more important things on my mind. Harry, is that Jerry up there?
Yeah.
How's he doing?
I don't know. He's been twice around the bay. Coming in too fast.
Well, give him the signal.
I did. Here he comes again.
Easy. Easy now, kid. Relax. Forward on the stick. Easy. Your left wing's too low. Bring it up. Bring it up.
Look at him. He's heading for the seawall.
Up!
Out! Gun it, you!
Jerry, are you hurt? Jerry!
Sir, I wish to report a crash.
Jerry, are you hurt?
No, sir.
Oh, well, it's too bad you aren't. You deserve to break your neck.
Did anyone ever tell you that you dance divinely, Mr. Harrington?
Sure. That's the only thing I can do better than Cass.
Oh.
You know, Irene, it was swell of you folks to drag me along tonight. Not that I blame you.
What do you mean?
Well, does Cass always draw airplane designs on your tablecloth?
Oh, yes, always.
Here she is, Cass. I think I ought to tell you. She says I dance divinely.
Wait a second now.
Shh, don't disturb him. He's drawing designs. Who is he, do you know?
Dokes is the name, I think, lady.
Dokes, oh, of course. Joseph P. Dokes, the mad inventor. Naturally, I know him.
Oh, hello. I know you. You're going to be Mrs. Dokes, remember?
Mrs. Dokes. That sounds perfectly horrible. Next time a man asks me to marry him, I'm going to find out his name before I say yes.
Look, I found out what's the matter with the wing surface of my fighter.
See, Irene? That's what your life's going to be like. Instead of moonlight and roses, it'll be wing surfaces and empennage designs.
Oh, that's an old story already. You know, when we dance, Cass isn't keeping time to the music. He's counting RPMs. And to think I had to come all the way to Pensacola to play second fiddle to an overpowered flying machine.
That's all right, sweetheart. After this, it'll be worse.
Could it be? I hardly see you as it is.
You won't see me at all for a week or so. I've beefed up the center sections, and I'm taking my designs to Washington. The Navy has asked for them, and believe me, this time the plane will be accepted.
Oh, darn that plane.
Oh, wait a minute. You don't know when you're well off, Irene. Cass and his plane will be gone, but you'll still have me.
Will I?
Yeah, and I'll make up for all the good times Cass has been cheating you out of. We'll dance every night.
No matinees?
We'll play tennis and ride horseback.
Uh-huh. Will you have any time for flying?
Don't mind him, and we'll swim.
Oh, you're going to make a marvelous brother-in-law, Mr. Cass. Can you make it a month, darling?
Nope. 1 week probation is all you get. After that, you're going to be an old man's darling again. In the meantime, let's dance.
Had enough?
I could swim to Key West.
Well, I couldn't. Come on, get up on the raft.
Give me a hand.
Up you go.
Bet my hair's soaked. What's the matter? What are you staring at, Jerry?
You? I'm going to have to put you back in the hothouse. This outdoor life is giving you freckles.
Really? Me without a mirror? Are there many?
Did you ever see a turkey egg?
Oh, is it that bad?
Oh, don't worry. I like girls with freckles.
That covers a lot of territory.
I'll narrow down the field a little bit. I'll include you and your twin sister.
Told you I haven't got a twin sister.
Oh, that's right. But think how swell it would be if there was another one like you. I could really go for your sister. Do you think she'd like me?
I think she might like you a lot.
I hope so, because, well, you see, she'd be my idea of something perfect.
She wouldn't be as perfect as you think. She'd be selfish, for one thing. She'd want so terribly to be happy that she'd make mistakes. And then she wouldn't have the courage to do anything about them. Sometimes she'd be pretty disgusted with herself.
Ah, she wouldn't be that way at all. She'd have a lot of courage. She'd be generous and kind. Why, just being near her and helping to make her happy would be the greatest break a fellow could ever expect to have.
Having you feel that way would give her more happiness than she deserved, Jerry.
Look, Irene,
Yes?
well, I was just thinking, Cass will be back sometime today, and
I know.
he's a great guy, that brother of mine.
Yes. A great guy. Jerry, let's go back, shall we?
Sure, he might be in by now.
Hey, Irene.
There he is.
Hello, you two.
Hello, Cass. You look happy. You must have good news.
Good news. I'm loaded with it. The Navy Department is going ahead with my plane.
Oh, Cass, that's wonderful.
But wait a minute. I'm also promoted to the noble estate of Lieutenant Commander.
Oh, congratulations, Cass.
And as for you, Jerry, you're liable to be Lieutenant Junior grade pretty soon if you keep your nose clean. You've been selected, too.
Yeah, that's swell.
Swell. Is that all you can say?
Well, I'm tickled to death.
Well, then why don't you act like it? What's the matter, Flat Hat? You in trouble or something?
No, I'm all right.
I know what it is. The first promotion always does that to you. Drive me to headquarters, will you, darling? I want to say something to you that isn't any of Jerry's business. We'll let him walk. Maybe it'll help pull him out of his tailspin.
All right. Goodbye, Jerry.
So long.
Jerry, where are you?
Here. What do you want?
I've been looking for you. Why aren't you out flying?
I don't feel so good.
No? Well, I talked to the doctor, and he says there's nothing wrong with you.
Did he?
Yes. Looks to me as if you're just moping. Why don't you snap out of it?
Well, I'm sick of flying.
You're what?
I'm sick of flying.
Oh, you're not sick of flying. You're sick in the head. Now, all right, what is it? What's it all about this time?
I told you, I'm sick of flying.
Now, you ought to know you can't kid me. You've got something important on your mind. Now, what is it?
Look, Cass, there are some things in my life that don't concern you.
Ooh, romance is wonderful, isn't it?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I recognize the symptoms. Every time you get a case of love, you go Shakespeare on me. You're Romeo and she's Juliet, and you always wind up under a balcony. Who's the girl this time?
None of your... There isn't any girl.
Now, let's see. Now, it couldn't be that redhead. She's not your type. And the Spencer girl married that Marine. Now, let me see. I've been gone a week. Oh, there's only one you've seen.
Why don't you shut up? Get out of here and let me alone, will you?
Oh. I guess maybe it's serious this time, huh? Sorry, Jerry.
After a short intermission, Mr. DeMille presents George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne in the second act of Wings of the Navy. Over on Morton Street, a cheerful postman is hurrying up the steps of the Douglas home.
Oh, here you are. Miss Joan Douglas. This little box is for you. Looks like you're getting a present.
Thanks, I've been waiting for it. Gosh, I can't wait to unwrap it. Oh, it's gorgeous. Mother, come here quick. Look what I've got.
Oh, your brooch came, dear. That is handsome. Let me see it closer. Why, it's so rich looking.
It'll be perfect with that green silk jersey dress. Hooray for Lux toilet soap. Dum da da dum. Dum da da dum.
That's the Lux toilet soap theme Joan was humming. Did you recognize it? Lux toilet soap. And that's the answer to how you can get one of these stunning simulated cameo brooches. A brooch designed after the one worn by lovely Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind. Now, here's what you do. Buy 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap from your dealer and ask him for a handy order blank. Or write your name and address on a piece of paper. Send it with the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and 15 cents in coin. No stamps, please. To Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. When your Scarlett O'Hara brooch comes, you'll be just as keen about it as Joan was. The pure white head on a glistening ebony background is encircled with a delicate Grecian border design. The setting is gold finished, and there's a fine safety clasp. It's a real jewelry piece you'll be proud to wear. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how you can get additional matching pieces to complete your Scarlett O'Hara ensemble. A ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings, all of the same beautiful design as the brooch, and all at amazing bargains. Remember the address: Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. And remember, too, that Gentle Lux Toilet Soap has active lather. Active lather that 9 out of 10 screen stars use for their priceless complexions. Remember, on your shopping list for tomorrow, 3 cakes of Gentle White Lux Toilet Soap. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Wings of the Navy, starring George Brent as Cass Harrington, Olivia de Havilland as Irene Dale, and John Payne as Jerry Harrington. Pensacola, proving ground of Navy airmen, where fledglings try their wings. Many of them thunder valiantly into the clouds, keeping their courses straight and true to their goal, while others falter and slip, fluttering ingloriously to the ground. One of these fledglings is just coming in, his ship bouncing crazily, sliding to a stop.
All right, kid, cut your motor. It wasn't so good, Ormsby.
Oh, I know it, sir. I'm sure that... Well, I know I can do better, sir.
We don't gamble on promises, kid. Take my chute over to the office. I'll see you there in 10 minutes.
Does that mean I'm busted out?
Did you hear me? I said I'd see you in 10 minutes. Now go on.
Yes.
Hiya, Harry.
Hiya, Cass.
I was watching upstairs there. Kid flopped on you, huh?
Yeah, bad.
Gee, it's a shame. He was a good kid.
I know it. That's why I hate to see him busted out.
Want me to give him another check?
I don't know. Might be a good idea at that. Maybe I've got the Indian sign on him.
Okay, I'll do it this afternoon. Meanwhile, I'll go and have a talk with him.
Thanks, Cass.
Oh, don't thank me. You yanked Jerry out of his slump. If I can save a student for you, why, we still won't be even.
Wait a minute. Look, Cass, watch your step. This Ormsby kid has a tendency to freeze the stick.
Yeah?
I had to slug him once I let go.
I'll watch him.
Hey, isn't that your lady friend?
Yeah, that reminds me. I did have a date. See you this afternoon, Harry.
Right.
Cass, are you ready?
Oh, hello, darling.
I thought I'd come down and pick you up.
Well, look, Irene, I can't make it. I've got to give a cadet a special check flight. I'm trying to save him from being busted out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'll be through about 4 o'clock. Why don't you dig Jerry up?
No, I think I'll just wait for you.
On second thought, maybe that's a good idea.
Why?
Well, Jerry's undergoing a case of growing pains known as puppy love. You better not see him till he gets over it.
What have I got to do with it?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think you're the one he's in love with.
Did he say that?
No, I'm just psychic.
Cass, listen.
Now, don't let it worry you. I know Jerry. He'll get over it in a week. He always does. So just forget it, will you?
All right, Cass.
Irene. Hello. Say, you weren't going to pass me up, were you?
I'm sorry I didn't see you, Jerry.
What are you doing down here? I thought you had a date with Cass this afternoon.
I did. He's busy. I'm going to wait.
Oh. Shall we sit down? You haven't been seeing much of Cass, have you?
Not very much.
Well, he's had a lot to do, I guess.
Maybe it's just as well.
Why? What's the matter, Irene? Is something wrong?
No, except that not seeing Cass has given me time to think things over. And I know now that I almost made a mistake that would have hurt him as well as me. Jerry, I'm going to tell Cass I can't marry him.
Have you two been quarreling?
No, he's been as sweet to me as ever. That's why it's going to be so difficult to tell him.
Then don't. I mean, not right away. Think it over, huh?
I have been thinking it over. Cass was gone a week, and he's been back 3 days. And during that time, I've come to realize that I'm not in love with him.
That's pretty serious, isn't it? He's crazy about you, Irene.
Would it be fair to marry him feeling the way I do?
I don't know. All I do know is that he's the finest brother in the world. He's square, and he's honest, and he's...
He's all of that, Jerry. That's what attracted me to him. But I was wrong when I thought that it was love. I can't marry him. You can't marry a person when you're in love with someone else.
Look, Irene...
Don't say it, Jerry, please.
It's funny, isn't it? You know how I feel, and I think I know how you feel. And we can't even talk about it.
Neither of us wanted it this way. We've both been fighting against it. Sometimes things happen to people that they can't help. But they don't want to happen. It's happened to us.
What about Cass? Does it solve anything to make him unhappy, too?
I'd make him more unhappy if I married him. Oh, Jerry, I know how you hate to hurt Cass, and I love you for it. But it can't change things between Cass and me. You figure things out for yourself. No matter what you decide, I'm going to try to live up to whatever code of ethics I have. Hello, Mac. Is Cass around?
Oh, afternoon, Miss Dale. Cass is up there with Ormsby, see him?
Oh, do you suppose he'll be long?
Well, he's been up almost an hour right now. If anybody can take the kinks out of that kid, Cass is the man. Holy mu...
Mac, what was that supposed to be?
Snap roll, but it didn't come off. I'd like to see a little more altitude right now.
What do you mean, Mac?
That kid freezes the... Pull her out, Cass! Pull her out!
Mac, what's the matter?
He's going into a spin! Pull out! Pull out!
Cass! Oh, Cass!
All right now. Take it easy, kid. Shove her nose down and give her the gun, and then start pulling back.
I can't. It won't move.
Come on, relax. Better let me have that stick. Let go, kid. Come on, loosen up.
I can't move it.
Let go, do you hear? Let go of that stick.
I can't.
Let go, are you crazy?
We're gonna crash. We're gonna crash.
Stick. Give it to me.
Give me that stick.
Doctor, can I go in now?
I think so.
How's he going to be, Doctor?
Well, it's hard to say. That left leg is very bad. There's a chance he may never walk again. Don't stay too long.
I won't. Thanks, Doc. Hiya, Cass.
Hello, Jerry. Come in and see the cripple.
Yeah, that was nice flying, mister. Aren't you the guy who was going to give me some pointers? Of course I realize it wasn't all your fault.
When I get up out of here, I'll break your neck. If I ever do get up.
What are you talking about?
Oh, the doc had 4 specialists in here this morning. They all voted the same ticket. I'm grounded for good.
Ah, the woods are full of specialists. They make mistakes, same as anybody else. You'll be as good as new. You'll be in better shape than Ormsby, and he's walking around already.
Now, you're not a fortune teller, and you're not a doctor, so why don't you keep quiet?
You're not giving up, are you, Cass?
I'm just looking facts in the face, and I'm not asking for sympathy.
I'm sorry, fella.
I'm sorry, too.
Sure.
Well, looks like you'll be carrying the ball from now on, Jerry.
Well, that won't be so bad. You and Dad ran up a pretty good score. All I have to do is follow the interference.
Yes, but you got to show them the way. You've got to be the best fighting pilot in the Navy.
I'm going in for big boats.
Oh, yeah, big boats, I forgot. An aerial truck driver on an ice wagon, that's what you'll be.
Yeah, well, it takes a darn sight better man to fly a big boat than it does to herd a fighting hornet.
Oh, if you weren't young and stupid, I'd argue with you.
And if you weren't old and flip-dippy, I'd argue back.
A big boat's got a crew like a submarine. When you're in a fighting plane, you're on your own. You're as near as you'll ever come to having wings. You've got the wind in your face, and you're part of the ship, and it's part of you. And the motor's a living thing, and it obeys you. There's nothing over your head but the sky, and you can reach up and touch it. And when you feel happy, you can play like a kid on a blue lawn. You loop and dive and zoom, and you chase clouds like a cat after a ball of yarn, and you... Oh, why should I waste my breath? You don't know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do, Cass. I've felt it, too.
Sure. Get out, will you? I'm tired.
Okay. I'll be in to see you tonight.
Jerry. How is he, Jerry?
They say he may never walk again.
Oh.
He'll have to quit the Navy. You know what the service means to him.
Yes.
Irene, he's lost all that now. All he's got to hang on to is... Well, all he's got left now is...
I know, Jerry. Don't worry about it. He's not going to lose me.
just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne, will bring you Act 3 of Wings of the Navy. And now, let's listen in on a little conversational bridge game played by 4 charming ladies.
Your deal, Mary. Before I pick up this hand, though, I'm going to ask you a question I've been dying to ask all afternoon. Where did you get that stunning cameo brooch you're wearing?
Looks like an antique to me. Is it a family heirloom?
Well, girls, if I didn't know you so well, I'd just let you keep on thinking that. But I can't help telling you what a bargain I got. This is designed after a brooch worn by Vivian Leigh in Gone with the Wind. And how much do you think it cost me? Just 15 cents. And wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap.
When you see this handsome brooch, you'll say it's simply stunning. It's a simulated stone cameo, a pure white head on a jet background, encircled with a handsome Grecian border in black and gold. It's the kind of expensive-looking jewelry piece that looks equally well with a frilly blouse or a simple tailored dress. You'll get plenty of compliments on your style and good taste when you wear it, because there's nothing cheap or flimsy-looking about this pin. It's made, as expensive jewelry is, with a solid back and a fine safety clasp. Its simplicity and good taste will be applauded by the most smartly dressed women. So don't miss your chance to get this wonderful bargain. Here's how you do it. Get an order blank from your grocer tomorrow, or write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it, together with the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and 15 cents in coin, no stamps, please, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. And in a few days, you'll receive your pin. Think of it. Only 15 cents and the wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap, the gentle white soap that 9 out of 10 screen stars use. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank telling you how to get additional matching pieces for your Scarlett O'Hara set. Ring, bracelet, pendant, earrings. Act quickly. This is the last time this offer will be made on this program. Send in your order today. This offer is good only in the United States. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Wings of the Navy. Several months have passed, and Jerry Harrington's training period at Pensacola is finished. The fledgling has become a hawk, serving now at the Naval Air Station, North Island, San Diego. On the beach, a giant patrol bomber spreads its silver wings across the sand. Beneath these wings stands Jerry, gazing upward, lost in admiration for the power and beauty of the monster ship. He doesn't notice the man who comes to stand behind him, a man who moves slowly, leaning heavily on a cane.
If the cavalry ever got in a jam, that thing would carry a good load of hay.
Is that so? Well, Cass, when did you get here?
How are you, Jerry? About an hour or so ago. How's the boy?
I couldn't be better. How are you, Cass?
Oh, fine. I'm allowed to limp around all by myself now.
No, I'm not kidding. Is that leg coming along all right?
It'll do. So you're flying that big boat now, eh?
Yeah. Isn't she a beauty?
Not bad. Wait until my plane's accepted. We'll fly the wings off of that thing.
Don't call that thing a thing. I'm going to fly it to Honolulu.
When?
Mass flight next month. There are 3 commands vacant, and I've got mine all picked out.
Oh, still the modest boy, huh? Well, good luck.
Thanks. How about coming along, Cass? I'll bet I could swing it.
Save yourself the trouble. They don't want one-legged men in the Navy. I found that out when I went before the examining board. I'm grounded for good.
Oh, well, there are other things beside the Navy. How's Irene?
Oh, she's fine. Hadn't been for her, they'd have sewn me up in canvas long ago.
Where is she?
She's here, staying with relatives until they test my ship. When I get that off my mind, we're going to be married. I know she's anxious to see you. Come on up and say hello to her.
Oh, no, not right now, Cass. I got a few things to do here. Some other time, huh?
fella?
It's in great shape, Cass. And that ship of yours will pass any test they want to put it to.
Swell. Keep it good and hot. We're almost ready.
Right.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, this is Captain March of the Bureau of Aeronautics.
Glad to know you, Captain.
I hope your plane comes through, Lieutenant. The Navy can use a ship like that.
Well, it's passed everything but the terminal velocity test.
If it passes that today, the Navy will owe you a vote of thanks.
Having the Navy accept it will be thanks enough. Excuse me, sir. There's the test pilot. Steve, over here.
Hi, Cass.
All set, Steve?
All set.
How do you feel?
Fine.
Well, she's in perfect shape. Take her up to 15,000 feet. Dive her at least 10 before you pull her out. Try to push the needle off the dial.
I'll try.
Give her the works. Tear the wings off if you can. I don't think you can, but try anyway.
Okay.
And if you see she won't take it, don't forget to bail out in time.
Listen, Cass, my wife's giving a birthday party tonight for the kids. I'll bring a crate down in one piece.
Thanks, Steve, but give it all it'll take. Okay, Mac, we're ready.
Looks like he's got enough altitude. Why doesn't he turn it down?
I told him 15,000 feet. He'll be coming any minute now.
Good luck, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Jerry.
Oh, hi, Irene. Come down to see the test?
Yes. And to see you. Why have you been avoiding me, Jerry?
Well, I've been pretty busy and...
Don't you realize you're creating exactly the impression you don't want to create? Cass wonders why you've been finding excuses not to go out with us.
What can I do, Irene? I've
we
tried...
We made a bargain, Jerry. What else is there to do but make the best of it? Let's be grown up. Let's behave as if nothing had happened. We'll meet and we'll be friends. And we'll be happy because Cass will be happy.
Okay.
You'd better watch this. It's a big moment for Cass.
How far is he taking it, Lieutenant?
I told him to bring it down to 5,000.
Coming awfully fast.
You'll be all right.
Those wings hang on at that speed, we've really got a plane.
They'll hang on.
I'd say he was less than 5,000 right now.
Well, he'll turn it up in a second. Come on, Steve. There he goes.
He's in a spin.
Pull out, Steve. Pull it out.
Turn it up. What's the matter with it? He's going to crash if he doesn't.
Jump, Steve. Jump, fella. Don't take a chance. Bail out. Bail out.
Cass, darling, please don't take it so hard. It wasn't your fault.
Oh, snap out of it, Cass. Come on. You've got another ship ready for testing?
Sure. And somewhere, I suppose, there's another test pilot like Steve, ready to die in a coffin designed by Cass Harrington, huh?
Well, how do you know it was the plane that failed? Maybe it was Steve. It ought to be a breeze to take it through that test. I could do it myself.
Oh, you could. Do you know what a pilot goes through when he makes a terminal velocity dive?
Well, I have an idea.
No, you haven't. You've got to take a cranky, unknown experimental plane up to 15,000 feet. Open your throttle and shoot yourself at the earth like a cannonball. You're smashed back in your seat. You gasp for air. The wind is like 1,000 knives that rip and tear at your wings. You're going 300 or 400 miles an hour straight down. Then you pull back in the stick, and when you do, believe me, you pray. And the air's turned into a brick wall. And if the seat isn't stretched for 2,000 pounds, you bust right through it. And all of a sudden, your plane and your body are shooting upward. What's inside of you keeps on falling. Your blood drains. Everything goes black. You can't see, you can't breathe, and you're knocked out cold. And if you're lucky, you come to before you crash. And then you might find that you're in a death trap. You try to jump, and it's too late. Something like that happened to Steve today. Does that sound like a job for a kid like you?
No, I suppose not. But even a guy like me can have faith in what his brother's trying to do. Am I out of place, Cass?
No, you aren't out of place. And I'm not giving up. Not yet, anyway. Must be a test pilot willing to take the job. Keep on trying. Offer more money. But do something before Captain March goes back to Washington and scratches my plane off the list.
I'm sorry, Cass. I know what that plane means to you and how valuable it'd be to the Navy. But there are only 6 or 7 test pilots capable of giving your ship the beating the Navy will demand before the design is accepted. I've communicated with all of them. They feel that the plane that killed Steve Connor can't be any good. Those men will risk their lives, but they won't commit suicide.
Then there isn't anything to be done?
No. I'm sorry, Cass.
Who is it?
Hello, Irene. Where's Cass? Is he here?
No, I haven't seen him since yesterday.
Oh, well, maybe he's heard the news and he's avoiding me.
What news?
In me, Irene, you observe a man of consequence, a person of vast importance. In other words, a Navy hotshot.
Suppose you tell me what it's all about.
Honolulu, I've been given command of a big boat, and I'm going to take it on the mass flight from here to there.
Oh, congratulations, Jerry.
Yeah, and wait till Cass hears about it. Will he be mortified? After I rub it in for a while, we'll go out and celebrate, huh? What's wrong, Irene?
Nothing. Only I wouldn't plan on rubbing it in, Jerry. I wouldn't plan on a celebration either.
You don't think I meant it, do you?
Why, no, you're just kidding. Cass has changed. He's abnormally sensitive. He's always brooding. And when I try to cheer him up, he just gets irritable.
It's that plane of his, huh?
It looks as if it's going to be abandoned. And if it is, he'll lose everything he wants out of life.
Ah, it's not that important, Irene. He'll get over it, and he'll have a lot left to live for, too. He'll have you, won't he?
That isn't enough. Can you understand that?
No.
I didn't at first. I made a bargain. I accepted a job. And I believed that by merely accepting it, I had accomplished it. Jerry, I did everything I could to make Cass happy. And I failed. I'm not important to him.
That's not true, Irene. Cass loves you.
I think he does. But he's never reconciled himself to being out of the Navy. He feels that he's only half a man. That he's a failure. That plane is a symbol to him. If he puts the Navy's colors on its wings, then he'll be in the service again. He won't mind being crippled. He'll be happy. And if the plane's a failure, he'll die slowly inside. And there's nothing I can do about it. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can now. You know, Irene, a long time ago, I gave up something I wanted very much. And since then, I've been so busy feeling sorry for myself that I never considered that there were two sides to the bargain. I can't come close to matching what you've done, but the least I can do is try. If there's any way in the world of putting Navy colors on Cass's plane, I'll do it.
Hello, Cass. This is Brown. Listen, we've got a man to test the plane. You better get down here right away. He'll be at the field in an hour.
You ready, Jerry?
In a minute, as soon as the doc gets finished here.
I'll be out at the ship. Make it snappy.
What do you say, Doc? How am I doing?
Oh, we'll be through in a minute. Stand still. I got to tape up your waist.
What for?
Keep your insides in place. Hold that pad right there. And draw on your stomach. You'll want this good and tight.
Hey, take it easy, will you?
Better than having your insides fall out. Now put on your shirt. Put this belt over your flying suit. It'll help. It'll be a good idea to yell as hard as you can before you pull out of the dive.
Yell? Why?
Well, that'll tighten your throat and stomach muscles still more and keep your arteries from puffing up. Here, take this scarf. Keep it around your neck. When the time comes, tighten that as much as you can. It'll stop the blood from draining out of your head.
There sure is a lot to remember in this racket, isn't there?
You better remember all of it. Or you'll never pull out of that dive. All right, go ahead.
Thanks, Doc.
What are we waiting for, Mac? Where's the test pilot?
Now, take it easy, Cass. He'll be here in a minute.
Who is he? Is he any good?
I think he's great.
Sure. So do I.
Hello, Jerry. Say, listen, Hey, what's the idea of that outfit?
Well, test pilots have got to dress like this. It's a union rule.
You mean you're going to take that ship up?
Of course I am. I'm your pilot, mister.
Well, you can't. It's against regulations for Navy men to test planes. You'll be thrown out of the service.
I'm not in the Navy anymore.
What?
I resigned my commission.
You resigned? You mean you quit the Navy just so that... Well, I won't let you do it.
It's already done, Cass.
What about the Honolulu flight?
That was just a joyride. This'll be a lot more fun.
Don't be a fool, Jerry. You don't know what you're up against. You haven't the experience. You'll be...
Yeah, I know, Papa. Now, will you run along and mind your own business?
Will you go and take that junk off? That plane's not going up today.
Listen, Cass, for a long time I've been trying to convince you that I'm a better flyer than you were in your best day. Today I'm going to prove it, and in your ship.
Kill that motor, Mac.
No, look, Cass. I'm taking that crate up even if I have to knock you cold to do it. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Come here.
Mac, take care of this guy, will you?
Cass.
Take your hands off. Will you take your hands off? Let me alone.
Gotta do it, Cass. I don't want to, but I gotta. Hurry up, Jerry, will you?
On my way. So long, Cass.
Jerry!
Look at that ship climb.
Cass, I just heard about Jerry. Cass, you can't let him do it.
Well, he's doing it now. That's him up there.
anything should happen to him, if anything should happen to Jerry,
When I tried to stop him, I couldn't.
he may be killed. He may be... Oh, Cass.
Well, there's nothing we can do about it now except to hope.
Just about ready. There he goes.
You know what a test pilot goes through when he makes a terminal velocity dive? Open your throttle and shoot yourself in the earth like a cannonball.
This is to keep your insides in place.
You're smashed back in your seat. You gasp for air. The wind is like 1,000 knives to rip and tear at your wings. You're going 400 miles an hour, straight down.
Put this bell on.
Straight down.
Better to have your insides fall out.
400 miles an hour, straight down. The air's turned into a brick wall.
Yell as hard as you can before you pull out.
All of a sudden, your plane and your body are shooting upward.
Yell as hard as you can.
Your blood drains. You can't see. You can't breathe. You're knocked out cold. You're knocked out cold. You're knocked out cold. And if you're lucky, you come to before you crash. If you're lucky, you come to. If you're lucky, if you're lucky, if you're lucky, if you're lucky.
Level off. You're out of it. You're out of it.
A great ship. Congratulations, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. Oh, Irene, he did it. Jerry, he did it. He gave my ship to the Navy.
He's safe. Oh, Cass, he's safe.
If only you'd try to understand, Captain. The kid loves the service as much as any man ever did.
Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah, but this Honolulu flight, sir, is the most important thing in his life. He gave it all up for me. Please hold up that resignation, sir. If not for my sake, for the sake of the old man. If he were alive, it would be awfully important to have one Harrington left in the Navy. I'm washed up, and Jerry's the only one to carry on. Please, sir.
The Honolulu flight leaves tomorrow. I'll see that your brother has his command.
Thank you, sir.
Cass, I don't see Jerry. Do you suppose they've decided not to let him go?
Wait a minute. Oh, there he is. Jerry! Jerry!
Hi, Cass. Hello, Irene.
Are they taking you, kid?
That's my boat right over there.
Great. You know, I hate to admit this, but I'm kind of proud of you, Jerry.
Well, thanks. I've been waiting to hear you say that for a long time.
Well, I've said it, so don't make me change my mind. And remember, only one Irishman got away with flying backward, so don't wind up in Cuba.
Well, I've checked my compass. It'll be Honolulu or nothing.
It better be. And remember, the water is soft unless you hit it hard, so don't get wet.
I'll try not to. Well, I guess I better get going.
So long, kid. Good luck.
Thanks. Goodbye, Irene.
Goodbye, Jerry.
Lots of happiness to both of you. So long.
He's gone, Cass. I hope he's happy.
He will be. Tomorrow, a clipper ship takes off for Honolulu. You'll be on it.
I'll be.
Yes, you. Now that I'm cured, I'm firing the nurse. That's gratitude for you, isn't it?
Cass.
No, let's not have any arguments. I'm sending you to Honolulu so I won't have to support you for the rest of my life.
Oh, Cass. You know, don't you?
Sure. Something I should have had sense enough to see long ago. Oh, please don't think that I'm hurt or angry or that I feel cheated. Having known you for a little while gave me more happiness than I'll ever deserve.
Oh, Cass. Oh, Cass.
And in the skies an armada of steel and thunder, graceful battleships of the clouds, wings of the Navy.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars back for their curtain calls. In the meantime, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap have asked me to make this special announcement to the members of our Lux Radio Theater audience. They urge all of you who have not already done so to send in for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch at once. This is the last time we will make this offer on the Lux Radio Theater. Now, surely you don't want to miss out on this opportunity to own the lovely Scarlett O'Hara brooch. We know you'll be delighted with this stunning jewelry piece when you see it. So note these instructions carefully. If you haven't already sent in for your Scarlet O'Hara brooch, buy 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap from your dealer. Ask him for an order blank, or write your name and address on a piece of paper and enclose it in an envelope with the 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers and 15 cents in coin. No stamps, please. Address to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. I'll repeat that. Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. This offer is good only in the United States. And now, Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars back to the microphone.
The curtain has fallen on Wings of the Navy, and if I had my way, George Brent, Olivia de Havilland, and John Payne would get a 21-gun salute for their performance tonight.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, but I'm a little doubtful about that many guns.
Yes, I'm afraid that salute is reserved for the Commander-in-Chief, CB.
All right, George, we'll make it 17. That's only an admiral's, but I still think you deserve 21.
You know, when we made this picture, Mr. DeMille, we were practically in the Navy for a couple of months, and we really saw what makes the flying service tick.
Yeah, the fellas that run one of those big flying boats don't spend much time in saluting. It takes both hands to handle that job.
One look at the instrument panel of a big boat completely confused me. It looked like 50 clocks, all with a different time.
That's one of the reasons it takes so much training to make a Navy pilot.
Training and a smart pupil. Mr. DeMille, we've all had a grand time coming back to the Lux Radio Theater this week, and I'd like to say one thing more. Lux soap is the complexion care I use every day, and I wouldn't be without it. And from my own experience, I know it's a soap that's really gentle.
Those words ought to be sufficient for the wise, Olivia, because Lux soap never had a lovelier recommendation. And right now, I'd like to recommend our play for next Monday night.
What is the bill, Mr. DeMille?
Next week, John, is one of the most distinguished weeks in the history of the Lux Radio Theater. A great star makes her first appearance at this microphone, Miss Shirley Temple. Our play is one that many of you have asked for time after time, with Shirley in the leading role. It's The Littlest Rebel, a story of a little girl who taught 2 armies the meaning of gallantry. With Shirley in The Littlest Rebel, we present 2 fine actors, Claude Rains and Preston Foster. And we think that makes next Monday night a night to write home about.
Well, you can't beat a combination like Shirley Temple, Claude Rains, and Preston Foster in The Littlest Rebel, CB.
We'll be right at the radio listening, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Good night. And happy landing. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Shirley Temple, Claude Rains, and Preston Foster in The Littlest Rebel. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Tristram Coffin as Harry White, Lou Merrill as Mac, Gail Gordon as Speaker, Stuart Buchanan as Dr. Harper, Earl Ross as Captain Brown, Stanley Farrar as Captain March, Wally Mayer as Reporter, Frank Richards as Steve, and James Eagles as Ormsby. Here's an important announcement. Uncle Jim's Question Bee, which so many of you enjoy, will now be on the air Tuesday nights beginning October 8th instead of Wednesday. See your local newspaper or radio magazine for details. George Brent and Olivia de Havilland appeared tonight through the courtesy of Warner Brothers Studio. Mr. Brent will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production Honeymoon for Three, and Miss de Havilland's forthcoming picture is Santa Fe Trail at the same studio. John Payne was heard through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox and is currently appearing on the screen in their production of Maryland. The Scarlet O'Hara brooch offered you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap is designed after one worn by Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind, the Selznick International picture produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
One Man's Family, brought to you by Fleischmann's Yeast. One Man's Family is dedicated to the mothers and fathers of the younger generation and to their bewildering offspring. Tonight we present Chapter 4, Book 46, entitled Family Reunion with Marine Jack Barber. Now, it probably never occurs to many of you that when you buy a loaf of bread or some delicious rolls, that your baker really deserves your special thanks for the swell job he's doing right now. In spite of rationing and actual shortages, he's managing to keep you supplied with nourishing, vitamin-enriched bread. Yes, sir, the bakers of America are certainly doing a grand job. And by the way, speaking of rationing, as who isn't these days, I'll bet my last ration point that you good housekeepers are mighty glad to know that Fleischmann's Yeast isn't rationed, that it's still plentiful at your grocer's.
You just bet I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Carpenter. You see, I always use Fleischmann's Yeast for all my baking. It makes such wonderfully delicious rolls and bread.
Yes, ma'am, I know personally just what tender, delicious rolls and bread this fast-acting yeast makes. Not only that, but Fleischmann's Yeast with the yellow label is the only yeast of any kind with both vitamin B complex and added amounts of vitamins A and D. And all of these important vitamins go right into whatever you bake with no great loss in the oven. So, ladies, when you bake, always insist on Fleischmann's Yeast with the yellow label. That way, you can not only give your family rolls and bread that are wonderfully good to eat, but rolls and bread which are also extra good for them. The most exciting and intensely satisfying thing that's happened to the Barber clan in many and many a day was the arrival home of Jack from Quantico on a 12-day furlough. This young Marine officer is leaner and browner and holds himself with a straightness and a poise which Jack Barber of civilian life never knew. He has a brighter eye and a keener perception and moves with a litheness and sureness of foot, which makes one think a little of a jungle animal. But his love of Betty and his enjoyment of his family and all things pertaining to the Barbers has not diminished one whit. In 2 days, he's fallen back into the lightness and the laughter and the loving security of family home life. He raids the icebox regularly and carries his 6-month-old daughter, Elizabeth Sharon about in the crook of his arm wherever he goes, and hugs his mother and kisses Betty and sits with his father and back-chats with his brothers and sisters. He does all the things he used to do, and yet he's not quite the same. There's an aloofness about him, a man apart, an unconscious feeling of one chosen from all the rest. But it's a wonderful day the family had together, a wonderful, happy, carefree day at the old family home. It began for Jack and Betty next door when they first opened their eyes in the morning.
Hey, woman, aren't you out of that shower yet?
I am, Jack.
Well, get out of that bathroom so a Marine can get in there and wash his neck.
His leather neck, huh?
7:30 in the morning and she's making jokes already. You know we're supposed to be over next door for breakfast in half an hour.
I know it. I'm all dried off. Little powder and I'll slip into my bathrobe and be right out. Is he Sharon Ed okay?
Her eyes are open, but she hasn't said anything yet.
Uh-huh. Takes her 5 or 10 minutes to get her wits collected before she starts to bubble over. There. Bathroom is all yours, Second Lieutenant.
And about time.
Did you say good morning to Elizabeth?
I was kind of scared to. I looked at her and she looked at me and kind of a shadow crossed her face. I thought maybe she doesn't exactly care about Marines.
Hey, Marines are this family's favorite fighting unit. Aren't they, darling? Aren't they, Sharon? Hey, come on, say something. That's better.
Hi, Dutch. Hey, you see, she sobers right up the minute I speak to her.
Uh-huh. I'm kind of awed by you myself. It's that second lieutenant business. We adore officers, but we're kind of scared of them.
Well, I haven't got anything on but my pajama pants. How the heck can she tell I'm a second Louis?
By the cocky way you walk and talk. Huh. Anybody'd know you were something special.
Oh, yeah? You didn't know when I first came home.
No, but that's different. I was more interested in you.
Matter of fact, neither you nor Mom noticed a thing until Paul called attention to it when we got down to the dairy ranch.
Well, all I've got to say is you were a dirty rat not to mention it. Oh, you think it's funny, do you?
Hey, look, she's holding out her arms to me.
Oh, she wants to flirt now.
Is she holding out her arms because I'm her father or just because I'm a man?
Oh, take her, Jack.
Sure.
Here, keep the blanket around her. There.
Hey, you see, she stopped again.
Oh, give the girl a chance. She's got to get acquainted, doesn't she?
You think she likes having me hold her?
Of course she does.
Yeah, but she looks so sober.
She's just examining you. You're something new in her young life. There, you see?
Hi, Elizabeth Sharon Ann. Hey, she's laughing for me.
She really is a happy baby. Oh, more company.
Hey.
Hey, to her. Be careful she doesn't bounce out of your arms.
Oh, a doggone whirling dervish, huh?
She really has got more pep than a basket full of puppies when she wakes up. You better let me take her while you shower, or we'll be late for Mother Barbara's breakfast.
Couldn't I take her with me?
Under the shower?
Oh, what's the matter with that?
Hey, you don't treat infant doilies like that?
Why not? I'll bet she'd like it.
It isn't scientific.
Okay, take your offspring, woman.
Why do you keep calling me woman? Does it make you feel strong and masterful?
Yeah, it's been so long since I've had a chance to lord it over a female, I gotta take advantage of the few days at home.
Okay, I don't mind.
Hey, she called me Dad. Did you hear her?
I heard her say something.
Say it again, Elizabeth. Say Dad. Oh, don't be such a dope. Say Dad.
It was just part of her cooing and gurgling, Jack.
No, sir, she definitely said Dad. Now, come on, baby, say it again. Okay, I get it. Just another contrary female.
Hey, that's my daughter you're swearing at.
Me swear? Hey, you see? You hear that? Just as plain as the nose on your face. Doggone right. You're a sweet kid. Just like your mother.
Well, how about you getting your shower and some clothes on? They're going to hate us over next door.
Okay. It won't take me but a minute.
Oh, wait a minute. I knew there was something I wanted to show you.
And now who's holding up my shower?
It'll only take a minute. Come on in the spare bedroom.
Is it okay to be hauling ESA all over the house?
Oh, sure. She's wrapped up. I forgot to show you this, and would Father Barber be hurt?
Hey, it's an old-fashioned cradle.
Uh-huh, with rockers and everything. It's an antique.
Where'd you get it?
Father Barber found it in an old shop out in the Richmond district. It was all to pieces.
And he brought it home?
Not only that, but he glued it together and sanded it all down, and now he's polishing it. Beautiful wood.
I thought they didn't believe in rocking babies anymore.
Okay, then we'll put books under the rockers so it can't move. But this is definitely where Winston's going to spend his early life.
Oh, so you know who Winston is, too?
Of course she does. I've told her all about it. How she's going to have a little brother to play with, and how she mustn't be jealous, because after Winston, there's going to be Paul and David and John and Marie Antoinette and Mary Fanny.
Hey.
Huh? You care?
Let's see. That'd be Winston, Paul, David, and John, 4 boys.
Uh-huh.
And E. Sharon Ann here, and Marie Antoinette and Mary Fanny, 3 girls.
7.
You think a second Louis in the Marines can support 7 sons and daughters?
But the war isn't going to last forever. What the heck, the minute you get out of the Army, you'll be a great attorney, and 7 children will be a breeze.
And another thing, where'd you get those names?
Oh, gee, I didn't think you'd care. I just thought them up while you were away. I guess he gave me something to think about.
Oh, sure. That's swell. Yeah, and I'm glad about you, too, Annie. I don't feel half as bad about being away with you to look after Betty. You sound more like a canary than my daughter this morning.
Hey, what time is it? We've got to get down to business. Mother Barbara's going to be mad as hops if we spoil her good breakfast.
Okay, let's go. I can be dressed and ready to go through the hedge in 10 minutes. Boy, I hope Mom's going to have some of those sour milk hotcakes and homemade sausage.
You just came in, Mother Barbara?
Well, there's plenty of time.
Can I do anything besides keep an eye on this sausage?
No. The batter's all ready for the sour milk hotcakes, and the skillet's hot for the eggs.
Uh-huh. And the coffee's just going to perk any minute now.
You say both Hazel and Claudia arrived?
Mm-hmm. Well, they're in the library with Father Barber.
And the table's all set in the breakfast room?
Mm-hmm. I just finished. Oh, I put on some of that Spanish marmalade with the wild honey in it. Did you mind?
No. Jack will like that.
Uh-huh. That's what I thought. He's so crazy about marmalade. They better get over here. They're going to be late.
They still have 10 minutes.
It's so nice that they could have their 12 days together over in their own house next door and still be so close to us, isn't it?
Yes. But I don't know how we're ever going to get Jack up again.
Oh, there'll be other furloughs. So why even think about it?
Yes, of course.
And things will go on just like they have. I don't think we've got very far away from Jack or that he's got very far away from us in those past 5 or 6 months, do you?
He's more of a man than he was.
Oh, but that's good. Well, I'm so proud of him. I could hug him every time I see him.
I'm afraid I do. He'll get tired of me fussing over him.
Don't you think he will? Now, look, Mother Barbara, it's understood, isn't it, that you're to go in and sit down to the breakfast table, and I'm to cook the hotcakes and bring in the coffee and things.
But, Teddy...
Now, you promised.
Yes, I know.
And that's the way it's going to be.
It's too bad this was Cook's day off.
I don't think so. I like it this way. It's a shame Cliff and Irene couldn't get up for breakfast, too.
Well, Dan Murray had offered to let Clifford off.
Yes, but he'd have had to do everything himself, and Cliff wouldn't do it. Oh, well, they'll be here right after breakfast.
Hello out here.
Hi, Hazel.
Well, my dear.
You use any help in the kitchen department?
No, we're very well organized.
Mm-hmm. Matter of fact, we can sit down to the table the minute the guest of honor arrives.
The efficient barbers. Well, this kitchen doesn't look as though a lick of work had been done in it.
Mm-hmm. We clean up after ourselves. That's one thing I learned from Mother Barbara.
Well, I'm glad you're having this breakfast Sunday morning so Claude could be here. Of course.
Otherwise, she'd have had to be on her way over to work at Treasure Island.
Yes, that's the only thing that worries her about her new job. It takes so much of her time, she's afraid she'll lose her place in the family. Nonsense. As a matter of fact, I debated having the children and all over this morning. Oh, you couldn't have done that, Mother. Well, besides, they're much happier having their picnic breakfast out in our backyard.
Is that what they're doing?
Claudia brought Miss Sorensen and the children over, and they're all going to have breakfast, picnic style.
Goodness, what would Claudia do without Miss Sorensen?
Sometimes I wonder what I'd do without her.
Uh-oh, here they come.
What's that?
Second Lieutenant of the Marines, Jack Barber, Betty, and baby Marine Elizabeth Sharon Ann are coming through the hedge.
Well, run in and tell Paul and Father Barber to get ready to sit down at the table.
Okay, I'll carry the glad tidings.
Claude, you have to climb around the tail and wings of those big Boeing clippers?
Aren't they the biggest things?
Seems to me what Pan American Airways needs is a man on a flying trapeze to do the sort of jobs you described.
Oh, there's ways and means of doing everything. I'm finding that out, Dad.
Make way! Teddy Barber reporting.
Well, advance and give the countersign.
The countersign, Major Barber, is soups on.
Ah, that's the most appetizing countersign in many a day. What are the orders of the day?
Well, the orders from the kitchen, sir, are to get yourself in readiness to storm the breakfast room. The immediate object is to take the breakfast table, loaded down with sausage and hotcakes.
A worthy military objective in anybody's language.
Further information states that Second Lieutenant Jack Barber and family are advancing through the neighboring hedge, and that immediate action is indicated.
Daddy, you sound like you were studying to be a whack at least.
Jack and Betty are on their way over?
Are you folks all ready to sit down to the table?
Not only ready, but willing and able.
You know, Paul, you've never had such a good appetite as you have now.
Is that good?
Oh, it's perfect. I was just thinking...
Hey, where's everybody?
Oh, there he is. In the library, Jack.
Hi, Dad.
Good morning.
Hello, Paul.
Hi.
Hey, Mom says, why isn't everybody down at the breakfast table?
Hey, aren't you going to speak to your sister?
I don't speak to sisters. I kiss them.
Oh, the Marines kiss gooey, don't they?
All servicemen do. Their mouths water so at the sight of a pretty girl they can't help it.
Is that your daughter you've got under your arm?
Oh, yeah. Hey, she called me Daddy this morning.
Oh.
She did, too. Come on, honey. Say Dad for me. Oh, come on, say it. Hey, you see?
What is that?
Elizabeth Sharon Ann called me Daddy.
Daddy.
Okay. Just a cynical group of civilians. Civilians don't believe in anything anymore.
Marines do.
Doggone right. A Marine's got plenty of ideals, and what's more, he's got the brawn and the guts and the know to put them over. Okay, Sharon, I won't say another word. Okay, Mom, we're coming.
Well, you'd better. I'll throw the whole thing in the refuse pail.
Goodness, if I eat another nibble of sausage, I'll burst seams in every direction.
Mom, you're a success.
Oh, am I indeed?
I never ate a better breakfast anywhere.
In fact, I've never eaten a better meal anywhere.
Yes. Well, that's one thing your mother can still do. Cook.
What do you mean, one thing, Henry?
I wouldn't want you on my softball nine.
Oh, come on, Jack. You're not finished yet. We'll have another hot cake.
Okay, I will if you will.
Oh, Jack, you can't.
The heck I can't. Woman, since I've joined the Marines, I've acquired capacity.
The man with the rubber stomach, huh, Jack?
And the digestion of a buzzard. Betty, your soggy cakes and 2-pound biscuits wouldn't faze me now.
Well, I like that.
No kidding. I've got iron rollers and little sharp knives down there where my digestive apparatus used to be, and nothing gives me pause.
Eat your way through an all-night Roman feast, huh?
No kidding. And come back next morning for breakfast.
Nice, fresh, made-to-order hotcakes.
Oh, Jack, how can you?
Hey, Teddy, you're going to eat a couple of these with me, aren't you?
Who, me? Well, I'm only the cook.
Paul?
Oh, look at me, my boy.
Well, you're an old serviceman. Seems to me you should be doing better by your victuals than you do.
I do quite well, thank you.
Or don't majors need as much to sustain them as second lieutenants? Dad, you'll keep me company, won't you?
Huh? Don't let me deprive you of them, boy.
What the heck? There's 5 of them here. I could spare a couple.
No, thank you, Lieutenant. No, thank you.
Go on, Jack. Eat them while they're hot.
Well, okay. And all of you sit and watch me. I'll show you what a hungry man does with food.
Golly, I like everything about you, Jack. Even your appetite.
Well, hello, everybody.
Huh?
Hey, Cliff and Irene are here already.
Well, good for Cliff and Irene.
In the breakfast room, Cliff.
Don't be silly. Irene and I could smell those hotcakes and sausages clear out in the driveway.
What an aroma the Barber menage must be giving off.
Hiya, family.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Mother Barber.
My, it's good to see you, Irene, child. The Clifford Barber's up bright and early.
Oh, you're doggone right. We milked the bossy cows and nothing flat this AM. Here we are. Hiya, Jack, old pal, old kid, old second lieutenant. Doggone good. How about sitting down and swallowing a hotcake with me? Oh, don't mind if I do. Bring on another plate, Teddy.
Another plate coming right up.
How about you, Irene?
Oh, golly, no. I had one breakfast already.
Sit down here, child. At least you'll have a cup of coffee.
Oh, yes. Hello, Betty.
Hi, Irene.
Goodness, Father Barber, you look alive this morning.
Huh? Is that supposed to be a compliment?
Oh, sure it is. I don't know when I've seen you look so smug and self-satisfied.
Huh?
You look exactly like a quotation I used to have hanging in my room. It said, God bless our happy home.
Yes. And that's exactly how I feel this morning. God bless our happy
Here
home.
you are, Cliff. Stack of hot.
Oh, man, when you look at those hotcakes.
Modicum of butter, Clifford.
Amen, brother, amen.
And a soup saw of maple syrup, perhaps?
Pour it on, son, pour it on. Soup song and all.
Cliff, you and Jack make the finest team of big feeders I've seen in many a day.
Who wouldn't be a big feeder with this kind of food?
Sausage, Cliff?
Slap it on the plate, Teddy. Stand on no ceremony.
Cliff, for goodness sake.
What's the matter, Irene?
The way you go with that food, you're going to give your family the idea I don't feed you.
Oh, no, don't get that idea. Irene throws me a bone every once in a while.
Well, that's not fair. Irene's one of the best cooks in the Barber family.
Oh, are you telling me? Last night she whipped out one of the widest and tallest and tastiest raisin cakes with boiled frosting a man ever sunk his teeth into.
Then why not give the girl credit?
Oh, I tell her how good she is all the time. I've got to break the monotony once in a while.
Huh? Having the man you love telling you how good you are never gets monotonous to me.
Not to me either. It never gets monotonous to any woman.
Uh-huh.
I think that one of the worst things about Jack being away is not having him here to say what a gorgeous creature I am every once in so often.
But I write it in my letters.
So that was the same as having it said with your eyes and with the touch of your hand and all that.
There are a lot of women in the world today who know what you mean, Betty. A lot of us.
Oh, yes.
How much longer have you got on furlough? Off again next Thursday.
Yes. Leaving is the worst part.
Oh, but it's worth it. Even 1 minute would have been worth the parting, but 12 whole days. It's been heaven.
Look, I've just got the batter for 6 more hotcakes left in the bowl.
Oh, I couldn't, Teddy.
Jack?
Positively no.
Oh, letting me down.
What the heck do you think I am? A doggone bottomless pit?
Well, I can't throw them out. Somebody's got to eat them.
Okay, I'll be the goat. Fry up your 6 more hotcakes.
I'll bet you don't get them all down.
How much?
Well, I don't know. You seem awful certain.
Certainly I'm certain. The dairy ranch gives men a he-man's appetite.
Just about any kind of work required of a man today produces a big appetite. That's why the country's consuming more food than ever. More men doing more active work.
Yes, that and the fact that there's something like 8 or 9 million more men working today than 10 years ago.
Yes, that's true. More people with ready money to buy food.
You know, I've just been watching you civilians. I think the boys in uniform eat on an average of twice as much as you people do. That is not counting Cliff. Hey, Jack, tell us something about yourself, huh? Well, what'd you do to get to be a second lieutenant in the Marines? Oh, you don't want to hear about that. Well, the heck we don't.
Oh, yes, please.
Just a regular old boot camp grind with a lot of extra stuff thrown in.
He had to pass oodles and oodles of examinations to get his bar.
Huh? What kind of examinations?
Written tests, oral tests, physical tests, intelligence tests, everything you can think of. And passed them all with flying colors, huh?
He was number 3 man in all his class.
Hey, Betty.
Well, you were, doggone it.
It was just for your ears, you dope.
No, sir. You're good, and I want all the world to know it.
Huh? Number 3, were you?
Yeah. It doesn't mean anything.
It does, too. It goes right on your service record.
What's going to happen to you now that you're an officer? You're finished with Quantico, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, go on and tell them. They got to know sometime.
Huh?
Jack, now, what does she mean?
Oh, Betty, you have the doggonest way of upsetting things. Now they really think something's wrong.
But, Jack,
It isn't anything really, except that now I finished at Quantico, I'm going after my curled wings.
Uh-huh. And then he's going to be stationed down at Gillespie Field near San Diego.
Hey, right here in California, huh?
Oh, that's wonderful, son.
Now, just a minute. What's this curled wings business?
Those are the paramarines.
Paramarines?
Yes, the parachute contingent of the Marines.
You're to be trained as a paratrooper?
Hey, that's something. You mean you've got to jump out of the airplanes with a parachute?
Well, look, Mom, it's one of the greatest honors that a Marine can have. To be chosen. There are only 2 men chosen out of each class at Quantico.
Uh-huh. And out of all those who volunteered for paramarine training, Jack was selected as one of the 2.
Well, do you like the idea, Betty?
I'm so proud of him I could die. He's wonderful to do it.
But what in the world ever made you volunteer for such service, Jack?
It's one of the toughest branches of the service there is, Dad. I set out to see if I couldn't make it when I first went to Quantico, and I did.
But why?
Well, look, Dad, there's 2 ways of going into the service. Either you shrug your shoulders and say, I'm in and can't help myself, so I'll just get along the best I can. That's one way. The other way is to go in with the idea that the more serious you take this war business, the more you train and work and develop yourself for the job ahead, the sooner we can lick it. Isn't that right, Paul?
Right.
Yeah, and that's the way I went at it. I had to go at it like that or just die of being bored and homesick and a misfit.
No, I think you're doing exactly right, Jack. I'm proud of you.
But why the parachute troops, Jack?
Because that was the hardest. After you've passed all the physical tests for other branches of Marine service, then you take more and harder tests for the paramarines.
If there'd been anything harder than paramarines, you'd have had to try for that, huh?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it sounds silly to a civilian.
Heck, it does.
Oh, no, we're with you, Jack. It's just that it's hard to express how glad we are to be related to her.
Oh, please, I don't want you to feel that way. Really, I don't. It wasn't bravery or cockiness or anything like that. It was just a hard job to do, and somebody's got to do it, and I didn't feel I could pass it up if they'd take me.
Yes. Good boy.
Gee, fella, I'm glad for you. I mean, that you made it.
Yeah.
You say you're going to be down at Camp Gillespie?
Yeah, there are 2 training camps for paramarines, Camp Gillespie, California, and New River, North Carolina. I thought for a while I was going to draw New River.
But you didn't. Now when you get some time off, you can come home.
And there's no reason why you can't come down to camp once in a while.
How long's the course?
5 weeks.
Do you know anything about the training?
Not much. You get lots of hardening up training. They teach you more and more judo. That's the old jiu-jitsu wrestling. And I know we start our training jumping in captive parachutes from towers.
Oh, yes, I've seen some of it in newsreels.
Uh-huh. The 5th week, the new recruits make 6 jumps from planes.
At the end of 4 weeks, you start jumping from planes?
Yeah. And after the 6th jump, you get your inseam, the curled wings.
Uh-huh. And then he's a full-fledged paramarine. Golly.
And after that?
Well, one of 2 things will happen.
Huh?
Yes, Dad. Active service, which I'm hoping for, or I'll be held to one of the camps to help train other recruits.
Active service where, son?
Haven't the faintest idea, Mom. You know, Paul, one of the most interesting things about paramarines is that the officers are really line officers. In the air, you're a paratrooper, but once you hit the ground, you take over just like you were in the front lines of the battle.
And you mean front lines?
Uh-huh.
Golly, I can hardly wait for Winston to get here.
Uh-huh. What brought that up?
So I can tell him what a gorgeous man he's got for a father.
Oh, Betty.
Well, I think so. And I'm going to teach every one of our 7 sons and daughters to think so, too.
Huh? 7 sons and daughters?
Yes, Dad. You didn't know it, but you're going to be the grandfather to, what are their names?
Elizabeth Sharon Ann and Marie Antoinette and Mary Fanny for the girls. And Winston, Paul, David, and John for the boys.
Oh, goodness, you are looking into the future, aren't you?
Well, I always say there can't ever be too many children in the family when they've got a father like Jack to be proud of.
Oh, boy, have you got a reputation to live up to.
And Jack's just the man who can do it, too.
You can, huh?
Doggone right.
looks as if Clifford really put his foot into it this time. During a family chat, he referred to women as the weaker sex and immediately brought down upon his head the combined indignation of Hazel and Claudia.
Weaker sex indeed. How can you say such a thing, Clifford Barber? Why, women are doing even better at some men's jobs these days than men themselves.
Yes, all they needed was a chance to show what they could do. I'm really surprised that you're being so old-fashioned, Clifford.
Hey, now lay off. I didn't originate the phrase. I was only quoting.
By the way, who did originate that term, weaker sex? Some man, I suppose.
Well, I don't know exactly, but Shakespeare came pretty close to it in Hamlet. Frailty, thy name is woman.
Yes, and wasn't it that very gallant gentleman, Lord Chesterfield, who said women are to be talked to as below men and above children?
Yes, but thank goodness all men aren't that blind. One of the nicest tributes to women I know of was written by a man. Matthew Henry, I think. I don't know all of it. Do you, Paul?
You mean the one about woman was made of a rib?
Mm-hmm, that's the one. Can you quote it?
Maybe I can remember it. The woman was made of a rib out of the side of Adam, not out of his feet to be trampled upon by him, but out of his side to be equal with him, under his arm to be protected, and near his heart to be loved.
Oh, I like that, Paul. Do you have a copy of it someplace?
Yeah, remind me later. I'll look it up for you. Oh, and maybe you'd like this one, also written by a man, John Vanbrugh. Whilst there is a world, 'tis woman that will govern it.
Well, maybe so, but doggone it, I just hope women won't ever forget that their real worlds are their homes and families.
Well, don't worry about that, Clifford. Even though many of today's women are doing a man's job and doing it as well as any man, a woman's first and most important job will always be the proper feeding and care of her family. And she's doing that job well, too. For instance, today, when it's so much more difficult to plan nourishing, well-balanced meals, you'll find many wise women depending on Fleischmann's fresh yeast to help add extra vitamins to their family's diets. You see, Fleischmann's fresh yeast with the yellow label is the only one on the market with both vitamin B complex and added amounts of vitamins A and D. Those are the vitamins, you know, which are essential to our good health and well-being. So if you or other members of your family need extra vitamins, give Fleischmann's 7-day vitamin pickup a chance to help you. Just take 2 cakes of Fleischmann's yeast every day for 7 days straight. You should notice real benefits in just that short time. And for a really pleasant way to take yeast, drink a delicious vitamin cocktail, Fleischmann's yeast in cool milk, water, or tomato juice. Yes, drink it, America. To your health. You have just heard Chapter 4, Book 46 of One Man's Family, written and produced by Carlton E. Morse for the makers of Fleischmann's yeast. Chapter 5, entitled Another Weekend at the Dairy Ranch, will come to you next week at this same hour.
Next time you buy puddings, ladies, ask for R-O-Y-A-L, Royal Puddings. Serve a smooth, rich, delicious Royal Pudding tomorrow and find out for yourself why women from coast to coast buy more Royal Puddings than any other kind. One Man's Family comes to you from California. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Hollywood, California, Monday, April 5th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, Adolphe Menjou, and Jack LaRue in The Farewell to Arms. Lux presents Hollywood. Our players, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's renowned star, Clark Gable, and Josephine Hutchinson, Adolphe Menjou, and Jack LaRue. Our guests, the eminent director of A Farewell to Arms and many other hit pictures, Frank Borsegi, and Courtney Riley Cooper, famous writer and criminologist. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. Before raising our curtain, we acknowledge with gratitude the award of the Women's National Radio Committee, who, as representatives of 15 million club women, have just named this program first on the air in the field of dramatics. And now, from our stage on Hollywood Boulevard, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap greet you and extend a cordial welcome to the Lux Radio Theater. Lovely Jean Parker tells you this. Try a Lux Toilet Soap Beauty Bath next time you have a date to keep. It protects daintiness, makes you feel sure of yourself. May we add just this to Miss Parker's statement. Yet Lux Toilet Soap itself costs so little that any girl can buy it. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. 20 years ago tonight in Washington, a group of weary statesmen left the council chambers of the nation, knowing that when they returned, they must seal a declaration no longer avoidable. On the following day, April 6, 1917, word went round the world that the United States had entered the war. There were those who had not waited. Among them, 19-year-old Ernest Hemingway, who had joined the Italian army. He emerged at the struggle's end with 4 possessions. On his chest, 2 medals for valor. In his shoulder, a silver plate replacing what steel had carried away. In his mind, a story that cried out to be written. Basing the tale largely on what his war-weary eyes had seen, he labeled it A Farewell to Arms. The world accepted it as one of the most graphic, true, and tender accounts of the conflict. Lawrence Stallings adapted it for the stage, and it came to still greater glory on the screen. For many months we've aspired to bring A Farewell to Arms to the audience of the Lux Radio Theater, but patiently waited until we could announce the stars whom we present tonight. Clark Gable as Lieutenant Henry, Josephine Hutchinson as Catherine Barclay, Adolphe Menjou as Rinaldi, the same role he played in the picture, and Jack LaRue as Father Romano, the part he created for both play and screen. In his story, I don't think it was Mr. Hemingway's intent, nor is it ours, to point a finger at how the war began, nor how it ended. After 20 years, we've forgotten a lot. Perhaps it's just as well. But tonight at least, let us remember brave men and lost lovers, as we dedicate this tale to those ordinary human beings caught in war's relentless circumstances. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, Adolphe Menjou, and Jack LaRue in A Farewell to Arms. Military road in northern Italy. Not far from the battlefront, a pitted road twisting down toward a plain. 3 ambulances freighted with wounded growl unsteadily forward. Frederick Henry, in the uniform of an Italian lieutenant, his steel helmet half down over his face, dozes beside Bonelli, the driver of the last ambulance.
Accidente, you hungry guns. You still growl.
Get off my lap. You're drunk.
Tenente Frederico, wake up.
Buy me a dark one. I don't want blondes. I like brunettes.
Please, Tenente Frederico, wake up.
What's that? Oh, Bonelli. Are we at the hospital yet?
No, Tenente, but you were sleeping and you talked.
Oh, did I? Well, what did I say?
What did you... You Americanos find pleasure no matter where you are. You have been dreaming about the girls again.
Oh, then I show good sense even in my sleep. Well, what else is it to dream about? Think war all the time, Bonelli, and you'll blow out your brains.
Those men in the back, why do they not keep quiet?
Find out what he wants.
What is the matter with you back of that? I'm getting you to the hospital as fast as I can. I can't stop, not here. The brakes won't hold.
Poor devil, he's dying. He's well off, but he doesn't know it.
See, Tenente.
Don't hang on to those brakes. Throw your engine wide open. When we crash, it won't make matters much worse.
What, Tenente?
Drive faster. We can get down there in no time. Then you can help a man meet death.
You have an order, Tenente.
What'd you stop for?
We have run off the road, Tenente.
Get back there and see if you can help that fellow.
Si, Tenente.
Hey, you. You over there with the fence.
Oh, see.
Which way's Gorizia?
Oh, back 1 mile. They turn to the left.
What's the matter with you? Sick?
Oh, see.
Where's your regiment?
Up there where you come from. Into the line again.
In what way are you sick?
Oh, I hurt my leg, Tenente.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, destroyed. They're paying me to walk.
Yes, if you're walking toward the trenches. But if you were walking away from them, you could walk all right, couldn't you?
Oh, please, Tenente. Be merciful. Take me back to the hospital. I can't go up there again. Oh, Mother Mary, I can't.
I don't blame you. It's tough luck, soldier, but there's nothing I can do for you.
I won't go. No, I won't. Not if they shoot me.
Keep away from the Tenente.
Oh, no, he's all right.
He's crazy. The Tenente can shoot him if he wants to.
But I don't want to. I know how he feels.
Tenente, oh, please help me.
Well, there's only one way I can help you. Benelli, the man who was dying, how is he?
Dead.
He's lucky. All right, soldier, turn around.
Turn? Head up? Oh, see, Tenente.
Now.
Tenente, you club him on the skull with your revolver. Look, he's bleeding.
Sure, we can take him back this way. Get rid of your dead man, put this one in his place.
Tenente, that is why you hit it.
War's a rotten business, Benelli. Come on, put him in the back.
Tenente, we get here. That Red Cross look good, see?
Ah, just about perfect. Come on.
There will be pretty nurses here, Tenente.
Brunettes?
They are always brunettes.
Yeah, I'll believe that when I see them. Hey, orderly.
Yes, Lieutenant?
We have wounded out there.
But we are English, Lieutenant. I'll inform the Italian unit. It's in the other wing.
Thanks. Hey, Benelli. Look at that girl going down the hall. See her?
But she's not brunette.
Oh, she's darn pretty, though. What the devil is she crying about?
I go see about the man, Tenente.
Yeah, okay. Oh, nurse. Nurse. Hey, tell me something, will you? What's the matter with that girl going down the hall crying?
Well, if you must know, they're sending her back home.
Home? Well, people don't generally cry when they're sent home, do they?
I
Would you
might,
cry?
if I were in her place. She was married just a few days ago, and they found out about it, and they've discharged her.
Oh, that's different.
All war is different, isn't it? Things happen that never could happen except in war.
Right.
She's worked like a slave, day after day, giving every ounce of her strength. She won't go to hell for finding a few minutes of happiness. Why couldn't they let her stay for a while?
Regulations.
Precisely. She married him, so she has to leave him now. Go back to England and leave him here to die by himself. Without comfort, without...
Nurse? That blue hose, please.
Yes, Miss Smith.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
That doesn't matter much when a girl's heart is breaking. Does it?
It matters to me. First of all, you're brunette. What's more important, though, you're real.
Nurse! I'm coming.
I'll see you again.
Will you?
Nurse?
What is it, Miss Smith?
Hey, baby!
Rinaldi!
You
old sawbo.
I am very happy to see you. Finally you turn up, eh?
Hey, listen, Rinaldi. Who is that nurse just turning into that ward?
You still recognize a beauty.
Who is she?
Miss Catherine Barclay. I like her myself. Did you bring me some good cases, baby?
She's a regular.
Were you under fire? I have worried about you.
Barclay? That sounds English.
7 operations today, baby, and one of them was beautiful. I took the heart out.
A nurse, but still human.
The heart lay in my hand. It was lovely. Soon, Rinaldi will be the best surgeon in all the corps, then in all the army. Someday in all of Italy.
What's that?
The best surgeon in all Italy.
Well, why not in all the world?
Why not?
You haven't changed, have you?
Nothing changes in these days except the front-line trenches. You will like it here, baby.
I've started to like it already.
Miss Catherine Barclay.
She's gorgeous.
The English nurses are always gorgeous, but she is more beautiful than any of them. I am in love with her.
Oh, does she know it?
Not yet. Have you any money?
What?
Oh, a little. Well, it will be enough. Lend me 50 lire.
What for?
Well, I must make on Miss Barclay the impression of a man of sufficient wealth.
Now, wait a minute.
But I must convince her that the great Rinaldi, who will one day become the greatest surgeon in the world, is even greater than he really is. You are my good friend and financial protector.
Rinaldi, you're crazy.
Well, but you lend me the lire.
Oh, Lord, what else can I do?
The last detail is perfect. Now we can eat and drink, and then I have an idea. Tonight at the mess.
I won't be at the mess.
But you will when I tell you. A special occasion. Song, wine, a beautiful girl. I will see that you...
Hey, it's an air raid.
They bomb us. Watch out for yourself. I'm losing my patience.
Steady, everyone, steady. Miss Barkley, where are you?
They bomb us. May their souls sweaty for it.
Miss Barkley. Oh, here you are. Come on. You've got to get out of here. But you've got to think of... Miss Barkley, where are you? Where are you?
Buonasera, Father Romano. You come to the mess hall tonight?
Yes, Rinaldi. Look at that soldier. That's so close. Yet he sings.
He has no idea how close he is to death because of his singing.
It is well you can laugh, Rinaldi.
Well, if we fail to laugh, poof, we go mad. Ah, here comes the baby.
Hello, Father Romano.
Oh, Federico, you're back safe. I am glad.
Yes, I'm not sorry.
Father Romano prayed for you while you were away, Federico. Every time you go up, he does the same.
Oh, I pray for you all.
And behold, here you are. Come, Federico. I promised you something this evening. They are outside.
Oh, suppose we stay in here. I'm tired. Father, are there any reports on who was killed by the bombs?
And the good father was with us.
No lives lost?
Not one.
Wounded?
A few.
Was one of them a nurse?
No, Federico.
So you see, baby, there is no need to be so sad. Besides, we are going outside.
All right. I'll see you later, Father.
I will be here, my son.
Federico, look. Over there by the door.
Miss Barkley.
And Miss Ferguson, Federico. They are waiting for us. Come.
Hey, Rinaldi, what's the idea?
Well, you gave me 50 lire. We have won the big time, eh? Good evening, Miss Barkley.
Good evening, Doctor. How are you, Lieutenant?
I'm glad to find you're safe.
And Federico, this is Miss Ferguson.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Ferguson?
That tenor is off on another excursion. Let us all go in the garden.
You're not fond of tenors, Dr. Rinaldi.
There are tenors and tenors. Like I say. Hey, where is Ferguson?
Well, I thought she came with us.
I see you two don't know Fergie.
You mean she stayed inside?
There are such things as orders.
The devil take orders. 3 of us cannot go wandering about here in the garden. Orders or no orders. Federico, you go find that nice Miss Ferguson.
What? She's your guest, not mine.
What?
But, Dr. Rinaldi, you did invite her.
Very well. I will get her, but I come back. She must not disappoint Federico.
So you're the one Ferguson mustn't disappoint.
That's how Rinaldi planned it.
You want it that way?
No.
Then I'm glad Fergie walked out.
And I'm glad you helped send Rinaldi after her.
Did I?
I'd like to think of it that way.
I'm afraid it's a fact. It wasn't very kind of me.
It was perfect.
Oh, I refuse to argue with you. It'd spoil everything. Oh, it's a wonderful night.
You helped to make it even more wonderful.
You know how to use words. And we do seem fated to meet one another, don't we?
Yes. Thank my lucky star. Oh, but Rinaldi will come back and bring Ferguson with him.
Suppose they don't find us.
Great. Babes lost in the woods.
Yes.
Babes who don't want to be found. See, that's an idea. We'll walk off into the darkness.
And hope we find light?
You ready to start?
Yes. I may be an idiot, but I'm ready. Late. Don't you think we ought to get back now?
Why? No one will find us here.
You seem to have found this place without difficulty.
Well, I was guided. I've never been here before, honestly.
I want to believe you. I want to believe all the things you've been saying to me.
I meant every word.
Somehow, I'm not sure I know exactly what it is, but you're not like the others.
What do you mean?
Well, just having you near me. People who don't know war would call it foolish, I suppose. But war does make a difference.
It makes things happen, Pastor.
You do understand.
There isn't time to delay when lives hang in the balance.
No time for delay. That's it. You're an American, aren't you?
Yes.
What are you doing in the Italian army?
Oh, it's not really the army. It's only the ambulance corps.
But why did you do it?
I don't know. Why did you?
I think to forget. But it hasn't worked out as I hoped it might. I don't seem to forget.
Can you tell me what?
I've never told anyone.
What is it you haven't been able to forget?
The man I was to marry.
Oh, well, where is he now?
Dead.
I'm sorry.
He was killed in the Somme. We grew up together.
And why didn't you marry?
I didn't know then what war was like. If I had it to do over again,
You would have married him.
Yes. When I joined up, I remember I had the silly idea that he might come to the hospital where I was. With a saber cut, I suppose, and a bandage on his head. Something picturesque.
This is the picturesque front, not France.
He didn't have a saber cut. They blew him to pieces. What are you thinking about?
You.
I'm glad, Frederick.
No one could be close to you like this without feeling the wonder of it.
Doesn't seem as if war was within 100 years of us.
It isn't.
There doesn't seem to be any yesterday. No tomorrow. Nothing but just this one moment.
And that's all that counts. Catherine.
Please, don't.
But I'd like to.
No, please.
But I want to kiss you. Thanks.
I didn't mean to slap you like that. I'm sorry. I just couldn't stand the nurse's evening off aspect of it. Did I hurt you?
I think you rather helped me.
I'm ashamed of myself.
But you are beautiful. And I'm mad about you. Tomorrow morning I go up to the front. If a shell got me and you never saw me again.
No. Don't say it.
Why not?
Because I love you, too.
Then
I love you, Frederick.
While we are waiting for Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Manjou to go on with the next episode of A Farewell to Arms, let us take you with us for just a moment down Hollywood Boulevard a few blocks to Grauman's famous Chinese Theater. The line is forming already to see Lloyd's of London. Let's listen in on Dot, who planned to meet Margie before the show.
Gee, Marty, you must have been here ages to be so near the beginning of the line. Guess who I saw way back near the end?
I don't know. Who?
Evelyn with Jack.
No.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't that beat all?
Oh.
I mean, he kind of stopped seeing her, you know.
Yeah?
Well, Evelyn's got on a pink dress tonight, and she looks wonderful.
Listen, I'll tell you a secret about Evelyn. You know, ever since she got that job as an extra at RKO, she's been paying some attention to her complexion. They have Lux toilet soap in all those dressing rooms, and she took the hint.
Well, it certainly worked. Honest, your skin looks grand. Going great guns with Jack, too. Looked like a real romance.
A real romance. Any girl whose complexion is lovely can expect one. Here's where Lux toilet soap comes in. Its active lather thoroughly removes dust, dirt, stale cosmetics, guards against unattractive cosmetic skin. Use gentle Lux toilet soap before each application of fresh makeup, before going to bed at night. Remember, 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars use Lux toilet soap. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Back to our play, A Farewell to Arms, starring Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Manjou. It's early the following morning. In a corridor of the hospital, Rinaldi, dressed for the operating room, walks quickly toward an open door. As he's about to enter, Frederick bars his way.
Rinaldi. Baby, why did you return? I forgot something. 1 hour ago, I wished you Godspeed from my window, and here you are back again. Where's Catherine? Catherine, I see now. You were making progress while I was hunting for that stupid Ferguson. Well, I drove off without saying a word to Catherine. I can't go that way. I don't want to. Where is she? She's on duty. I'll find her. Such things are not permitted. Oh, come now, baby. You know that. Well, I'm going up to the front, Benali. I may come back and I may not. They may cart me into you so you can take my heart out, hold it in your hand, and tell someone how beautiful it was. Do not talk like a fool. Oh, we don't know what will happen. I'm going to... Oh, there she is. Catherine. Catherine.
Frederick, what's wrong?
Miss Barkley dropped the tray with the patient's breakfast on it. That is all that is wrong at the moment. Catherine, you're all right, aren't you?
Yes, I'm all right.
Well, I came to... I thought that... Well, you see, I'm going to be away for a while, and I didn't want you to think that, well, I'd just gone away.
No.
What I mean is that, well, I'd hate to have you think that it wasn't important to me about us. I don't exactly know how to say it.
You said it very nicely, dear. Thank you. Will you be gone long?
Only a few days. There's going to be an offensive up above the Piave. Nothing much, I guess.
An offensive? Oh, you'll be careful, won't you?
I won't get hit.
But you ought to have something to protect you. I'd like you to have something of mine. Here, take this, Frederick.
Your locket?
It's a St. Anthony. They say a St. Anthony will guard you from harm.
I'll take care of him for you.
Take care of yourself, Frederick.
Darling,
Not here. Goodbye, dear. I'll be waiting for you.
Goodbye. Baby, you are a fool. So long, Rinaldi. If my heart must be cut out, I hope you'll do it. Get out, you wild devil.
Frederico.
Stop worrying, Benelli.
But they lay down the barrage.
It isn't going to harm us any. I have St. Anthony with me. Her St. Anthony, Benelli. I won't get hit.
Please come into the dugout. You are driving me crazy. Please, for her sake.
All right. Go in yourself first.
It is getting a little nasty. Here, I drop the tent flap. It blows out some of the sound. There.
Hey, we better eat something. There won't be much time once the attack starts.
Try this spaghetti, Tenente.
Thanks.
It does not taste so bad when you wash it down with some of the wine, eh? Drop that flap and come in, Piano.
Something to eat, eh?
Have they started to move up yet?
Si, Tenente.
Who's attacking?
Bersaglieri. Oh, what does it matter? Whoever goes, they never come back again.
Have some wine.
If no one would attack, the war would be over. But someone always attacks. It starts now.
Hey, that was a big one.
420.
Oh, you are a fool, Bonelli. And you never get anything right. It was 305.
Sounded like a Skoda to me.
Skoda? That's what I...
Hey, they're finding their range. That one was close.
I think we had better leave.
And when we leave? Go where?
There's nothing can harm us. St. Anthony. Benelli. Tenente, are you safe? Benelli, they got me. There's a joke to go this way. And I just said, I won't get hit.
Lieutenant Frederick Henry, lacerations of the scalp and possible fracture of the skull, multiple superficial wounds of the left and right thigh, left and right knee and right foot, profound wounds of right foot and knee, incurred in line of duty.
How do you feel, baby? Who's that? You do not know me? Look. Oh, Rinaldi. What are you doing here? The Major let me come. No one shall hurt you, baby. No butcher is going to touch my war, brother. Only Rinaldi can take you and not hurt you. You must forgive me for talking so much, baby. I am very unhappy to see you wounded. Did you take my heart out yet? Not yet. Maybe soon. Nurse, you fixed those instruments?
Yes, sir.
How did it happen, baby? I will see that you are decorated for bravery. Perhaps we can get you the bronze medal. Did you carry someone on your back? If you did, I will get you the silver one. Oh, no, I didn't carry anyone. I couldn't move. But there was something heroic. Tell me what you did. Was blown up eating spaghetti. Well, it does not matter. I will get you the silver one anyway. Nurse, the ether.
Shall I administer it?
Yes. Now. Wait, Rinaldi. Where is Catherine? Don't worry, baby. I will fix you so you will be as good as new. You will see. Every day I learn to do things smoother, quicker. Catherine. I want Catherine. Breathe deeply. You will soon be asleep. No, I tell you, Rinaldi, I want Catherine. I won't be able to get well unless I have her. I tell you. Do not try to sit up. Where do you think you will go from here? To the Italian hospital where they have male nurses with beards? Oh, no. I am your friend. Rinaldi, tell me where Catherine is. She has been transferred to Milano. Well, then nothing matters to me. But it must matter, baby. You are going to get well. I have arranged it. You, too, go to Milano. Are you telling me the truth? Yes. Turn on your ether. I will be left here all alone with the war. Breathe deep, baby. No one to lend me money. And you there in Milano. Catherine. More ether. I'll be seeing you, darling. All right. We are ready. The scalpel. Well, my boy, how are you?
Better, Father. It was good of you to come.
I heard they brought you in Milano. You like it here?
Well, it's a lot quieter. Sit down, Father.
Oh, I cannot stay long, my son. They warned me not to tire you out.
Oh, don't worry about me. Rinaldi said he'd pull me through, and he did. You seem tired yourself.
I am tired, but I have no right to be.
You have the war discussed.
Oh, no, my son, but I hate war.
I don't enjoy it.
You do not mind it. You do not see it. Oh, you must forgive me. I know you are wounded. Still, even wounded, you do not see it. I can tell.
Come in. Hello, Catherine.
Hello, darling. Good evening, Father.
Miss Catherine, you do not think I am tiring him?
Oh, no. He's strong. And he's got such a lovely temperature. It's always normal. I'm awfully proud of his temperature, Father.
Yeah, maybe all our children will have fine temperatures, too.
Our children will probably have beastly temperatures.
Oh, my daughter. My son.
Oh, don't mind us, Father. We're in love.
Oh, I know. I could see it in your faces, but you spoke of children. Without war, you would live married in the grace of God. Is it not so?
Why, yes.
And you, my dear?
Yes, Father.
Then you shall be married. Now.
Father.
Frederick, listen.
Father, are you... Is that the marriage service? Of course you understand that Army regulations prevent us from marrying. They'd send Catherine home. Oh, but why shouldn't she go home? She'd be far better off. Shh. Poor cat.
Our marriage, Frederick.
It's a crazy marriage, darling.
It's real. And at least I'm in white.
No orange blossom?
I can smell them.
No organ music.
I can hear it plainly.
And do you, Federico, take Catherine for your lawfully wedded wife?
I do, Father.
And do you, Catherine, take Federico for your lawfully wedded husband?
I do.
Then I pronounce you man and wife. And from my heart I can say, bless you in his name.
Thank you, Father.
In times such as these, man-made rules are not as important as the laws of the Father. Let me look at you, Catherine.
I'm happy, Father.
I see that in your eyes. Goodbye. I will come again next time I am in Milano.
Give my regards to everyone, Father.
I will.
Goodbye, Father.
God have mercy on you.
Catherine.
Married. You and I. Married.
You love me?
I adore you.
I love you. So nothing else matters. There's nothing in the world can keep us apart now. Who the devil can that be? It can't be the Father. Get behind the door.
But if anyone found me...
No one's going to find you. Come in. Well, Ferguson, welcome.
You don't need to try any of your blandishments on me. Has Catherine been here?
I wish she would come here.
She's a fool when she's near you.
Now,
an absolute
Fergie.
featherbrain. The more she has to do with you, the less good will come of it.
Fergie.
And let me tell you one thing more. War or no war, let Catherine alone. If you don't, you'll have me to answer to. Now, I hope you sleep well with that on your mind.
Poor Fergie.
Oh, she'll live through it all right. You know, it's a lot of fun teasing her. Her nose does such weird tricks.
Oh, good night, dear.
Good night. No.
But I've got to go back to quarters.
Oh, just a little while, please. Come on, sit close to me.
Frederick.
Yes.
How many other girls have you loved?
None.
How many? Really?
None.
You're lying to me.
Of course.
It's all right. You just keep right on lying. That's what I want you to do. Were they very pretty?
No one in the whole world but you is pretty.
But what were they like?
I don't know anything about it.
And I don't care anything about it. You're just mine. That's true. Mine.
Darling.
And you never belonged to anyone else. But I don't care if you have. I'm not afraid of them. But don't tell me about them. Ever.
You wish something, Signora?
A ticket to Switzerland, please.
But to where, Signora? What town?
The nearest one to Italy.
That would be Brissago.
Then that's the ticket I want.
Catherine Barclay.
Fergie. Oh, Fergie.
What on earth are you up to?
I hoped you might come.
Oh, you knew darn well I would after I found your letter. What do you mean by leaving instructions that no one was to tell that fool ambulance driver of yours that you'd run away?
Well, he's up at the front again, Fergie.
That's nothing new. He's been there for months.
I didn't want to worry.
Don't bother your head about that. War doesn't make men worry about anything but themselves. Do you mind telling me what it's all about?
I'm going away.
So I gathered, but where? Why?
I'm going to Switzerland so my baby can be born without guns all around him.
Catherine, your baby?
Our baby.
Oh, I said that no good would come of it.
But, Fergie, he's my husband. And now war hasn't even cheated us out of a baby.
And you're going alone?
Oh, I'm not afraid. Bringing a baby into the world isn't anything. Well, millions of other women have had babies. But he mustn't know. Yet. I'll write to him from Switzerland. He won't tell him yet. Promise.
The train leaves, Signora.
You're running away?
But I'm running away to happiness, Fergie. The greatest happiness I've ever known. Goodbye, Fergie.
Catherine!
Goodbye.
For station identification, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KMX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, Adolphe Menjou, and Jack LaRue pause in our presentation of A Farewell to Arms, and we hear now from the man who directed the notable screen version, Mr. Frank Borzage. Starting his theatrical career at 13 as a utility boy with a road company, he became a leading man in Hollywood prior to turning director 20 years ago. His succession of hit pictures began with humoresque and include Desire, Street Angel, Little Man, What Now, the Academy Award winners Bad Girl and Seventh Heaven, and his current achievements, Green Light and History is Made at Night. Yachtsman, aviator, polo player, a friend to everyone. It's an honor to present one of Hollywood's greatest directors, Mr. Frank Borzage.
All of which finds me very grateful, C.B., and very embarrassed. Apparently you've never seen me sail a boat, fly a plane, or fall from a pony. But it does my heart good to be here listening to such a faithful and genuine production of a story that made my pet picture.
Well, thank you, Frank. Our problem tonight, as every week, is to convey by sound alone what you and I do on the screen with a camera. And since we're talking shop, you and your pictures have a unique quality of sending an audience out of a theater crying with emotion, while sometimes the rest of us send them out crying for their money back. You do something to our innards that we can't quite equal. Just what is it?
Now I'm on the spot. Well, let's put it this way. Some of us sell our stories by appealing to the sense of humor. Some by magnificent spectacles, meaning you, Mr. DeMille. Others by sheer beauty and through clever psychological twists. I believe in trying to reach the heart. I think tenderness, simplicity, and little human touches are essential in making an audience live and believe what you have to tell them. That's what I strive for. Whether I succeed or not is another matter.
Like monuments, your pictures prove you do. Tell us, Frank, did Mr. Hemingway work with you on A Farewell to Arms?
No, but we were fortunate enough to obtain a technical advisor, a Lieutenant Charles B. Griffin, who knew him in Italy during the war. Lieutenant Griffin showed me a letter Hemingway had sent him shortly after he was wounded. The letter had been scrawled out from a stretcher and said, "Have 9 pieces of shrapnel in me. Not dangerous. Don't notify family. Everything molto bene." But with such stars you have here waiting tonight, it's time for me to get back to the audience. You've got a great show, C.B., and a great product in Lux Toilet Soap. It's been a pleasure to be associated with both. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you, and farewell. A Farewell to Arms continues, starring Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Menjou. Months have crawled by since Catherine entrained for Switzerland. Months during which she's written daily letters to Frederick, but has received no answer. We find the American in his quarters near the front. In the garish light of a kerosene lamp, he sits at a crude table, writing. Rinaldi paces back and forth impatiently.
Hurry, baby, hurry. It is time to go.
Go where?
What I told you before, the Villa Rosa. Ah, you will find things there to make you forget the war. New girls, all brunettes. Everybody is going.
Not me.
But, baby, you must. It will be a fine party. Besides, I said you would go.
I can't. I want to finish this letter.
To your frozen English girl in Milano who never answers? Every day, nothing but letters. You might as well be married.
That's my business.
Oh, baby, how you have come back to me. Serious, like a shopkeeper, and with a liver. Where is my war brother who used to be so gay with me and go to the Villa Rosa every night?
Oh, leave me alone, will you?
Why, is she not just a girl?
Keep her out of this.
So, a sacred subject. Believe me, baby, sacred subjects are not for soldiers. Be like me, all fire and smoke, but nothing inside.
I said I wasn't going.
Come on, baby.
I said to leave me alone. You can call me your friend. Why in heaven's name can't you let a friend alone when he asks you to? Now clear out.
So, I do not like that, baby.
Then let me alone.
I think that is a good idea. Next time you are wounded, I will take out your liver and put you in a good Italian liver and make you a man again. I will teach him a lesson. No woman can come between friends. Orderly.
Signore, Capitano.
What is it that you have, the mail?
Si, signore, it just came.
Let me see. Tenente Frederick Henry from Switzerland. So, hand me the stamp.
Si, Capitano.
Return to sender, rejected by censor. Send it back.
Capitano.
Send back all letters for Tenente Henry from that address. Sacred subjects are forbidden.
Si, Capitano.
They give aid and comfort to the enemy. Stop staring at me. Send it back. Send it back.
Sit down, Father. It's nice to see you again.
Thank you, my boy. Oh, but you have changed so. You are not my Federico. Is there anything wrong?
No word, Father.
From Catherine?
Not a line. I've wrote every day to the hospital in Milan. She's never answered me.
Oh, that's very strange.
Something has happened to her. I know it.
Have you tried?
I've tried everything. I can't get any information at all. I've got to find her myself. I'm going to Milan.
Oh, but my son, leaves of absence are forbidden since the battle began.
I'm going anyway.
But that is desertion.
I don't care. I'm going.
But you will be caught. Oh, Federico, you must not do this.
What does war mean to me anymore? What does anything mean but finding her? You remember that night in the hospital?
I remember, my son.
You married us that night, Father.
But, Federico, consider...
I consider her only. Something has happened to her. Something serious. She needs me. I'm going to Milan, and no one can stop me.
Oh, may the kind Father protect you. When do you go?
Now. The others are at dinner. By morning, when they miss me, I'll be halfway to Milan.
And so, beloved, before very long, I will have wonderful news for you. God protect you and keep you. I do wish you would write. Come in. Oh, is there any mail, Rudolph?
Fresh soup. Good, warm soup. My wife made it for you.
That does smell good.
There is no better soup maker in Switzerland, though I myself say so.
Just put it here on the table. And bread.
She made that, too. The soup. It is right?
It's delicious.
There's more where it comes from. How long since you eat?
Oh, I haven't been hungry.
Because your stomach says so, or your purse. You have lost 20 pounds since you came to us.
Well, I lose weight in winter.
You do not lie well. Some things go badly, no?
It isn't always easy.
The heart can be so lonely.
Yes.
It is the way, Signora. My wife was the same way, singing with the happiness of a bird one moment.
That's it.
Black as a pit the next moment.
Yes, and pits can be so black. But I won't have to wait very much longer. A day, 2 days, perhaps 3. Then happiness.
Yes.
All the wonder of life for my very own. I'm a little bit frightened sometimes when I think of it.
Please, you eat the soup.
All alone. Waiting for someone to come to me. Wondering what he'll be like. A little afraid that...
The trouble is you do not know. You should be strong, and you are not as strong as a newborn baby. You who are to bring one into the world. Oh, pardon. It is your business, not mine.
Thanks.
An old fool can be a very great old fool when his tongue is not watched. Look, here are your letters.
Letters? You brought me letters?
Yes.
But why didn't you tell me?
See, a great package of them. They were tied in a bundle.
Oh, let me have them, quick.
Now there's light in your eyes. At last his letters reach here. I told you they would come.
Oh.
Signora, what is wrong?
These are my letters.
What?
All mine. Returned to sender, rejected by censor. My letters. Nothing but mine. He hasn't received one.
We will send them again.
Suppose he sent them back.
No, he could not do that.
Well, Ferguson said war made men think of nothing but themselves.
You're making things up out of your mind because it is tired. War has a way of playing evil jokes, Signora. It is like a jealous person who takes from us...
Takes. That's what it's done. Taken. That's why he hasn't written. That's why my letters come back. There's no one to receive them. There's no one to write to me. He's gone. He's dead.
Signora. Oh, Marta, come up here. Signora has fallen.
Where have you been, baby? 2 days you disappear like a smoke. I look for you. Where is baby, I say? Where is he gone?
I went to Milan.
Oh, so?
She wasn't there. I asked everyone. They don't know where she is. Or if they do, they're not telling me. She was going to have a baby. Fergie told me that much.
A baby? Too bad. Well, tomorrow we move up front again. That will make you forget.
I'm not moving up front with you, Rinaldi. I'm through with the war.
But you cannot just stop and say I am through with war. They will not let you do it. If they arrest you, no one can say...
I realize all that.
They will shoot you.
Get this through your head. I'm not going back. I'm going to find Catherine Barclay. She's going to have a baby. My baby. I'm going to find her. And nothing you can say will change that.
But suppose that she is no longer in Italy.
What made you say that?
Only because...
You know where she is?
Yes, baby.
Where?
Switzerland, Brissago.
How do you know that?
Believe me, baby, it is true.
Brissago? About 35 kilometers.
There will be sentries at the frontier.
I know.
And you will have to watch out for patrol boats.
I'll make it.
Here, you may need this money. Take it.
You're a good egg, Rinaldi.
No, I am a bad egg, baby. But I did not know you felt this way about her. You see, baby, I knew all the time where she was.
What?
I saw by the postmark on her letters, the ones I sent back to her.
You fool, Rinaldi. You poor, blundering fool.
I am sorry, baby. I did not...
Shut up! I ought to strangle you. But I'll take your money because I need it.
I will be lonely without you, baby.
You?
You will write to me.
Oh, sure. Maybe my letters will come back, too.
Goodbye, Federico. Don't forget. He will never come back. Never. Curse all wars and women.
Who is it? Don't break down the door. This is Switzerland, not war. Well, what do you want?
Miss Catherine Barclay, where is she?
I don't know. She's gone. That's all I can tell you. She ran away when we wanted to help her.
But this is where she lived. Ferguson told me it's where she lived.
Who are you?
What business is it of yours?
So, the soldier who never took the time to write.
Where is she gone?
Letting her sit here alone, growing weaker and weaker.
Shut up! There's a hospital here.
8 squares to the left and then 3 to the right. She might be dead now.
No, she's not dead.
She may be. She may, for all you...
Well, what do you want?
Miss Barkley.
Do you realize you're dripping water all over the floor?
What difference does that make? Is Catherine Barkley here?
Yes, she is. Why?
I'm her husband. You don't have to look at me like that. I came here as quickly as I could after I found out where she was. How is she?
Dr. Peters will tell you. He's in with her now.
I'll wait until he comes out. But she is all right, isn't she?
We don't know. Yet.
But people don't die in childbirth nowadays.
Some do.
She won't die. She's just having a bad time. After it's all over, she'll say it wasn't bad at all.
Well, that's what we all hope for.
But what reason is there for her to die? It's just a child that has to be born and makes trouble and is born, and then you look after it and get to love it.
Nurse. Oh,
Doctor, this is the husband.
Is there any danger, Doctor?
she's very weak.
Weak?
Yes.
The baby?
A boy, but he was dead.
Oh. But she'll be all right.
It's not in my hands any longer.
Don't let her die. Oh, God, please don't let her die. I'll do anything for her if you don't let her die. You took the boy. That was all right. Oh, please, God, don't let her die.
You wish to go in?
Please.
All right. Through this door. Now be just as quiet as you can.
Catherine.
Frederick. You did come.
Don't try to move, darling.
I knew you were coming.
You'll be all right, Catherine. I know you'll be all right.
When my letters came back, I thought you were dead. I kept on thinking you were dead until last night. Then I knew you were coming. I kept calling to you.
It was all Rinaldi's fault. He didn't know. He took your letters and sent them back again. Every one of them.
So that was the reason.
Yes, I didn't receive one. It wasn't until 2 days ago he told me where you were. And all the time I'd been writing to Milan, and my letters had been coming back. Because you weren't there.
It's all very clear when you understand everything, isn't it?
Yes, dear.
You do love me, don't you?
You know I do.
You love me just as much as you did that evening back in the hospital when the good father married us.
There hasn't been a moment since then when I haven't loved you.
Frederick.
Yes, darling.
Stopped raining, hasn't it?
Yes, darling.
I hoped it would. Please open the window. But don't stay away from me very long. I want to share every minute there is with you. It's nice with the window open and the outside coming in.
Yes.
I liked it so much. Living, I mean. Oh, this is just a mean trick. It comes just at the time when I hoped we would... Darling.
Catherine, what's the matter? Look at me. Catherine.
Don't be afraid, darling. And don't ever forget. Don't ever forget.
Catherine. Catherine. Oh, my darling. You can't leave me this way. You can't. Catherine.
Death is an angel with two faces. To us he turns a face of terror, blighting all things fair. The other burns with glory of the stars, and love is there. We have concluded a farewell to arms. But we have not said farewell to Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Menjou. They will return to us in a moment. 19 years ago, the World War ended. But today in this country, we're engaged in another war, the war on crime. An underworld army of over 3.5 million thugs rolls up an annual crime cost of $15 billion. One of the leaders in the fight against the enemy within our gates is now our guest. Head G-Man Hoover calls him one of the greatest authorities on crime. He's also a writer of distinction and worked with me on The Plainsman. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Courtney Riley Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And here's an interesting angle to those figures you just mentioned. They mean a tax of $120 a year for every man, woman, and child in the United States. But that isn't the worst of it. I'm just trying to cheer you up, you know. Government figures show that unless a person dies young, 3/4 of our entire population, directly or indirectly, will be victims of major crimes, like burglary, or holdups, or manslaughter, arson, or murder.
You're quite a sunbeam, aren't you? Can't something be done to clean up this terrible mess?
Well, the most hopeful thing about the crime wave is its magnitude. Because at last people are beginning to awaken to what it really means, and its terrible cost in money, in lives, in property. And when the American people wake up to a situation, they usually do something about it.
Knowing the rackets as you do, Mr. Cooper, you must be a tough person to victimize.
You mean I'm public victim number 1. I was robbed 3 times in the last year.
One more question. Who was America's most dangerous criminal? John Dillinger?
Not at all. It was a woman, Kate Barker. She reared 4 sons to be murderers, bank robbers, kidnappers, and herself died with a machine gun in her hand. Perhaps you remember the battle at Lake Weir, Florida, about a year or so ago. Ma Barker and her son, Fred, fought off 15 G-men and died with their boots on. But in doing so, they helped the war against crime, for it is things like this that arouse decent, law-abiding citizens to a true realization of what's going on. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. I'm sure we're all with you. At this point, our stars return to speak for themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Menjou.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille. And thanks to you all who took part with us in tonight's play. There's just a word or two I'd like to say about Adolphe Menjou. The story of a farewell to arms is nothing new to him. During the war, Adolphe served in the Cornell unit of the United States Ambulance Corps. He was with the first contingent of American troops to land in Italy and really lived the story as Hemingway saw it. He served at Bassano, Montetombo, and Genoa, rose from private to captain, and took his detachment over the Alps for the drives in the Argonne and at San Miel. Did I get the facts straight, Adolphe?
Yes, this play brings back many memories. I well recall the hospital where Lieutenant Henry met Catherine. It's in a little town just outside of Genoa, and I was stationed there for several weeks. Now let's see what tonight's Catherine has to report. You look as if you had something on your mind, Josephine.
Oh, no. I was just standing here admiring Clark's lovely sideburns.
Oh, well, I admit they require a little explanation. Well, you see, I'm playing the part of Charles Stewart Parnell in the picture Parnell, and he lived when sideburns flourished. The studio prefers the homegrown variety, so there was nothing that I could do about it.
They certainly are beautiful, Clark. Beautiful. By the way, they tell me you're a handy man with a rope.
Yes, I understand they're calling you Buck Gable. You bring them back alive. Everything from calves to mountain lions.
Rope, mountain lions, what's this all about?
No. Really nothing at all, Josephine. You know, I just get a big kick out of trying to rope calves. You know, a regular drugstore cowboy. Most of the time, the calves win. And that business about getting a mountain lion is technically correct, but it was only a 60-pound youngster. I gave him to a trainer, and you may see him in the movies one of these days.
Well, if he's going to be a regular picture star, you'd better acquaint him right now with Lux toilet soap. But seriously, though, I know of nothing that's kinder to one's complexion than Lux soap. It's richly earned its right to be called the beauty soap of the stars. And I'm just as happy to pass that word along as I am to be here tonight. Many thanks, and goodbye.
Good night. Good night. Good night to all three of you. Good night.
Thank you, Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Manjou. This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melville Ruick. Another banner evening in the Lux Radio Theater awaits you next Monday night, and Mr. DeMille tells us of it shortly. Our cast tonight included Doris Lloyd as Nurse Ferguson, Lionel Belmore as Rudolph, Martin Provenson as Dr. Peters, Lou Merrill as Bonelli, Justina Wayne as Head Nurse, Norman Ainsley as Piani, Frank Nelson as a railway clerk, Cornelia Osgood as the Italian nurse, and Ruth Easton as the Swiss nurse. Clark Gable appeared through courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer Studios and will be seen next with Myrna Loy in Parnell. Mr. Borzage, Walter Wanger Productions. Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he's in charge of music for Wake Up and Live. As announced last week, today, April 5th, marks the beginning of a very important week to all housewives, National Retail Grocers Week. Be sure to go personally to your grocers during this week. You will be well repaid. Splendid values will be featured generally over a wide list of products you use regularly. Incidentally, you will find in the great majority of stores from coast to coast special values on Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap. And now, back to Mr. DeMille.
Our production next Monday night is taken from the Sidney Howard adaptation of a story that met with phenomenal success as a novel, a play, and a motion picture, Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. And we're proud to announce that the title role will be filled by the same brilliant performer who created it on stage and screen, Walter Huston. With him from the original Broadway cast will be his wife, Nan Sunderland, as Edith Cartwright, and Fay Bainter as Fran. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Walter Huston, Nan Sunderland, and Fay Bainter in Dodsworth. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'm Jeffrey Lyons, hoping you enjoyed AMC's Lux Radio Theater presentation of A Farewell to Arms, starring Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Manjou, originally broadcast over CBS Radio April 5th, 1937. This broadcast was based on the 1932 film version of A Farewell to Arms, which owes as much to the shimmering house style of Paramount Pictures as it does to the highly acclaimed adaptation of Ernest Hemingway's 1929 novel. Now, if Hemingway purists can get past the romanticizing of the novel, the film offers its own glittery appeal. On the Italian front in World War I, an American ambulance driver, played by Gary Cooper, falls hard for a nurse, played by Helen Hayes. Cooper was, in real life, a close friend of Hemingway, and later played the hero of Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls. Directed by Frank Borzage, A Farewell to Arms received Oscar nominations for Best Picture, Best Art Direction, for Cinematography and Sound. It won for Best Sound and for ace cameraman Charles Lang's brilliant cinematography. Lang's lush black and white could skillfully capture the glow from a cigarette as it played across Cooper's darkened face. And the jaded battle scenes showed the influence of the hit film All Quiet on the Western Front, especially in the gripping montage depicting Cooper's progress alone through the war zone. A quality remake followed in 1957, starring Rock Hudson and Jennifer Jones, directed by Charles Vidor and produced by David O. Selznick.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Arch Oboler's Plays. A Story in the Night. Tonight, James Cagney in Arch Oboler's dramatization of the most talked-of book of the year, Johnny Got His Gun, by Dalton Trumbull.
We tell you of Joe Bonham. 22 years ago, he went to war. They carried him back from that war. They carried him back because he had no arms, no legs, no ears with which to hear, no eyes with which to see, no mouth with which to speak. Today, he lies alone in a room in a hospital close to your city. He's a living flesh, and he waits. Your world is shut off from Joe Bonham. He has only the world within his own mind. We tell you of Joe Bonham. These are the thoughts of a boy who 22 years ago went to war.
Somebody listen to me. I'm talking to you. Somebody listen to me. Gotta talk to somebody. It's dark and lonely. Somebody... No. Going out of my head again. How can you hear what ain't got a tongue, ain't got a mouth, ain't got... No, won't think of that anymore. Gotta think of something, yeah, something else. If I don't think, my head, yeah, quick, think about when I was a kid.
Hey, Joe, come on in swimming.
Yeah, swimming. When I was a kid, I went swimming. Dive in the river, feel the water against my legs and my arms. Now I haven't got any No, won't think of that. Think about my town.
It's the nicest little old place on earth, Shale City.
I gotta remember.
Hamburger, get your hot hamburger, get your hot hamburger.
Yeah, best hamburgers in the world.
All right, boy, here's 30 cents. Go down and get 3 hamburgers.
Pa.
Oh, they're delicious. If I could only cook like this.
Ma, No, don't think of her. Think about... County Fair.
See the lady cut in half the 4th part of $1. A motorcycle rider, defying death inside a straight up and down circular wall.
I can't remember anymore. I gotta remember. If I don't remember things, I'll think, and if I think... No. I gotta remember something. Something. Girls. Think about girls. Quick, think about girls.
Joe.
Karine?
Joe, I'm scared. I'm so scared.
No.
Kiss me. Hold me.
We shouldn't have turned the lights out. Your old man will be sore.
He understands.
Your lips.
Don't go. They'll kill you.
I gotta go. When you're drafted, you gotta.
Oh, Joe. Joe, I don't want you to go. Hold me. Tight. Maybe we'll never get another chance. Now, Joe. In your arms, Joe. In your arms. In your arms.
My arms. My arms.
What?
Joe, hold me. Don't go, Joe.
Johnny, get your gun.
Joe, I'm part of you now. Don't go, Joe.
All aboard, soldier.
No. Hold me, Joe. Hold me. Both your arms tight around me. Both your arms tight around me. Both your arms tight around me. Both your arms.
No, stop!
My arms. I haven't got any arms. You hear me, Karine? I haven't got any arms. I haven't got any arms. What's the matter with me? I didn't find it out yesterday or the day before. It was 1939, 1938, 1937. A long time ago.
Joe.
Karine, you're still in my head. I'll tell you, as if you were here. Here's how I found out everything about myself. I woke up like out of a dream. It was like I was in the water. I tried to swim, but I didn't have any arms. I started to kick my legs to float up in the air out of the bed, but I couldn't kick. I didn't have any legs. I threw my head back. I started to yell. I only started, but how can you yell when you haven't got 'em up? I began to reach out, Karine. The only way I could reach out, with the nerves of my skin. The hole in my face. Feel the skin creeping around the edge of it. It went. I was blind. What a lousy dream. Nobody could live like that. Just dream, and that's all. But it wasn't a dream. It wasn't a dream. Mother, where are you? Hurry, Mother, hurry, and wake me up. I'm having a nightmare, Mother, where are you? Mother, listen to me. I can't stand it. Mother, please, tell me it's not me. Not me, no, not me. Oh, please. That's the way I found out. A long time ago. Who was I telling that to?
Joe.
Oh, Karine. Still in my head. In my heart. Now I'll tell you about how I found out about time. About the days. Knowing about the days you're living through, that's important, see? But all I remembered was dive in the dugout and then... And that was all. A day in September 1918. And that's all. Time stopped then. Start time over again. But how could I catch hold of time when I was caught inside myself? Vibrations. I had it. When the nurse came into the room, the vibration of her footsteps running up through the floor, through the bed, through the springs of the bed, into me. All I had to do was count the seconds, then the minutes, then the hours between each visit she made, until I had 24 hours counted up in my head. And after that, I'd be able to figure the days out just by counting up her visits. One day, the minute the nurse left me, I began to count. 1, 2, 3, second by second, 4, second 5, by second. 6, when 7, I counted 60, 8, that 9, meant a minute, 10, as nearly as I was able to figure it. 13, but I always lost count. I'd think of something else, then I'd lose count again. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, day after day after day, but I could never keep track. I couldn't. And all the time, the days were running away from me. And then, one day it happened. The skin on the side of my neck, the half of a forehead above the mask. Lying there all the years gone by, I got to thinking that maybe there was some way I could use those pieces of skin. Skin free to the air. They were healthy. I got to thinking what a man did with his skin.
To feel with.
But that didn't seem enough.
To sweat with.
Yeah, sweat with. Hot and cold.
Sunrise and sunset.
Just like that. The idea came into my head just like that. All I had to do was to feel with my skin. When it changed from cool to warm on that little piece of skin, it'd be sunrise and the beginning of a day. I got to thinking about the nurse and how many visits she made me each day and when she made them. Yeah, I'd better start with the nurse. She changes the bedding. In a hospital, they must change bedding in the morning, maybe around 8 o'clock. So all I got to do is wait till she changes the bedclothes. That'll mean it's morning. Then wait, maybe 18, 20 hours, and that'll be next morning. That'll be sunrise. You can feel the heat of sunrise against your skin, yeah. So I waited until the next time she changed the bedding. She walked away. Calm down, because you haven't proved anything yet. Calm down and wait and count her visits. Number 2, I dozed off and woke. Visit number 3, time got all mixed up. Then 4, and then... the 5th time. And all of a sudden, I knew it was happening. My heart stopped, my breath stopped. I knew it was happening. Slow at first, crawling along my skin. Warmer and warmer. The rising sun. In my room. I'd won. I'd caught up with time again. The sun. It was dawn. It was dawn for the world and for me. I could smell the dawn. Yeah, me without a face lying there, and the smell of the dew on the grass, and me without eyes, shading my eyes and seeing the sun coming up over the mountains back home, and the hills going pink and lavender like the inside of a seashell. The sun warming my little piece of skin, and me seeing without eyes the town where I was born, and me without ears hearing the lowing of the cows waiting to be milked, and babies kicking in their cribs and rubbing their eyes with their fists. It's sunrise, and I've got it. And now I'll always know when it's sunrise, and they can't take it away from me. Thank you, God. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I may never have anything else, but I'll always have dawn and the morning sunlight. A year went by fast. I was a busy guy. I learned a lot. Yeah, could even tell my nurses apart. The day nurse always walked to the bed with 4 steps. She was always the same, but the night nurses seemed to change. One of them must have cried when she looked at me. I felt her tears wet on me. I like to think she was young and beautiful. But every night, summer and winter, week in and week out, month in and month out, every night I was with you, Karine. With you, darling. My arms around you, yours around me. With you, Karine.
Joe, my darling.
Close to you.
My dearest.
My arms around you.
My lover.
And yours around me.
Mine.
With you, Karine.
Oh, Joe. Joe.
2 years went by after I discovered time. 3 years went by after I discovered time. The 4th year started awfully slow. One day I felt vibrations. Vibrations heavier and heavier, and then they stopped. I knew they were standing around the bed. After all these years, visitors. And all at once, crazy thoughts went through my head.
It may be your mother.
No.
Karine.
No, not Karine. Not Karine standing by my bed. You can't see me. Not this way. Not you, Karine. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Then a hand came to rest on my forehead. A man's hand.
Doctors?
Yes. Maybe doctors come to examine me. Somebody was touching at my nightshirt over my left breast. The cloth fell back against my chest again. It was heavy now, weighed down by something. Medal. They given me a medal. Me, a medal. Me, a medal. Me! The generals were here, around my bed. The generals. The big guys, the famous guys who still had arms and legs and could still see and talk and smell and taste. In my throat, I felt a tearing of something that used to be a voice. I was talking to them, and they couldn't hear me. I was saying, listen, big guys, I'm lying here like a side of beef, and for what?
War. We're going to war.
Yeah, someone said that, so I went. But why? Why? Somebody just said,
let's go out and fight for liberty.
Liberty? What kind of liberty? How much liberty and whose idea of liberty? A guy says, come on, let's fight for liberty. And he can't show you liberty. If you're going to die for liberty, you've got to know in advance what liberty is and whose idea of liberty they're talking about and just how much of that liberty we're going to have. Maybe that's a bad way to think. The big guys say it's bad, and I heard them. In the schools and the newspapers and the legislatures and the congresses, that's their business. They sound wonderful.
This ground is sanctified by blood. They shall not have died in vain. Our noble dead.
But I'm asking you, big guys,
What do the dead say? Did any one of them ever come back and say...
I'm glad I'm dead, because death is always better than dishonor.
Did they say...
I'm glad I died to make the world safe for democracy.
Nobody but the dead know whether all these things people talk about are worth dying for or not. And the dead can't talk. So the words about noble death and sacred blood and honor and such are all put into dead lips by those that got no right to speak for the dead. I'm asking you, big guys, how did they feel about it just before they died? Did all those guys die thinking of democracy and freedom and liberty and honor? You know they didn't. They died crying in their minds like little kids. They died crying for the face of a friend. They died crying for the voice of a mother or father or wife or baby. They died moaning and crying for life. I know. I'm the nearest thing to a dead man on earth. There's nothing bigger than life. What's noble about having your legs and arms blown off? What's noble about being blind and deaf and dumb? I'm dead, big guys, and I died for nothing. You hear me? Nothing. You hear me, big guys? But they didn't hear me. Just as you couldn't hear me, Kareem, if you were standing next to me. All the generals heard was the blowing of the air and the tube in my throat. When I heard the vibrations of the footsteps that said they were going, I began to think. The vibrations. Up to now, I thought only of the vibrations coming to me. How about making my vibrations go to them? Yes, vibrations to them. A footstep on the floor is a kind of vibration. The tap of a telegraph key is another kind. I had it. When I was a kid, Bill Harper and me, we had a telegraph set. Used to telegraph to each other. Dot dash, dot dash, dot dash, dot. I remember the code, the Morse code. All I had to do to break through to the people outside was to lie in bed and dot dash to the nurse. I could give messages and receive messages. I raised my head from my pillow. I dropped it. Then I did it twice quickly. That was it. With my head, raise my head, let it fall on the pillow. The Morse code. SOS, help. I tapped it out of my pillow with my head. SOS. All over the world, that meant help. SOS. Help. Then the door of the room jarred open and the nurse's footsteps came up to the bed. SOS. SOS. Over and over again. She was looking at me. I knew it. SOS. Help me. SOS. Help me. SOS. Oh, why can't you understand? SOS. Help me. SOS. Help me. SOS. SOS.
Help me. SOS. Help me.
My head full of it. Tapping it out with my head over and over. Over and over. Couldn't stop. Why won't they hear me? Why won't they understand? Why won't they hear me? Karine, why? No. There isn't any, Karine. There isn't nothing. I've been talking in my head. There's nothing for me. Nothing.
SOS.
I don't know what day it is.
SOS.
I don't know what month it is. I don't know what year it is. I've been tapping for years and years and nobody hears me. Nobody. Someone's come into the room. Footstep light. My regular day nurse. Hers are heavy. Who is this one? Start tapping now. What is this one doing? Opening the nightshirt. She's moving the tip of her finger against my skin. Huh? Drawing something. Huh? I know. The letter M. I know. Shake my head. Yes, I know. I understand. It's M. Wonderful M. Writing something else on my skin. E. Yes, I got that. R. Yes. Another R. Yes. Now what? Why? Nothing more. MERRY. Mary. Writing again. CHRISTMAS. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yes, nurse, I understand. Nodding my head to tell you I understand. I can't say it so you can hear me, but in my heart I'm saying it. Merry Christmas, nurse. God bless you. Bells in my town. I'm hearing them in my head, nurse.
'Twas the night before Christmas,
Mother,
and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
Mother, I hear you.
The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in a hope that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
Every Christmas Eve, I remember.
He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like down from a thistle. But I heard him exclaim ere he drove out of sight, Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
Merry Christmas, Mother. Merry Christmas, Mother. Nurse. New nurse. Smart nurse. She'll pay attention to me. Old nurse didn't understand. New nurse, you've got to understand. Tapping, I'll start. There, nurse. I did it. Did you understand it? 3, 2, and 3. S-O-S. Did you understand it? I'll do it again. Morse code. You understand? Morse code. Watch, nurse, watch. If I had a tongue, if I had a mouth, I'd yell it at you. I'd scream it at you. But I have nothing but the tapping of my head, so watch, nurse, watch. If you turn and walk out of the room and never come back, you'll be carrying my life with you. You're life and death to me, nurse. Look, I'll tap it again. See? S-O-S. Help me. S-O-S. Oh, I'll do it again. I'm praying now, nurse. Me, just an ordinary guy, I'm praying. Oh, please, God, make her understand what I'm trying to tell her. Please, God, make her understand. I know you're a busy guy. I know there are millions of people praying to you every minute. I know all these things, God, and I don't blame you for getting behind in your orders. Nobody's perfect, but what I want is such a little thing. All I want you to do is to take a tiny little idea that's in my mind and put it in her mind 2, maybe 3 feet away. That's all I want, God. Just a little idea that's in my mind and put it in her mind. It's such a little thing, God. Such a little thing. She's going away. She's gone out of the room. No, can't be true. Can't shove me down under the ground again, bury me deep again. No, I won't believe it, I won't. I won't start crying now. She'll come back. She's my life. She's my chance at life. She will come back. She will. Door. She's back. Brought someone with her. Man's finger on my head. What? Finger tapping on my head. Tapping out W. H. Tapping out the code on my head. A. T. W. H. A. T. What? D. O. Y. O. U. Y. O. U. U. W. A. N. T. W. A. N. T. What do you want? What do I want? What do I want? What do I want? I want to get out. Let me out, that's all I want. I've been lying here for years and years in a room in a bed with a little covering of skin. Now I want out. I've got to get out. If I had legs, I could run away. I could get away. I could get out into the open where there's air, where there's room, where I'm not in a hole and smothering. Inside me, I scream and howl and push and fight for room and air for escape from the smothering, from the loneliness. So, let me out of here and take me back into the world. No, I didn't tap that out. What I just said, I only was thinking. Won't say it to you waiting up there, no. Before I ask you up there, before I tap it out with my head, I've got to think out just what I'm going to tell you. It may be my last chance. I've got it. Listen, you up there. I'm tapping it out with my head. Let me out of here. Let me out of here. Let me out. I can earn my keep. I can do a job like anyone else. Take me out of here and build a glass case for me so people can see me. Take me in my glass case to the beaches, to the county fairs and the church bazaars and the circuses and the traveling carnivals. You'll do a wonderful business with me, and I could pay you for the trouble. They've never seen nothing like me. I'm something you can really holler about. I'm the dead man who's alive, the live man who's dead. I'm the man who made the world safe for democracy. Take me into the places where men work and make things. Take me there and say, boys, here's a cheap way to get by. Maybe times are bad and your salaries are low. Don't worry, boys, because you'll have your chance. There'll be another war along pretty soon, and then maybe you'll be lucky like me. Take me into the schoolhouses, all the schoolhouses in the world. They'll scream at first and have nightmares at night, but they'll get used to it because they've got to get used to it. And it's best to start them young. Take me into the colleges and universities and academies and convents. Call the girls together, all the healthy, beautiful young girls. Point to me and say, girls, here is your father. Look, girls, here is your lover. Call all the young men together and say, here is your brother, here is your best friend, and here are you, young men. Take me wherever there are parliaments and diets and congresses and chambers of statesmen. I want to be there when they talk about honor and justice and making the world safe. Put my glass case upon the speaker's desk, and every time the gavel drops, let me feel its vibration through my little glass case. Then let them draft notes and ultimatums and protests and accusations. But before they vote on them, before they give the order for all the little guys to start killing each other, let the main guy rap his gavel on my case and point down at me and say, gentlemen, here is the only issue before this House, and that is, are you for this thing here, or are you against it? And if they are against it, then let them stand up like men and vote. And if they are for it, let them be hanged and drawn and quartered and paraded through the streets and thrown out into the fields where no clean animal will touch them, and may no green thing ever grow where they rot. Take me into your churches, your great towering cathedrals, which have to be rebuilt every 50 years because they are destroyed by war. Carry me in my glass box down the aisles where kings and priests and brides and children at their confirmations have gone so many times before to kiss a splinter of wood from a true cross on which was nailed the body of a man who was lucky enough to die. Set me high on your altars and call on God to look down upon his murderous little children, his dearly beloved little children. Then bring in the fierce ones, the spawners of hate, the inventors of slogans. Bring them in and make them look at me, and then dare them to break the peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have brought you James Cagney playing the leading role in Dalton Trumbo's memorable novel of the year, Johnny Got His Gun. The book was dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler. The musical score was written, conducted by Gordon Jenkins. Mr. Cagney can now be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, The Fighting 69th, and in the forthcoming production, Torrid Zone. In preparation is City of Conquest. The book, Johnny Got His Gun, is the prize-winning novel by Dalton Trumbo. All of us want to thank Mr. Cagney and Mr. Trumbo for their great contribution to this program. Next week, it is our pleasure to present an actor known and respected by all of us, Mr. Ronald Colman, in an unusual play, The Most Dangerous Game. Next week, then, Mr. Ronald Colman. Arch Oboler's plays are a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company. Tonight's play came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Here they come, America. Soldiers in grease paint. Ladies and gentlemen, this is truly a program of thanksgiving. It is a salute to the patriotic fervor of men and women from every branch of the theatrical profession who have done such a magnificent work entertaining the members of our armed forces both here and overseas. It is an humble acknowledgement of the ceaseless and untiring efforts of another group of self-effacing people, the workers who comprise USO Camp Shows, the organization that makes the wheels of a huge and complex machine run smoothly. In the next 45 minutes, you will hear from almost every corner of the globe. Washington, Guadalcanal, San Francisco, Panama. Here in our Hollywood studio is another battalion of soldiers in grease paint. There's Jack Benny, Judith Anderson, Francis Langford, Kay Francis, John Garfield. But to read the entire roster of names would deprive you of precious minutes of enjoyment. So let me turn the microphone over to a gentleman who will help manage the proceedings, your first host for this morning, Bob Hope.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob saluting the USO Hope, a great movement that's lifting the morale of our boys, whether they're in Alaska, Australia, or Albuquerque, so they'll never feel like the part I get of the turkey. Well, that's my opening smash. Well, I'm very proud to be on this show. I've just returned from a tour of the Army camps in Europe to boost the morale of the soldiers in the United States. And I want to say the USO sends actors to all the battlefronts. In fact, it's sort of a low circuit with foxholes. I have to bolster that a little, didn't I? I had a great time with the fellas over there. In fact, I still have a bad case of crap game knee. And I'll never forget the plane trip across the Atlantic. What thrills. You can take my pilot's word for it. He told me all about it when I came to in England. I really wasn't scared. I read a good novel all the way across. On the way back, I read the second page. I wasn't nervous, but I was shaking so hard the pilot cut out both motors and my knees kept the plane in the air. Halfway across, the stewardess tapped me on the shoulder and said, in case of trouble, the pilot is the last one to leave the plane. I said, why tell me? She said, well, I don't want to make you nervous, but there he is down there. And what a time we had in London. The fog there isn't exactly thick. But I saw an air raid there one night, and the anti-aircraft shot down 3 submarines. Most of the time, you can't be sure whether it's fog or Churchill cigar. But we had a great trip. But it's wonderful to come back to this country again, because you know that no matter how long you've been away, you'll see the same upraised arm. Heads. Who's that? Is that my Crosley? What was that? But it's great to get back, because no matter how long you've been away, you'll see the same upraised arm and the Statue of Liberty and the same face looking out of the White House window. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to present a great guy, an up-and-coming young fellow who made a great name for himself on the dugout circuit, one of radio's foremost, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Say, that introduction was a little ambiguous, Bob. You said one of radio's foremost. Foremost what?
Well, I cleaned up part of the speech, Jack.
Oh, I see.
It originally said one of radio's 4 most obnoxious comedians.
Oh, it did? Who are the other 2? Well, now that you got the program started, Bob, might be wise to do a little entertaining.
Yeah. Well, what'd you think I was doing out here, making an omelet? I left myself wide open, didn't I? Say, what's that thing under your arm? Did you just get through with the Palladium, Jack? What is that there?
Oh, no, I'm going to a wedding. This is a violin. This is a Steinway and Sons. I'm going to play.
Eggs. Well, you're going to play?
Yeah.
This is no time to play the fiddle.
Why, that's ridiculous. People always love to hear me play the violin. Look, I took it with me on my trip overseas, and I played it while we were making the flight from Cairo to Sicily in a bomber.
I heard about that. It was the first time anybody was ever strafed by his own pilot.
Look, Bob, he wasn't aiming at me. My G-string was out of tune, and he thought we were being attacked by a Messerschmitt. Now, Now, if you don't mind, Mr. Hoppy.
Well, it isn't me, Jack. It's for your own good.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't think it would be wise for you to play the fiddle at all today. You see, in a few minutes, we're going to listen to Heifetz.
I didn't catch the name?
Heifetz. He's in Panama, and we're soon going to switch the program there.
Heifetz?
Mm-hmm.
Panama. That isn't the little fellow with the hat store there, is it?
No, that's the little fellow with the fiddle, Yasha Heifetz. He plays the violin, and he's in Panama.
Oh, of course. I remember seeing him in a nightclub there. Yasha Heifetz and his Panamaniacs. Great band.
No, he doesn't play with a band. He's the Sinatra of the catgut. Look, the word is not... It's not Panamaniacs anyway. The word is Panamanians.
Look, Bob, I know what the word is, and I know who Heifetz is, too, but I don't see how my playing will conflict with his at all. Our techniques are totally different.
Yeah, he only has to put it under one chin.
Yeah. I use my second chin for a mute. If you'll be good enough to carry on for a few seconds, Bob, I'll get some rosin for my bow.
Get an axe for
or
your
that
fiddle,
resin.
too.
What?
Don't talk through my slug, please. Get your big galot. Where's that? Let's try it with strings this time. Jack, since you're not going to give me a straight line. Jack, since you're so anxious to play, you'd better have the full advantage of the acoustics in this studio. If you'll just go behind the screen.
Me behind the screen?
Believe me, Jack, it's safer. Besides, we've fixed up a very delicate microphone for you.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you, Bob.
Oh, think nothing of
the
it.
The acoustics are important, I imagine. Let's see, now where did I put my rosin?
Are you ready, Jack?
Yeah, okay.
Start playing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finest excuse anybody ever had to switch a program. Even if Benny wasn't playing, I'd be delighted to announce that you're going to listen to Al Jolson in New York. Take it away, New York.
Who has entertained our boys on more fighting fronts than any other soldier in grease paint. He's making his first appearance since recovering from a very serious illness. Al, what were the favorite songs that the boys asked you to sing abroad?
Well, in Sicily and in Italy and in Africa, England, Ireland, Alaska, Mammy and Sonny Boy were probably the favorite songs.
Of course.
I sung them so much, honestly. If the boys didn't get sick of them, I did. So, since I've been back, I've seen one show and I heard a great song. I think it's the greatest song I've heard in years. Of course, everybody knows the song. Maybe the boys haven't heard it over there.
Will you sing it now?
Well, I sing it. I don't want to tell you the name of it because the minute I do it, everybody will know what it is and probably tune out. So if you don't mind, Brother Miller, will you play? Take it. Don't throw bouquets at me. Don't please my folks too much. Don't laugh at my jokes too much. People will say we're in love. Don't sigh and gaze at me. Your sighs are so like mine. Your eyes mustn't glow like mine. People will say we're in love. Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove. Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say we're in love. Don't dance all night with me till the stars fade from above. They'll see it's all right with me. People will say we're in love.
thanks very much, Al. And now, ladies and gentlemen, another very fine soldier in grease paint speaking to us from way across the sea. Your old friend, Frederick March. Take it away, Cairo.
Lands, for the first time, have had ample opportunity to compare these lands with home. To compare standards of living, food, sanitation, and from every angle. And they are utterly convinced, perhaps at long last, that they are fighting for the finest country in the world. Another thing the boys are thankful for is that they occasionally get a fairly new moving picture. But it is much too seldom. Once or twice they have had a first showing, that is the world premiere of a film. This was in the Central Africa area. And they were thrilled and grateful. They can't understand why they should be shown so often movies which many of them saw at home 2 or 3 years ago. And I can't understand why every movie that now comes out of Hollywood should not be shown first of all and immediately to the armed forces overseas. Or at least let the boys here see them at the same time they are shown at home. I assure you it would build morale tremendously. But even more important than movies as a morale factor is mail. We have so little conception at home of how extremely important it is to the boys. They want more and more mail and news from home. Several commanding officers have told me that if it ever happens that their men were without mail from home for 3 consecutive months, they could not possibly be responsible for anything their men might do. Mail is usually rated as second in importance to food as regards morale. But many boys that I have talked to claim it is even more important than food. Always remember that morale overseas is spelled M-A-I-L. A Thanksgiving letter from you today and every day will make some soldier thankful and grateful, I assure you. In closing, may I say in all sincerity, I believe there is nothing the citizenry of America could be called upon to do in the way of sacrifices that would make up for what these boys are doing for you. Thank you, Frederick March. On the way, New York.
There, how was it, Bob? Oh, magnificent, Jack. I'm sure our listeners never enjoyed your fiddle as much as they did this morning.
Oh, it was nothing. And, Bob, it was really sweet of you. I mean, asking me to play 12 encores. Would you believe it? I wasn't even conscious that an audience was listening to me.
You have no idea how it helped.
You know, only one thing bothered me, Bob, from a musician's standpoint. I mean, you know how fussy I am about perfection. Well, when I reached the legato passage of Love and Bloom...
Yes?
Well, I'm afraid I put too much bravura in the tremolo, and I think I loused up the andante. Do you think anybody noticed it?
Nobody, Jack. Not a soul.
That relieves me.
Jack, I've got a confession to make. When you started playing, we switched to New York.
You switched to New York? You mean you cut me off the air?
Well, we only stayed in New York 2 minutes.
Oh, only 2 minutes. Then you switched back to me.
Well, not right away. From New York, we switched to Cairo.
Cairo. Oh, then you came back to me. Then you came back to me? Then you didn't come back to me?
That's about all you can do with that line, anyway.
I was going on till my Sunday broadcast with that one.
No, Jack, we didn't come back.
Well, Bob, what part of my violin solo came over the air?
The part where you loused up the andante.
Yeah. Well, of all the dirty tricks, what was so important that you had to cut me off to switch to Cairo and New York?
Well, there was artists, Frederick March.
I know he's good, but is he so good that I should be sacrificed? I'd understand it. You know, if you cut me off the air to hear somebody like Al Jolson, the world's greatest entertainer. But...
Jack, when we switched to New York, we picked up Al Jolson.
Him I can't stand at all.
With your legs, you're lucky you can stand.
Listen to Charles Atlas. Look, Hope, I'm going to play right now, and everybody's going to hear me. You understand?
Well, if you must, Jack, go behind the screen again.
All right. I never heard of such outrage.
Are you ready, Jack?
Yeah, just a second.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're honored to bring you Brigadier General Joseph W. Byron, Director of Special Services, Army Service Forces. General Byron will speak to you from San Francisco. Take it away, San Francisco. Take it away, San Francisco.
We are again on the road to see if our 45 USO shows are keeping up the good work. My boss, Joe Dokes, and I say to you, good troopers, well done. We thank you. And to you, Joe Dokes, wherever you are, we troopers, we old soldiers, we grandfathers, we of the nation, want you to know on this day of thanks, we are grateful to you and for you, and we pledge on our honor to do our best, to do our duty to God and our country, and to help you at all times.
Take it away, Hollywood.
Oh, that was wonderful, Jack.
Well, it felt better. I didn't make any mistakes at all that time.
Not one.
See, listen, I'd like to hear that violin solo of mine. Did they make a recording of it?
Yes, they did, but something went wrong with the recording outfit here, and they had to cut the record in Panama.
In Panama?
Yeah. I'm sure it'll sound good, though. Would you like me to switch into Panama and have them play it back for you?
Well, if it isn't too much trouble.
Oh, not at all. Ladies and gentlemen, Oh, Jack, if you go behind the screen again, you'll find the reception much clearer.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I bet it'll sound pretty good coming all the way from Panama.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take you now to Panama, where Yasha Heifetz is waiting to delight you with the magic music of his violin. Take it away, Panama.
From Panama, we have just presented a portion of the concert being given this morning by Yasha Heifetz, accompanied by Emmanuel Bay before an audience of Uncle Sam's Fighting Men. This is Captain Phil Lampkin speaking. Take it away, Hollywood.
Wasn't that marvelous, folks? Did you ever hear such masterful playing?
Hey, my record really sounded good, didn't it, Bob?
Good. Nobody can play like that.
Yeah, I could hardly believe it was me. I'll have to get that record. I'll see you soon, Bob.
Okay, Jack. How can a man make a censored word out of himself like that? Well, according to my notes, it's time to bring on a few more soldiers in grease paint, and here is a feminine task force who entertained not only our boys overseas, but also appeared before Queen Elizabeth and the royal family. Led by the lovely Kay Francis, they did a bang-up job, and here she is to present them, Kay Francis.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now all I can say is that, well, we had a wonderful time. And you'll hear our story in song from Martha Ray, Carol Landis, and Mitzi Mayfair. Girls, if you please.
We shall not forget the buddies that we met, Sunday, Monday, and always.
We wore GI boots and long-drawered union suits,
Sunday, Monday, and always.
We miss that sandy bed so snug to sleep at night. We miss those itsy-bitsy fleas and flies that bite and bite.
our hair done in the mood, a helmet for a snood. Sunday, Monday, and always we were gaining weight. Beans were all we ate. Sunday, Monday, and always out of bed we'd roll, then bathe in a bowl. Sunday, Monday, and always we knew the boys would meet and greet us like a pal. We brought the very things they needed for morale, a gal. So to those fighting men, we would go again. Sunday, Monday, and always.
Yes, sir. Aren't they wonderful? And now to show you that we cover every field of entertainment from Joe Miller to Shakespeare, I'm proud to say that we have with us today one of America's most outstanding dramatic actresses. She's a real soldier in grease paint, too, and was the first Hollywood representative to play for our men in the South Pacific, introducing Miss Judith Anderson.
Most of you men who are listening to this Thanksgiving Day broadcast are far away from home. Many of you have not seen your wives or sweethearts, your mothers or sisters for months, or perhaps for years. War is violent and brutal, and perhaps some of you find it hard to believe that there's still kindness, gentleness, and love left in this world. But we women have not forgotten. We women, and I mean your wives, sisters, mothers, and sweethearts, are waiting, and we will always wait until you return. But in the meantime, in our small way, we are doing what we can to shorten this war. We buy bonds, help with the Red Cross and USO, or we take over a man's job so that there still will be one more soldier to help you win this war. And every night we pray for your safe return. This is Thanksgiving Day. I hope that next Thanksgiving Day we will be together again in our own homes. And when peace comes to us and we relight our torch of freedom, dear God, with your help and guidance, we will never again let it go out. God bless you all.
Thank you, Miss Anderson. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we switch once again to overseas. This time, the place is Guadalcanal, and the trooper is Jackie Heller. Take it away, Guadalcanal.
This is your NBC News reporter, George Thomas Bolster, speaking from New Caledonia. Join us for the next couple of minutes while we tell you about the grandest bunch of fellows in the world, your sons, sweethearts, husbands, and brothers. We're happy to present a star of stage, screen, and radio, known to you as 61 inches of song, little Jack Heller. Thanks, George, and hi, Mr. and Mrs. America. Where do you hail from, Jackie? Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Well, you're a long ways from the beaten path. And what are you doing in this part of the world? Well, George, I'm proud to say that I'm here with a USO Overseas Camp Show, and with two other entertainers, Lou Parker and George Funkelberg. We're having a swell time doing shows for these boys who need and deserve them so much. And how long has you fellows been out? Going on 7 months. You expect to be around much longer? George, as long as there are troops to entertain, the sky's the limit. And today, Jackie, where have you been? Well, the Hawaiian Islands, New Caledonia, Espiritu Santos, and Guadalcanal. And how do you like doing one-nighters in the South Pacific? Well, I think it's wonderful. A bit rough at times, but after we do our shows and see the boys laugh, yell, and just about tear down the house, as the saying goes, we realize that our work is not in vain. For the hour and 20 minutes we're singing and playing, we know we are giving them a little pleasure and enjoyment and bringing home a little closer to them. In fact, I often think that the men are the actors because whether it was a torrential rain, storm, or a very hot day, the show just had to go on. I know that you've had many experiences while touring here in the South Pacific, Jackie. I really have, George, but the biggest thrill I've had so far was when I was asked to join the men in their Yom Kippur services in Espiritu Santo. Singing hymns for the first time since leaving my father's choir many years ago brought back many memories. Believe me, it was a great thrill singing for and with the men. Just one last question. How do you find the morale of our fighting men out here? Morale, did you say? Out here in the South Pacific, morale isn't mentioned. It's here, there, and everywhere. It's the way the men talk, eat, sleep, and play. In fact, it's everything they do. Ladies and gentlemen, believe me when I tell you that the shows presented by the USO camp shows have aided immensely in maintaining the spirit. And your loved ones, they're the greatest and most appreciative audience in the world. And now on behalf of George Finkelberg, Lou Parker, and manager Lieutenant Denson, George Folster, and yours truly, here's wishing you the happiest Thanksgiving Day ever. Thank you, Jackie Heller. Take it away, Hollywood.
We pause briefly for station identification.
Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with Soldiers in Grease Paint from Hollywood. And now I'd like to present one of Hollywood's most charming stars, the lady who was one of the original overseas gals, that beautiful English actress, Merle Oberon.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Merle. You're a regular paper doll, aren't you, huh? Mind if I put my arm around you?
Do you put your arms around all the paper dolls?
Yeah, I'm from the Associated Press. Merle, I understand you recently finished a tour of the Army camps in England.
Yes, Bob. I toured the camps with Al Jolson. You know him, don't you?
Oh, yes, I know Al Jolson very well. We were in vaudeville together.
Really?
Yeah, before he sang, I used to run out and spread a doily under his knee.
Bob, you recently got back yourself from England, didn't you?
Yes, Merle, and I must say I created a sensation when I appeared at Buckingham Palace.
Oh, yes, I heard you did. Bob, you know you're supposed to wear silk knee breeches when you appear before the king.
You're supposed to wear silk knee breeches?
That's right. You're not supposed to walk in with just your long underwear pulled up tight. Bob, wasn't it thrilling to see the British and American boys sharing everything? Even the same reading room in the canteen.
Yeah, but our boys have one bad habit. They cut pages out of the magazines.
They do?
Sure. In fact, for 6 months, the British thought Esquire was a magazine about what the men are wearing.
Bob, were you frightened during the air raid?
Oh, I don't know that I was any more afraid of the air raids than anyone else. After all, I saw plenty of big, tough soldiers kneeling beside their beds.
Yes, I know, but they at least got up once in a while to go and eat.
Merle, I wasn't afraid of those enemy bombers.
I don't know, Bob, but you were the only man in London who shaved the top of his head and had Open City tattooed on his skull.
Well, I wasn't sure they'd see the white flag hanging on my nose.
But I enjoyed playing those army camps, Bob, especially when the soldiers started giving me that old GI look.
GI look?
Yes, that means it's my Jeep, baby. Get in.
Yeah, those boys really know how to take a curve. Say, listen, and I'm sure that you were a welcome hitchhiker, Merle.
Thank you, Bob. And before I go, I would like to take this opportunity to tell you boys not to lose your GI look, because I'll be seeing you again soon.
Thank you, Merle Oberon. And now another USO star who toured Alaska and the Aleutians, our old friend, Senor Professor Jerry Colonna. Good morning, good morning. How are you? Good morning, Professor Colonna. Good morning.
Morning. Is that what that stuff is out there?
You look grand. Look at that stash. It's good today, isn't it? Yes. Only man in the world can kiss a girl and give her the brush off at the same time. Professor, we had a lot of fun up there in Alaska, didn't we?
Yes, indeed, we did.
But one thing I want to know, Colonna, about that Alaskan trip. Why were you always hollering mush, mush?
Oh, they made me wait for my breakfast. Not this morning, though. I was too early for it.
Yeah, get in line. Say, when we came down through Alaska, did you notice those mounted policemen?
Oh, they're nothing new, Hope. I was a mounted policeman before I was born.
You were a mounted policeman before you were born? How is that possible?
I lied about my age.
You know, Professor, you've got the lowest IQ I ever saw.
I can't help it. My suspenders are loose.
You know, you give me the willies.
Okay, but I'll have to take the tires off at first.
Tell me, Professor. Yes? Did you like Alaska?
Ah, yes, wonderful place, Alaska. You know, Hope, I followed the Alaskan customs easily. I got so that I even tried whale meat.
Yes, I know. I saw you one night struggling with that big hunk of blubber.
Sir, you are speaking of the woman I love.
So you had a lot of fun up there, huh?
Ah, yes. The first day I was in Alaska, I met a lovely girl, and I sure enjoyed kissing her. Even if she had a funny snout and dark, glistening skin and 2 long teeth sticking out of her mouth.
Kelowna, you fool. That was a walrus you kissed.
A walrus? Egad. So that explains why your mustache was longer than mine.
That's marvelous, Jerry. Go back and stick your head back in the icebox. And now to Washington, D.C., and Rear Admiral Louis E. Dunfeld, Acting Chief of Naval Personnel. Take it away, Washington.
In October of 1941, the War and Navy Departments jointly requested the organization of Camp Shows Incorporated in its present form. Since that time, many thousands, even millions of naval personnel, including the Marine Corps and the Coast Guard, have been privileged to hear the entertainers who are so familiar to the American radio audience. Realization of the privilege has helped to maintain the ties with home which naval personnel place so highly in rating the assets of life in a democracy. These entertainers whom you hear on this program have been to the far corners of the earth for the sole purpose of bringing joy to the hearts of men whose lives are otherwise filled with the reminders of war. In addition, many who cannot appear on this program have given their services. These services have been contributed gratis when the individual could afford to do so. But gratis or not, the same generous spirit has been common to all. The entertainment world of radio, stage, and screen has combined to contribute its bit to reminding the serviceman or woman that the American people are grateful for the service he or she is performing. In the background of this picture, but essential part thereof, are the musicians, the writers, the stage hands, the costume designers, and the many other unseen workers who contribute to make camp shows the great success that it is. The entertainment varies from the one-man show to a fair-sized company, and all are received with enthusiasm at home and abroad. These groups are being maintained in spite of the demands which war makes on the manpower of the entertainment world as well as on all other professions. The entertainers and workers deserve the gratitude of the Navy, and it is my pleasure to extend to them and to camp shows on this Thanksgiving Day the thanks of every man and woman who wears the uniform of the United States Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard.
Thank you, Admiral Dunfeld. Take it away, Hollywood.
To the stirring rhythm of the military drums marches yet another squad of soldiers in grease paint. As they approach, we can make out the rollicking features of Andy Devine, the elfin smile of Jimmy Burke, and the lovely, lively figures of Jinx Falkenberg and Fay McKenzie. Here, indeed, is a detail of veteran entertainers who have brought joy and spiritual comfort into the hearts of our boys everywhere. Listen.
Detail, ho! Miss Falkenberg, Miss McKenzie, Jim Burke, I hold in my hand a citation for each of you for your work in the Army camps of America and your appearances in the war zones overseas. Miss McKenzie.
Thank you, Andy. Although I'm sure I don't know what we've done to deserve any citations. Do you, Jinx?
On the contrary, Fay, I think we owe a lot of people a debt of gratitude.
Sure, I never thought I'd get to make a free trip around the world. And no trouble with the custom officials either.
Well, since you're backing away from the limelight, let's all step back a little further and throw a handful of credit at the people who make these tours possible. Nothing at all could happen without the full, generous cooperation of the Special Service Division of the United States Army and Navy Department. Thanks to these hard-working battalions of true soldiers, our jobs have been made not only easier, but a real pleasure. Because of their ever-guarding presence, none of us has ever for a moment become conscious of any danger or hazard. And when you think of what our fighting men go through, well, I'm almost ashamed to say that none of us have ever been inconvenienced. So I suggest that these citations be turned back to where they rightfully belong, the Special Service Division of the United States Army and Navy Department. What do you say, soldiers?
I'm in favor.
You beat me to it, Fay.
I'll buy some of that too, Andy.
Good. Now let's all go down to headquarters and see what they've got lined up for our next trip. Attention! Tight phase!
We salute you, Andy Devine, Jim Burke, Jinx Falkenberg, and Fay McKenzie. And now here he is, Jack Benny once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my trip overseas, I have the good fortune to be accompanied by one of the sweetest persons in the industry. They ever hand out medals for good trooping, wonderful entertaining, and plain downright loveliness. My nomination goes to the charming Anna Lee. Anna, will you step up here, please?
Thank you. And, Jack, that was as beautiful a compliment as I ever hoped to hear.
Well, I meant it sincerely. Folks, Miss Lee has the distinction of being the only Hollywood star to play a return engagement in the Sicilian theater of war.
May I say, Jack, that I don't consider it a distinction at all. I think it's a privilege. Oh, Jack, there's a friend of mine here in the studio, and I'd like the pleasure of introducing him.
It says here, pray do.
Ladies and gentlemen, all my friends over there, here is a young artist whose work overseas will live long in the memory of servicemen, Mr. John Garfield.
Thank you, Anna. I ran across a rather moving piece written for Variety by Joe Schoenfeld, which sums up completely the way we actors feel about each other and the small contribution we make to the men who are fighting our battles. With your permission, may I read it?
I'd love to hear it, John.
I am the spirit of all actors. My name might be Jolson or Brown, Francis or Ray, Benny or Hope, Cantor or Landis, Tony Romano, Kelly or Adler, Grace Drysdale. My name is Carol Lombard, Roy Rognan, Tamara. I'm an acrobat, a singer, a comedian, a dancer, and a tragedian. I'm the soubrette, the ingenue, the juvenile, the leading man. I'm the modest performer, and I'm the star. At this moment, I'm playing in a tin hut somewhere in Alaska, a camp in Australia, a makeshift theater in the Caribbean. I'm slogging through mud in North Africa. I'm in the Solomons, in Ireland, in England, in Iceland, wherever there's an American soldier, sailor, or Marine. Let no cloistered thoughts mourn for me. I am a living spirit. It is not for tears that I serve my country. That is my duty and heritage. If I persuade a man to buy his limit in war bonds, if I inspire a worker to quicken his lathe, if I brighten the lot of a lonely soldier, then these are my contributions to an America at war. It would be cause for lament only if my efforts failed. For this work I ask no plaudits, no eulogies. I am a soldier in grease paint, serving a free country and freedom-loving men. This service is the actor's imperishable memorial.
Beautifully done, John. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce a gal who has really done a tremendous job. Girl that got the thrill of her life entertaining our boys in Alaska, the Aleutians, England, Africa, and Sicily, and I know she thrilled them too, Miss Frances Langford.
Thank you, Bob. It was a wonderful experience, wasn't it? And gee, wasn't it thrilling when we first touched American soil again? President Roosevelt himself was at LaGuardia Airport when we landed.
Yeah, he watched everybody get out of the plane, and he said, I'll have to do the cooking for a few days more. She must still be in Australia.
Oh, I thought England was wonderful. You were born over there, weren't you, Bob?
Yes, Francis, and right in my old neighborhood, the Luttwaffe dropped tons and tons of bombs. But the house I was born in is still standing up. Isn't that a miracle?
No, if it stood up under what the stork dropped, it can stand up under anything.
That's your Francis Langford. Well, that just about brings us to the bottom of the page, folks. I think you all understand the purpose of this program, and I'm sure you'll all respond very generously.
Bob, before we tie this thing up, I want to say something publicly that I've been saying privately for a long time.
Well, what is it, Jack?
Well, I think if our servicemen took a vote, you'd be elected as the man who has brought them more laughter and joy than anybody else. That's all. I mean it from the bottom of my heart.
Jack, I'll treasure that statement as long as I live, coming from a man who not only has no peer in the entertainment world, but a man who slogged his way through tough terrain, doing as many as 5 and 6 shows a day for our boys, no matter where they were. But you know, Jack, if everybody at home just kicks in a little harder to the National War Fund, lots more fellas and girls can go over and make them really happy.
Well, don't worry, Bob. They'll kick in. Well, I'll be running along. Got to start working on my program for Sunday.
Yeah, well, I'm going back to bed, too. Come on.
We wish to thank the Hollywood Victory Committee, which made possible the appearance of the stars, both from Hollywood and from overseas. We also wish to express our gratitude to the United Theatrical War Activities Committee. The orchestra was under the direction of Thomas Peluso, and the entire program was under the supervision of Phil Rapp and produced by Bob Seale. Soldiers in Grease Paint has been a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and came to you from Panama, Washington, Cairo, San Francisco, New Caledonia, New York, and Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Sunday Dinner for a Soldier, starring Ann Baxter, John Hodiak, and Charles Winninger. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Jesse L. Lasky.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that most war agencies agree that what a soldier wants most on a furlough isn't special celebration or exciting entertainment, but a touch of simple home life. And throughout the land, American homes have opened their doors and hearts to lonely servicemen on leave. And from this friendly gesture has sprung many stimulating and amusing situations, many lifelong friendships and romances, and perhaps occasional heartbreak in the bargain. Which it is in tonight's Lux Radio Theater play, I'll leave you to find out. The play itself is from the brand new 20th Century Fox hit, Sunday Dinner for a Soldier. And our stars are Ann Baxter, John Hodiak, and Charles Winninger, all in their original screen roles. We're lucky to have them with us because John Hodiak is busy at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, working with Judy Garland and the Harvey Girls, while at 20th Century Fox, Ann Baxter is making the screen version of A Royal Scandal, and Charles Winninger is busy with the Technicolor picture State Fair. Now, if our play inspires you to fill your home with servicemen, so much the better. But there are many other things that you can do for those boys and girls in uniform, away from home. Letters, for instance, V-mail letters, full of hometown news and gossip, and packages full of little luxuries that make life easier away from home. And I think I'm right in including among those luxuries a package of Lux Flakes. Letters we get from overseas, from servicemen and women both, suggest how heartily Lux is appreciated in all corners of the globe. From the burliest top sergeant who must launder his own linen to the prettiest whack who cherishes her daintiness, Lux Flakes may be the next best thing to Sunday Dinner for a Soldier. Now, on to the first act of tonight's play, starring Ann Baxter as Tessa, John Hodiak as Eric, and Charles Winninger as Grandfather Osborne.
We rolled in a few minutes ago from mission number 58. The colonel called us in and told us, "We're leaving England tomorrow, Tessa. We're coming home. We're coming home." I'm here alone on a great stretch of empty beach. I sit and I watch the waves come in. I talk to you, Tessa, just as if you were sitting beside me. So darn good to talk to you. Will you know me, Tessa? Will you know what I look like? How long did we know each other? 9 hours. 9 hours and 20 minutes. Yet I do know you. You and Grand Feathers and the kids. I felt that I knew you from the minute I stumbled in on you. Then there have been your letters, so many wonderful letters. They've taught me everything I wanted to know about all of you. I wonder if it'll all be just like it was when I left. The houseboat where you live, tied up in a corner of the lagoon with a crazy rickety footbridge going across the water to the other side. I remember how we used to fly over there every day and dip our wings, and you'd all wave your hands at us. Then there was a day we came over real low. You and Mike getting out of his catboat. Grand Feathers. Grand Feathers was puffing along the sand, chasing that little brown hen of Mary's, as usual.
All darn blasted, confounded bird of prey.
Look, Feathers, the airplane. He's dipping his wings. He's dipping his wings.
Well, wave to him. Wave.
Red Feathers, look out. Now you did it. You stepped right in Easter's egg.
Oh, that miserable hen laid it there on purpose. The minute she saw I didn't have my shoes on. Oh, sass me, will you? Why, I'll...
Do what, Grand Feathers?
Oh, hello, Tessa.
Poor Miss Easter. Come here, honey. Did you catch any crabs, Mike?
We sure did. 14.
You were going to be all ready when we got back, Grand Feathers.
Well, I would have been if that hideous hen hadn't tried to trip me with an egg.
Now, the bus is due in 10 minutes. Here, the crabs.
Tessa.
At 16 cents apiece, that's $2.24. Now, I've got a list of things to get in town.
Oh, there's the bus, Tessa. I better hurry.
Mr. York always waits for 10 minutes, and you know it. You just don't want to sell the crabs.
Tessa, dear, what'll people think if I...
You go straight to Bannock's Fish Market, and if he tries to...
I am not going to bandy words with a fishmonger. My pension is due today. We'll have plenty of money.
Not if we're having a soldier to dinner Sunday a week. Oh, gee. I really ought to go in town with you, I guess.
Fine. You take the crabs. We'll make a day of it.
No, I can't go. Michael will go.
Me, Tessa?
I'm trusting you, Mike. Remember, every penny counts, so don't let him buy anything foolish this time.
Sure, Tessa. Hey, Mary, find Grandfather's shoes, will you? And hurry up.
Well, Grand Feathers, looks like you and Mike's only two passengers. Say, how come Tessa ain't going to town with you all?
Oh, too busy, I guess.
The busiest little woman on this whole route.
I know why she didn't come, Grand Feathers.
Huh? Why, Michael?
'Cause she hasn't got a dress. Not a decent one.
Oh, so that's the reason. Michael, would you know a good-looking dress if you saw one?
Well, I think so. Why?
We're going to buy Tessa the best-looking dress in town.
Nah, she likes wearing pants.
Do you think you could sell these crabs at Bannock's Fish Market? Why not?
'Cause you could get a better price.
Oh, I could, huh? Well, drag 'em out, Michael. Looks like we're getting into town.
Like you wrote me, Grand Feathers sure had his troubles with those crabs. When he went into the post office to get his pension check, those town kids started scrapping with Mike. While he was trying to hold his own, a couple of other kids stole every one of those 14 crabs. But Michael and Grand Feathers didn't know that. Yes, the boys took the crabs, but they left the basket carefully weighted down with a couple of bricks.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Michael! Michael! What is an Osborne brawling in the streets?
They started at Grand Feathers. They called us fish peddlers.
And not a truer word was ever... Come along, my boy. We'll convert my check into some real moolah.
Yes, sir. Hey, the crabs, we almost forgot them.
Oh, yes. So we did, yes.
Mr. Osborne! Oh, Mr. Osborne! Look, it's Mrs. Butterfield.
Oh, could anyone fail to distinguish that screech owl?
It's
those are crabs you got. I want them, Mr. Osborne.
Turn a deaf ear, my boy. Turn 2 deaf ears.
I'll be with you just as soon as I deliver my chickens. Now, don't you run away.
Walk faster, Michael.
But she said she wanted the crabs.
What that conniving female desires is a 4th husband.
She's a nice lady, though. She gave Miss Easter to marry, and...
Oh, now, let's duck into the bank and then straight to Norman's department store. With any luck, we'll shake off and get... Come on, we'll get Tessa a new dress.
Well, they bought the dress all right, but they didn't shake off Agatha Butterfield. An hour later, they were in the USO arranging to get that soldier for dinner. Door open.
Well, good morning, Agatha.
Hello, Mrs. Dobson. I saw you come in here, Mr. Osborne.
The witch has the eyes of a goshawk.
If he wore a toga, Mrs. Dobson, he'd look just like one of those handsome Caesars of ancient Rome. Oh, such a cute, curly beard.
Cute and curly. I'll shave it off in the morning.
Now, about that basket of crabs.
Madam, the contents of this basket are not crabs. They're family heirlooms. Worth a fortune.
Of course they're crabs, and you've got to sell them to me. I'm entertaining.
That's exactly what I shall be doing.
Is he telling the truth, Michael?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Mrs. Dobson, the USO acts as liaison between soldier and civilian population, I believe.
Why, yes, of course.
I am a civilian, am I not? Well, be kind enough to have a soldier at my houseboat a week from Sunday.
Well, certainly. Just fill out this card.
Thank you.
I'll pester you until you let me buy those crabs.
Oh, then take them. Here, madam, I give them to you.
Grandfeathers.
Oh, I do thank you, Mr. Osborne. Thank you.
Kindly refrain from licking my hand. Have the soldier at my residence at 6 bells, Mrs. Dobson. That will give the lad plenty of time to plunge off my private beach before dinner. Good morning, ladies. Michael, come on.
Well, Agatha, how many boys for your dinner?
8 tomorrow night.
Oh, make it 10. There's a B-17 crew here.
Well, fine. Goodness knows with a chicken farm, I'll have plenty for 'em to eat.
Well, wait a second, and I'll speak to their pilot. He's inside.
Fine. I want to take a look at these lovely crabs anyway. So, bricks. Oh, that horrible man. That dreadful man. Oh, Mrs. Dobson. Yes? Where's the card Mr. Osborne filled out? I bet he didn't answer half the questions.
It's on my desk. Fix it up, will you, Agatha?
You bet I'll fix it up in just 2 seconds. There, you nasty old man. Soldier for dinner, that'll show you.
And he's got presents for everybody. Colored pictures and everything. What's in this package, Grandfeathers?
A brand new sail for Michael's boat.
And in this big box.
That's for Tessa.
Lordy, just like Christmas.
Grandfeathers, you didn't.
Open it, child. Open the box and see.
It's a dress. I bet it's a dress.
Well, do you like it?
But, yes, but...
Good. After all, we can't have you running around in pants with a soldier coming to dinner.
I don't think he is coming to dinner.
Tessa, why not? You said he could come.
Run along, you kids. Play outside.
Yes, Tessa. Bet you I'll beat you, Mary. Bet you I'll...
All right, Grandfeathers. Hand it over.
Hmm? Did you say something, Tessa?
The money.
Oh, yes. Oh. Well, it's not as much as you may suppose. Prices are high.
Hand it over.
Well, here.
Where's the rest?
There isn't any rest.
Well, what happened to all of it? How much did you get for the crabs?
Well, as a matter of fact, I gave the crabs away.
Gave them away? I showed you my budget. You seem to understand we could make it this month if we were careful.
Tessa, you take things so seriously. We'll get along.
Oh, I just don't know what to do.
Oh, I saw Kenneth Norman in town today. A fine fellow, Kenneth. See him tonight like a good girl.
I settled that once and for all. All I did was to send you in town with a basket of crabs, and look what happens. You spent all the money I counted on for the soldiers' dinner.
You needed a dress.
I'll never wear it. Oh, I should have sent Michael by himself. Michael? Where is he?
Isn't he here? He said he'd see me at home. If that young rascal...
How could you be so thoughtless? No telling what's happened to him.
Why, Tessa, where are you going?
I'm going to find Michael.
Tessa, wait a minute. Tessa!
Gee, thanks a lot for the lift, Mrs. Butterfield.
How are you all doing, Michael?
Oh, we're doing fine, Mrs. Butterfield. It's a lot of fun living on a houseboat. Say, you don't need anybody to help part-time maybe at your chicken farm.
Luella and I manage fine. But if we ever do, I'll certainly send for you. You're a fine boy.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Butterfield.
Goodbye. And don't forget to tell that grandfather of yours never to speak to me again. Bricks.
Michael?
Hi, Tessa.
Michael, where were you?
In town. Is Grandfeathers home yet?
Yes, he's home.
Did he buy a lot of things? I tried to stop him, Tessa, honest.
Oh, I know. We just have to remember that all his life, Grandfeathers never had to worry about money or responsibility till we dumped ourselves on his hands. Now I guess it's too late for him to learn.
Yeah.
If it weren't for us, Grandfeathers wouldn't have to think much about money. Well, someday maybe we can move to a big town where I can get a job and... Hey, what's that? Your hands. They're all scratched. What have you been doing?
I've been scraping fish for Mr. Bannock. Here, Tessa.
Michael.
He paid me 45 cents an hour. I guess this won't pay for all the stuff Grandfeathers bought, but...
Oh, Mike.
It'll be kind of nice seeing you in a dress, Tessa. A new dress.
Will it? I'll wear it tonight, then, just for you. Well, let's get on home.
Yes, that's how you got the new dress, Tessa. You told me all about it in your first letter, remember? That night you went out walking on the beach, all alone. You walked to that hotel they never finished building. Just a skeleton of a building. Relic of a real estate boom. We used to see it from the air. Lonesome, deserted, sand swept. But there was magic for you in that ruined hotel, wasn't there? If you half closed your eyes, you'd see happy people dancing. Beautiful clothes. You'd hear an orchestra playing some swell number. You'd dance in the sand, like in a dream.
Tessa? Hey, Tessa.
Oh. Hello, Kenneth.
What on earth were you doing? Were you dancing?
Sure.
I stopped by the houseboat. They told me you went for a walk. Why do you always come to this gloomy old place anyway?
Because they have such wonderful music.
For heaven's sake, Tessa. Now stop clowning and listen to me. How do you feel?
Oh, fine.
Good. Tessa, you know what I want to say, don't you?
I think so.
I've wanted to take care of you ever since the first day you came down here.
Kenneth, sooner or later I'll have to tell you this. I just don't know.
Don't say it, Tessa, not yet. Come on, think of the fun we could have. We'd go to Miami for a honeymoon, and since you seem to like hotels so much, why, we'd stop at the best hotel in Miami. Instead of that bracelet you're wearing, you'd have one with diamonds.
My mother gave me this one.
Clothes? You'd have the pick of our store. And we could live in one of Dad's houses until after the war.
And Michael? And Mary and Jeep?
He'd be better off, really. We could send Michael to school in Virginia, the same one I went to. He'd be with boys his own age. You'd get a housekeeper to look after your grandfather and Mary and Jeep. Have the right kind of food, regular hours, everything they need.
The way you put it, I'd seem selfish to refuse.
Marry me, Tessa. You'll never be sorry. Never.
Oh, I'm all mixed up, Kenneth. I want to talk to Grandfeathers.
Sure, and I know what he'll say. He told me this afternoon.
What?
That you have a life of your own to live. Tessa, you do like me, don't you?
Oh, yes. A lot, an awful lot. And I think we better start walking back.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Seems to me you sent Kenneth home awful early, Tessa.
Yes. Oh, look. Oleander Bush has got a bud.
Never mind that freak Bush. What about him?
If I only loved him, Grandfeathers.
Oh, your grandma didn't love me when we got married. That came later on.
If I could only have Mary and Jeep. They're such little children.
Well, you can't expect Kenneth to fill the honeymoon cottage with other people's children.
They're not other people's children. They're my brother and sister. Do you think they'd be better off?
Well, they'd have security. Something I've failed to give them. Tessa, this is your one chance to be free. Take it.
I'm not so sure I would be free. Or if I want to be. Oh, well, Kenneth's going north tomorrow. I'll have a whole week to make up my mind.
What about the children and the plans they've been making for Sunday week?
Oh, the dinner for the soldier. Well, the best thing to do is tell Mrs. Dobson we're calling it off.
Oh.
Still, it would be nice to have a party. In case a sort of last celebration to look back on and remember. Yes, we'll have that soldier for dinner.
Can we manage it?
I don't know how, but we will.
There's one way we could manage.
Oh?
Certainly.
Grandfeathers.
Sure.
Not Mary's hen. Not Miss Easter.
Well, she'd probably be tougher than a bosun's mate, but there's no point in letting her pass on of old age.
Oh, I'd feel like a cannibal.
Well, I'd rather think I'd enjoy it. How else are you going to give a chicken dinner to a soldier?
I don't know, but it won't be Miss Easter. Well, good night, Grandfeathers. Coming to bed?
Well, a little while. A little while.
You, Tessa?
Mary, aren't you asleep yet?
Tessa, can I sleep with you tonight?
Sure. Come on over in my bed. Your legs don't hurt again, do they, dear?
They're getting better every day.
Oh, that's fine. I've got something to tell you, Mary. We're really going to have that soldier for dinner. Aren't you glad?
Oh, yes. Tessa.
Yes?
I've been remembering Mother and Daddy.
We must always remember them.
I've known for a long time, Tessa. They didn't just go away. They were hurt in the automobile. They died. Why does everything have to die, Tessa?
Because dying is a part of living, dear. For all we know, it may be the best part. It's like the books Grandfeathers brought you today. You can't tell what's inside till you open them.
Oh, they're full of colored pictures. Pink castles made out of coral, and starfish, and wavy green grass at the bottom of the sea.
Yes, beautiful things. Things you could never imagine just from looking at the outside. That's all we see, Mary. Just the outside of death. The cover.
But where did they go, Mother and Daddy?
Sometimes I think they're right here with us. When Michael gave me the money he earned this afternoon, I saw Mother's goodness looking out of his eyes. And when Jeep toots his whistle and laughs, it's like Daddy teasing and having fun. And right now with us, it's like when Mother and I used to talk. Only it's as if I were Mother and you were me.
I want to be like you, Tessa. You know so much and make everything right.
Do I, darling? Thank you.
Good night, Tessa.
Good night, dear.
In just a moment, our stars will return with Act Two of Sunday Dinner for a Soldier. Right now, I've got a question here for two of the ladies in our audience. Would you mind coming up here a moment?
Me?
Yes, if you don't mind. And you.
Oh, my.
Thank you. There. Now, what I want to ask you is, how long do your stockings wear?
Not very long, I can tell you. Why, I've worn these only a few times. Yes, I bought them last week, and they just ran. Look.
That's too bad. How's your luck?
Why, I've had these quite a while.
Do you remember when you got them?
Let's see. Yes, it was a Monday, just about a month ago. I wear them every other day. Well, I always let rayons dry 24 hours, of course.
And no runs yet?
That's right.
Heavens, I'm lucky if my stockings last half a dozen times.
How do you wash yours?
Oh, whenever I'm doing a wash, I put them in. Or if I haven't much, I use the cake soap in the kitchen. Does that make much difference?
We'll see. How about you?
Why, I always Lux mine every time I wear them.
And that's very likely the answer to your stocking problem. You see, it's been proved that Lux helps stockings last longer. A famous laboratory made a series of strain tests. Stockings washed with Lux Flakes didn't go into runs nearly so quickly as those rubbed with cake soap or washed with strong soap. In fact, they lasted twice as long. I'm sure you'll have better luck with yours if you change to Lux. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act Two of Sunday Dinner for a Soldier, starring Ann Baxter as Tessa, John Hodiak as Eric, and Charles Winninger as Grandfeathers. Like a bridge spanning the dark Atlantic, the thoughts of Eric Moore dissolve all distances as he daydreams of a little family on a Florida lagoon and how he came to know them.
You wrote me so much, Tessa. How can I thank you? It's as if I really had been there all that week while you planned your Sunday dinner for a soldier. You wrote me about Mary and her hen, how she saw that strange look in Grandfeather's eye. ran quickly to Miss Easter's coop, her lucky starfish in her hand.
So don't be scared about Grandfeathers, Miss Easter. Nothing can hurt you when you've got this. You just sit on my lucky starfish when you get scared.
What are you telling her, Mary? What's Miss Easter to be scared about?
Grandfeathers wants to give her to the soldier.
What for?
For dinner.
Oh.
But Tessa told Grandfeathers she'd figure some other way out.
Mary, come here this instant.
Yes, Tessa?
You filled my washtub with seashells. Now dump them out at once.
Look, Tessa. Miss Easter's laid an egg for the soldier's cake.
Well, put it in the icebox. Michael, how many times do I have to tell you to beat those rugs?
But I did beat him, Tessa. I just finished.
A capital ship on an ocean trip on the water blue.
Grandfeathers!
Huh?
Is that all you've got to do?
Well, you know, I happened to find an E-string in the bottom drawer under some socks.
I thought you said you'd fix the water faucet.
I did fix it.
Oh, sure. You fixed it just fine. I turned it on. The whole thing flew apart. The kitchen just about flooded out, and you played that violin.
Now, Tessa.
What do you think this is? Here I'm trying to make this miserable shack look decent, and what do? Rip and ruin every miserable rag and stick of furniture we've got.
Oh, gee, Tessa, we've only been trying to help.
Well, don't. I'm better off without your help. Oh, what's the use?
Oh, Tessa. Here, Tessa.
Look at you. The whole bunch. I believe you're all scared to death of me.
Tessa, don't be mad at me, Tessa.
Darling, I'm sorry. I don't know what got into me.
What can I do, Tessa?
You can pick up all the leaves in the front yard.
Yes, ma'am. And us, Tessa? Michael and me?
You fix the curtains while I clean up the kitchen. Then go pick the berries for the cake. And you, Grandfeathers.
I won't do a thing, I promise.
Oh, yes, you will. You fix that faucet.
Oh, you're sure. Run along, you kids. Run along. You going into town before lunch?
Yes. And don't you dare do anything about, until I get home.
You mean...
Exactly.
Oh, there's no use procrastinating the inevitable. Inevitable.
And I may be able to buy one.
Oh, what? A chicken? Where'll you get the money to buy another chicken?
Never mind where. Just promise to keep away from Miss Easter.
Well, then you see that she keeps away from me.
Gosh, I wish Tessa would come home. Now sit still, Jeep. I've been sitting still. All day I've been here by the road sitting still. But we just gotta save Miss Easter. If somebody buys the berries, we'll have enough money and they won't have to eat her up. But nobody stops to buy berries, and I'm hungry. Eat some more berries. I've been eating them all day, and I don't feel good. Please don't cry, Jeep. I want to go home. Look, a car's coming. Berries! Berries! The car's going to stop. It's Miss Butterfield's car.
Hello, Mary. Jeep.
Hello. Would you like to buy some berries?
Heavens, no. Gives me the hives. Itch all over just looking at them. Say, what's the matter with him?
He's hungry.
What a poor little fellow.
He hasn't had anything to eat all day.
That man, that dreadful man, sending helpless babies to earn the very bread he puts in his mealy old mouth.
It's Miss Easter he wants to put in his mealy old mouth. I love her so much. We just can't eat her tomorrow.
Well, I should hope not. Luella.
Yes, ma'am.
Hand me that big fryer. It's on the back seat.
You mean this here one for the Normans?
Yeah, that's it. Here you are, you poor babies.
Tessa says we aren't allowed to accept presents.
Then I'll swap the chicken for the berries. Luella likes them.
Oh, no, Miss Butterfield. I don't relish no berries.
You like them, Luella. Here. Oh, that's plenty, Mary. Thank you. Now what's the matter with him?
Jeep? Oh, he always stands on his head and blows his whistle. That's when he's happy. He feels good now because we've got a chicken for the soldier tomorrow.
For who tomorrow?
The soldier. We're going to have one for dinner tomorrow.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes. Grandfather signed a card for one at the USO. We've been getting ready all week. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
And thanks. Thanks again and again, Mrs. Butterfield.
You're welcome. Oh, Luella, this is terrible.
Giving away Miss Norman's fryer.
Not that. I'm thinking of that card I tore up at the USO, you know.
Yes, ma'am.
What can I do?
Miss Butterfield, you eating those berries.
Those children are expecting a soldier tomorrow.
Yeah, but they gives you the hives. You'll be itching for a month.
What did you say? They've simply got to get a soldier.
Oh, Lordy.
I'll have to tell Mrs. Dobson exactly what happened to get her to find them another one. Hand me some more berries, Luella.
Yes.
Grandfeathers, Michael, Tessa Tessa's home. Tessa's home.
Now, take it easy, you kids. Look what I've got.
A chicken.
A chicken.
And look what we got. We got a chicken, too.
Of what?
We sold the berries, Tessa. We sold them for a chicken to Mrs. Butterfield.
But that's wonderful.
Hello, Tessa. I saw you in town.
You what?
I saw you, but you didn't see me. I was working. And look what I bought.
Don't tell me another chicken.
Uh-huh. Here, Mr. Bannock let me clean his barrels. Hey, where did these chickens come from?
He bought it with berries. For the soldier.
And you bought the other one?
Uh-huh.
Where'd you get the money?
None of your business. Now, where's Grandfeathers?
I'm right here. Better batten down the hatches, lads. She's going to blow a gale. Michael, stow away the deck chair.
Boy, I better.
We'll go cover up Easter.
Oh, now, wait a second, child. Wait a second. I just happened by Easter's nest, and the dear little biddy seems to have disappeared.
What?
Oh, look at the sky. It's getting blacker and blacker.
I gotta find her. I gotta find Miss Easter. Easter, where are you?
Grandfeathers?
All right, I'll be back in a minute, Tessa, dear.
Come here this instant.
Oh.
What's that you're hiding under your jacket?
Oh, this? Oh, this is my tobacco pouch.
Let me see it.
Oh, really, Tessa?
A chicken.
Dead chicken.
Oh, no.
I wanted to surprise you.
Is that chicken Miss Easter?
Does this bird look like Miss Easter?
How can I tell? It's been dressed.
Well, it's not Miss Easter.
Then exactly where did you get it?
As you so pointedly remarked to my grandson, it's none of your business. Did I ask you how you got your chicken? No. But I've got a pretty good idea. The bracelet your dear mother gave you is gone.
Oh, never mind the act. If that's not Miss Easter, where is she?
Easter.
Mary, dear, you'd better come in. You get drenched.
Easter, she's gone. I gotta find her.
I begged you not to do anything till I got back.
Oh, how did I know you'd all come back dripping naked fowls?
Oh, you're hopeless. Sometimes I think you'd even steal.
Ah.
And if you think I'm going to tell Mary about Miss Easter, you're crazy. You can do your own dirty work and do it now.
Grandfeathers managed to avoid the mystery of Easter's disappearance till night. Mary was in bed crying softly to herself when the old man sneaked into her room.
Like for me to tell you a story, Mary?
No, Grandfeathers.
Oh, well, it's still raining.
I know.
Oh, now, young woman, when I told you that Miss Easter escaped her roost, I fear I was guilty of a slight distortion of the truth.
If you just asked you.
If I had been consulted as becomes the head of the house, things like this wouldn't happen. As it is, I've been treated like an epidemic.
Oh, no, Grandfeathers. I guess maybe Miss Easter didn't mind too much, seeing it was for a soldier. But I won't be able to eat any dinner tomorrow.
Now, here, now. Shh. Now, hold on a minute. That isn't Miss Easter in the icebox.
Oh, Grandfeathers, please don't tell any more fibs.
I am relating the plain unvarnished. This afternoon, finding myself alone, Miss Easter and I visited Mrs. Butterfield's chicken farm. I deposited Miss Easter among her other live chickens, and in exchange, I succeeded in making my way safely home with one of her dressed fowls.
Honest?
Honest. And now, since we find our galley overflowing with hens, I see no reason why I shouldn't return the purloined bird to Madame Butterfly and carry Miss Easter home again.
When? When will you do it?
Tonight. Now. And don't you dare tell Tessa I'm a chicken thief. This is our secret. Understand?
Oh, yes. Shh. Oh, thank you, Grandfeathers.
Quiet. Quiet, you gall-blasted chickens. Now, how am I going to tell who's who around here? Easter. Easter. Where are you, you feathered fiend? Come here. Can't even see where I'm going. Can't even... Oh, stow your gab. Pull in your sails. Shut up.
Who's there? Who's in there?
Ain't nobody here but us chickens, ma'am.
Luella, is that you? No, ma'am. Ain't me, but I'll get him. Never mind. Just stop. There, I see see him. All right, stop or I'll shoot. 1, 2, 3.
Oh!
Did I get him, Luella?
No, ma'am. But there's the chickens he must have been carrying. That's some shooting, Miss Agatha. Look here. You done plucked, clean, and drawn this here chicken all with one shot.
Hello? Hello? That you, Mrs. Dobson?
Yes?
Agatha Butterfield.
Oh, I've been waiting for you to call me.
Sorry, I got delayed. Chicken thief.
Chicken thief?
And I know who it is, all right. I found his cane.
Well, who?
Well, never mind. Now, what about that soldier? Did you find one for the Osborns?
Oh, I'm afraid it's just no use, Agatha. A lot of the boys have been shipped out, and the rest seem to have passes. But I'll try again in the morning.
Oh, please. We've got to get a soldier for those poor children. We've got to.
Well, good morning, children.
Morning, grandbrothers. Well, it's a nice day after all. Rain's gone, sun's out. In 2 hours, our soldiers should be here.
What makes the rain, Grandfeathers?
Rain is made by weathermen, my boy. Weathermen predicting sunshine.
The strangest thing. One of the chickens is gone from the icebox.
Gone? It can't be.
Well, come and look. You'll count them.
Well, Mary?
Miss Easter's still missing, Grandfeathers.
No, don't you worry. I encountered a little difficulty last night, but I saw her, and she just looks fine. I'll get her back for you yet.
Hey, Mary! Mike! Here comes the bus! I heard it! Excuse me, Grandfeathers. Our soldier. Maybe he's here.
Did you see him, Jeep? Did you see him? Hey, come back, you kids. Breakfast is ready.
Let him go, let him go. I want to talk to you, Tessa. Have you made up your mind about Kenneth Norman? He'll be home tomorrow.
Yes.
You going to marry him?
It is the best thing for everyone, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sure of it.
Means breaking up the family.
Old families must be broken up so new ones can be built. Kenneth's got good character, fine family, money. Everything's going to be fine, Tessa.
At least everything's going to be fine today. This must be a celebration the children will never forget.
The soldier wasn't on that bus, was he, Tessa? Or the one after that, or the one after that? No, there just wasn't a soldier to be found anywhere in town that Sunday.
Well, it's nearly 1 o'clock. Where are the children?
Where they've been all morning? Still waiting at the road. Grandfeathers, exactly what did Mrs. Dobson say when you signed up for a soldier?
Well, I don't know her exact words.
Well, try to remember, dear, please.
Well, let me see. She said the USO acts as liaison between soldiers and civilians. He'll be here at 6 bells. That'll give him plenty of time. Or did I say that?
Well, if he isn't on this bus, we'll just have to go ahead.
Well, he'll be on this one, Tessa. I just know he'll be on this one.
He didn't come again, Mr. York?
Nope, not this trip, kids. Gosh, I looked all over town for a soldier. Bowling alleys, churches, everywhere.
I was going to take him out in my boat. Maybe there won't be any wind left by the time he comes.
Look, I don't know how to say this, but I just can't see you kids waiting around all day for somebody who's not coming.
Not coming?
I seen Mrs. Dobson. She said for me to tell you they just can't find you a soldier anywhere.
Grandfeathers said we'd have a soldier.
I know, but there's been some kind of a mix-up somewhere.
Look, he's coming. There on the beach. That's him.
A soldier! It's our soldier! Soldier! Soldier!
Well, it's a miracle. A dud-blasted, genuine miracle.
Yes, there was a soldier on the beach. Just walking along, killing the time of day. And all of a sudden, 3 kids rushed toward him across the sand. Believe me, Tessa, he just didn't know what to make of it.
Soldier! Soldier! Oh, gosh, where have you been?
Well, hello.
We knew you'd come. We knew it, but what happened?
Happened? Nothing happened.
We can swim from my boat when we go out sailing.
Oh, we can? Who's we?
Just you and me. I'm Michael.
I'm Mary, and this one's Jeep.
Well.
We live over there on a houseboat.
Oh, now I know. You wave at the planes, don't you?
Was it you who dipped your wings over time?
Well, not exactly. I'm a waist gunner myself, but I have an in with a pilot.
I can stand on my head and whistle. You know why I stand on my head?
Sure, because it makes you feel good.
I'll go tell Grandfeathers and Tessa you're here.
Yeah. Hey, no, wait a minute.
I'll be right back.
I scrubbed all my shells to show you, and we're having fried chicken for dinner. 3 fried chicken.
Now, look, you kids, I'd like to oblige you, but this has gone far enough. Whoever you were expecting, well, I'm not it.
Oh, but you are. Of course you are. Hurry, hurry. Wait till you meet Grandfeathers. Wait till you meet Tessa. And here, see? That's our oleander bush. It's a freak. Unique. It's a unique freak. He means it doesn't know how to make flowers. Here we are, Grandfeathers, and he's here.
Well, hello, soldier.
How do you do? My name is Moore, sir. Eric Moore.
Osborne, Sergeant, Chief Petty Officer Lycurgus Osborne, retired.
Well, I don't know what this is all about, but...
Tessa, this is Sergeant Eric Moore. She's my granddaughter.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for coming. Thank you very much for coming.
I'm sorry, but I think there's been a mistake of some kind.
This is one day you won't have to think. We're going to take care of everything. Aren't we, children?
Oh, we're going to have the best time.
Well, good.
Dinner's all ready. Shall we go in?
Well, just give me a second. I know I'll wake up. Things like this don't happen to a lug like me. Just let me dream on a while.
Look, it's clouding up again.
But look behind the cloud. See? The sun's out full.
Yes, and look, the oleander bush has a blossom.
Well, so it has. That's the first flower we've ever had.
The buds always dropped off before.
And what a pretty color. Here, sniff. It stinks real pretty.
Gee, please. Smells.
It smells.
It must have known this is a very special day.
Yes, Tessa. A very special day.
Well, come on, let's get aboard. Let's have our dinner. Come on.
We'll return with Act 3 of Sunday Dinner for a Soldier in a moment. You've heard us tell about those washing tests a famous laboratory made on rayon slips and nighties. Well, let's imagine you were actually at the laboratory. You might have said,
My, what lovely slips. What are you going to do with them?
We're going to wash them. Now, for this group, we'll use hot water, strong soap, and plenty of action. The way women sometimes treat their underthings.
And the others?
These we'll wash the Lux way, with lukewarm water and gentle Lux flakes. As you see, the slips are just alike, so we'll wash each one the same number of times and see what happens.
So the laboratory washed each group of slips repeatedly. And then...
Why, just look at those slips. It's hard to believe they started out the same.
Yet the only difference was the way we washed them.
Those badly faded ones must be those you did by the wash day method. Goodness, how those straps frayed. I'll never do my slips that way. The Lux twins look lovely.
And the record shows they stayed lovely 3 times as long.
Yes, and they still look nice as new. The color's bright, straps firm.
And that's how Gentle Lux will leave your underthings, too. They'll stay new-looking 3 times longer with Gentle Lux care. Undies lead a long life when they lead a Lux life. Now, Mr. Lasky returns to the microphone.
After the play, we'll bring our stars to the footlights for a brief chat. And I think you'll want to listen in. Now, here's Act 3 of Sunday Dinner for a Soldier, starring Ann Baxter as Tessa, Jan Hodiak as Eric, and Charles Winninger as Grandfeathers. Somewhere in England, a soldier waits to come home. And as he waits, he puts together each fragment of remembrance and lives again the most important day in all his life, the day he found the Osborne family, or rather, the day they found him.
I soon discovered how I happened to be having Sunday dinner with the Osbornes. Just one of those little whims of fate that dropped me on their beach at the exact moment when they wanted a soldier more than anything else in the world. Any soldier. Well, we sat down to dinner. Grandfeathers had a big platter of fried chicken in front of him. At the time, of course, I didn't know about Mary's hen this Easter.
Well, Grandfeathers, go ahead and serve.
A piece of white and a piece of dark for the sergeant. I hope you like fried chicken.
There's nothing finer, is there, Mary?
Please, may I be excused?
Oh, Mary, dear.
Please.
Now, we're not going to have any nonsense. Eat your dinner.
But I can't eat any dinner.
Woman, I give you my solemn word. The chickens on this platter are total strangers. It's not who you think it is.
Oh, now why did you have to say that?
Never mind. Sit down, Tessa. I'll get her. Mary, dear, Mary.
Oh,
Hello, Mary. Why, what's the matter? Has that horrible old man been beating you?
He's not old.
Now, child, these things happen and we must... Oh. So we're having enough trouble. And stop scratching yourself, woman.
I got a scratch. It's nothing but the hives, and it's all your fault. Luella?
I got him, Miss Butterfield. I'm coming.
Grandfeathers, look.
Oh, look.
It's Easter. It's Miss Easter. Oh, Easter.
There you is, honey. She's just been a visiting in our coop.
Oh, so that's where she wandered to, huh?
Leaning on your cane all the way, no doubt.
What's that?
You heard me.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Butterfield.
Look, everybody, look. It's Easter.
Oh, this is Sergeant Eric Moore, Mrs. Butterfield.
Oh, an old friend?
No, a new one. The Osmonds were kind enough to ask me in for dinner.
But that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Oh, stop gushing and sit down. And sit on your hands. You're driving me crazy. Scratch, scratch, scratch.
Can't stay. We just dropped by to leave Miss Easter and a freezer of ice cream. Happen to have some extra. It's in the shade under your tree.
Oh, boy, ice cream.
Chocolate.
Oh, my.
That's just wonderful, Mrs. Butterfield. Thanks for everything. And for the chicken you gave the children yesterday.
Gave nothing. It was a fair exchange, and I've got the hives to prove it. Now, please get back to your dinner. And you don't know how glad I am to see you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Oh, Grandfeathers, show Mrs. Butterfield to the door.
It's a pleasure. Nobody just happens to have an extra freezer of ice cream hanging around the house.
Well, I did. And what's more, see that you bring back the freezer. And don't send those poor little children with it.
Don't hang by your eyelashes till I get there.
I won't. But I may come over and give Tessa your cane. Goodbye.
Blackmailer. Well, come on, everybody. Pitch in there before everything gets cold.
Sure thing. Here we are, Chief.
Now, how about it, Mary? You changed your mind about eating dinner?
Oh, yes. Gosh, am I starved.
Yes, man. Those are the most wonderful seashells I've ever seen.
Well, I knew you'd be interested. I knew you'd want to see them.
Now I have something for you. See?
The wishbone.
Uh-huh. Let's make a wish. Ready? Okay, pull. Well, what do you know? Mary gets her wish.
Do you know what it was?
Huh?
That you'd come home safe and sound.
Well, when I do, I want you to be all strong again.
But I'm not sick anymore. And I'm not scared either.
Oh, everybody gets scared once in a while.
Even soldiers?
I should say so.
Eric. Here.
Well, what's this?
So you won't be afraid. It's my lucky starfish. And it works. It works all the time. Didn't Easter come back home?
Thank you, Mary. I'll keep it with me always, and I'll never be scared again. Say, where are all the others?
Well, Grandfeather's in snoozing in the hammock. And Mike's tying up his boat. Did you have a good sail?
Oh, wonderful.
And Jeep's taking his nap, 'cause he's gotta.
And Tessa?
Oh, Tessa's in the kitchen washing dishes.
I think I'd like a drink of water.
Oh, I'll get one for you.
Oh, don't bother. I'm pretty sure I can get one in the kitchen. How am I doing?
Oh, fine. Is that the way you do dishes in the Army?
Sure.
You've washed those same cups 4 times now.
Well, I warned you before. I'm dreaming. You know, I can't get over those kids. Did you know Jeep gave me his whistle? He wants me to have it when I'm fighting Germans. He made the presentation speech standing on his head.
He spends most of his time that way.
Like my sister. She used to walk backwards when she got excited about something.
Your sister?
Uh-huh. I haven't seen or heard from her in years. Somebody told me she was in Mexico getting a divorce from her third husband. She seems out to set some kind of a record. Funny how you can drift apart.
What happened, Eric?
Well, when our folks split up, my mother took Alice, and I went with my old man. He died when I was 13. My mother married again. I tried living with him, but it didn't work out, so I ran away.
Where's your mother now?
When I enlisted, she was in Chicago. I had to write for my birth certificate.
Eric. How'd you spend your furlough?
Raising Cain in Miami, or trying to. You sure can feel alone in a town like that.
Didn't you have any friends you could have gone home with?
Oh, sure, but nobody wants outsiders around when they're saying goodbye to their folks.
You're going over soon, aren't you?
Yeah. You don't know what a difference it makes having someone to say goodbye to. I wouldn't trade 1 second of today for all the other good times I've ever had.
But we've just started. As soon as it gets dark, we'll go down on the point and build a fire and have a picnic supper.
Oh, swell. That'll be swell.
Now, come on, let's get these dishes done.
We're going to need more wood. Not half enough wood here for a campfire.
I'll get it, Grandfeathers.
I'll help, Eric.
Me too, me too.
Oh, sit down, you kids. Tessa, show the sergeant where you can find some firewood.
It's a pretty long walk, Sergeant.
That's swell. That's swell.
Not much further. That's a patch of pines down the beach. Eric, about what you told me.
What do you mean about my folks?
Mm-hmm.
Some nerve unloading all that on you. I wouldn't have, except you've all made me feel like I belong to you. What a family. Tessa, when I think, what if the kids hadn't been waiting just as I happened to walk by?
We might never have met. Was it only this noon?
I feel like I've known you forever.
There's something you don't know about me.
What?
See that old ruined hotel over there?
Uh-huh.
Well, come on, I'll show you. My own special private hotel. What do you think of it?
Very snazzy indeed.
I come here all the time. Dance here. You like the music?
Boy, what a band. Well, what are we waiting for?
Some people would say we were trying to dance on sand.
Some people would be crazy.
Oh, I knew you wouldn't think it was silly, pretending.
I'm going to do a lot of pretending from now on.
Like what?
Oh, like as if your family's mine.
Oh, you don't know what you're letting yourself in for.
Oh, yes, I do. And stay just as you are till I get back, will you?
You mind if we become just a little less poor?
What are you talking about? You're the richest people I know. You've got the kind of wealth nobody can take away.
What did you say?
I said you had the kind of wealth nobody could take away.
Nobody but ourselves. Oh, Eric, you've made me understand something.
I have?
You've made me see what's really important. What makes me, me. Why, without the family, I wouldn't be myself. I'd be somebody entirely different. I don't know what, if anything, I'd be building. But it wouldn't be any more important or beautiful than what grandfathers and the children and I have built together. Good and bad. I certainly would be someone different. Someone I might not like at all. Oh, Eric, thank you.
You're certainly welcome, but...
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? Well, it's this. Your coming to dinner today has determined my whole life. I know now how I want to live it.
How do you?
Well, I can't tell you now, Eric. But I'll explain it all to you in the letters I'm going to write to you.
Hey, Tessa, Eric.
Oh, gosh, firewood.
What is it, Michael?
Mr. York is here. He's going to take us all into town to the arcade. Come on, hurry up. Grandfather says we're going to the arcade and have our picnic.
All right now, folks, if you just hold those poses for 1 second.
Jeep, stop it now. Hold still.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, if the old gentleman will smile. Like this? That's it, that's it. A very nice group. Oh, dear. Now what? The little girl. Is that a chicken she's got?
Oh, we've got to have the chicken. That's Miss Easter.
All right, everybody. Look straight ahead. Now, 1, 2, 3. There we are. Now, the picture will be all ready in about 5 minutes. Thank you very much. I'll wait for it.
There's a shooting gallery next door, Eric.
Well, what are we waiting for? Tessa?
By all means. Come along, Harry. Jeep.
Wonderful, Mike. All right, Tessa, you're next.
Oh, no, not me. I don't even know how.
Here, I'll show you how. Excuse me, I'll have to put my arm around you like this, the other arm around you like that. No, don't look at me. Look down the barrel through the sight. When you're on the target like this, you...
I hit it! Tessa's got a chip! She got a chip!
Of course, she's wonderful.
Another load, Bud?
Oh, yeah, wait, I've got to give you a bill.
Oh, what's that, Eric? In your wallet?
Identification bracelet.
Why don't you wear it?
Oh, I broke the clasp. Besides, it's too small. Oh, would you keep it for me?
Well, sure.
Thank you.
Well, here it is. Here's our picture. And we're giving it to Eric.
Oh, gosh, thanks. Wait a second, what's that?
What's what?
Don't you hear him? I think they're rounding us up.
And look, Army trucks. Look at all the Army trucks.
194th Army Command, report to the field at once. All right, you guys in the truck, come on that
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
All passengers and fellows cancel. Back to the field. There's a truck out there.
Okay.
All passengers and fellows cancel. Report and crew to be moving.
Oh, no, not yet.
Yes, now. Short and snappy, Sergeant Moore. Those are orders?
Yes, sir. Well, so long, Chief.
So long, Eric.
Goodbye, Mary. And remember.
I'll remember, Eric.
So long, Mike.
Goodbye, Eric.
Grandfeathers?
Good luck, son.
Thanks. Thanks for everything. Tessa?
Goodbye, Eric.
And write. Write to me. I'll let you know the address.
I will.
Tessa, do you mind if I...
Oh, no, Eric. I was hoping you would.
Wait, in front of everybody?
In front of the whole cockeyed world.
Oh, my.
All right, break it up, Sausage. You're blocking the traffic.
Eric, you think this means...
Yes, I think so. If it does, I'll have the pilot dip his wings again.
Let's go, Sergeant.
Eric, here. You forgot your packages. Cake and fried chicken.
Oh, gee, thanks. Well, goodbye.
All right, Sergeant. In the truck. Everybody, make it snappy. Come on.
Hey, you guys.
What is it?
Pass this around.
What is it?
Hey, strawberry shortcake.
Strawberry
Here,
shortcake.
help yourself. My girl made it. And here, fried chicken.
Fried chicken. Holy cats.
Yeah, my girl made that, too.
Hey, Moore, she got a sister?
Go on, help yourselves. Make yourselves right at home. Hey, look, here's a picture. The whole family.
Boy, what a family.
You're a pretty lucky guy, Moore.
And don't I know it. Say, Charlie.
Yeah?
Who do I see about my allotment check?
I don't know. See the captain. See Adams.
Okay. As soon as I get back, I want to see about an allotment for my family. My family.
Tessa, they're coming. Look, the bombers. Bombers, Tessa, bombers.
Yes, I see. He's dipping his wings. Come back, Eric. Come back home.
I'm coming back, Tessa. I'm coming back. Back to my family.
And now, before Mr. Lasky brings our stars back for their curtain calls, let's do a little figuring. How many dishes do you use a day? Count up the plates, cups, saucers, and glassware, and don't forget the platters, serving dishes, and the silverware. Well, if you're an average family of 4, that's over 100 a day. But do you know that if you use Lux for your dishes, you may find you need only about half as much as you'd use of your wash day soap? Yes, actual dishwashing tests show that ounce for ounce, Lux does up to twice as many dishes as other well-known dishwashing soaps. That's worth remembering. And if you scrape and rinse dishes, especially greasy ones, as soon as they're removed from the table, you'll need even less Lux for rich, fast-working suds. Lux is thrifty for dishes. It's thrifty insurance against dishpan hands, too. For Lux Flakes in the dishpan helps your hands stay soft and smooth. Even if strong soaps have made them red and rough and ugly, they can soon be lovely again if you change to gentle Lux. Why not try Lux Flakes tomorrow for your dishes? And now, here's Mr. Lasky and our stars.
Tonight, we'll disprove that familiar saying, three's a crowd, by bringing to the footlights our 3 stars, Ann Baxter, John Hodiak, and Charles Winninger. I'm sure our audience joins in offering congratulations to all 3 of you.
Thank you, Mr. Lasky.
And I'd say you were perfect in Sunday dinner for a soldier for more reasons than your acting. I understand that cooking is your favorite hobby.
That's right, Mr. Lasky. I can't keep out of kitchens in my spare time.
Well, what's your favorite recipe, Ann?
What would you really serve for a Sunday dinner, Ann?
Well, if it was chicken, I'd fry it in garlic and olive oil, put it in the oven for a little while, basting it with herbs crushed up in vinegar.
Could I have a second helping, please?
How about you, John? What's your favorite hobby?
My favorite hobby? Eating.
Well, you two should really get together. How are you at the culinary arts, Charles?
Well, I'm first rate, Mr. Lasky. You come to my house next Thursday, and I'll bake you a cherry pie for Washington's birthday.
Do we bring along an axe to cut it?
Oh.
You know, Mr. Winninger was right in his element in this picture, the skipper of a houseboat.
That's right. I remember as Captain Andy in the famous showboat, Charlie climbed the mast to fame.
Yes, but my boats are always tied to land. When this war is over, I'm going to cut my moorings and head out to sea.
Well, I hope you stick around a while, Charles. At least till next Monday night, when we're bringing to this stage 2 nominees for the 1944 Academy Awards, Greer Garson and Cary Grant.
You couldn't miss with that combination, Mr. Lasky. What are they playing in?
Oh, a delightful play they selected themselves, the Columbia screen hit, Bedtime Story. In it, we follow the tempestuous romance of a husband not only wedded to his actress wife, but equally wedded to the stage. Two loves that clash with amazing results.
We'll all be looking forward to it, Mr. Lasky. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thanks for Sunday dinner. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Cary Grant and Greer Garson in Bedtime Story.
As our war casualties mount, as every day the fighting increases in intensity, ask yourself if you're doing all you can to help save American lives and speed the day of victory and peace. And one important contribution you can make is to preserve waste kitchen fats and greases used in the manufacture of essential war materials. Strain your waste fats into a clean can, rush them to your butcher. He'll give you 2 red ration points plus 4 cents for each pound. Sunday Dinner for a Soldier, from an original story by Martha Chevens, was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. John Hodiak appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture National Velvet. Heard in tonight's play were Verna Felton, Patricia Lowry, Bobby Larson, Billy Roy, Charles Seal, Eddie Marr, Ruby Dandridge, Dickie Myers, Robert Regent, Janet Scott, and Earl Keane. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Bedtime Story with Greer Garson and Cary Grant.
Flowers, flowers, a blaze of glorious color all summer long. Get in on the sensational offer by the makers of Spry Shortening. 8 packets of choice seeds for thousands of gorgeous flowers. Send 15 cents with name and address to Aunt Jenny, Box 1200, Chicago, Illinois.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Bedtime Story with Greer Garson and Cary Grant. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Grape Nuts Flakes program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, another Grape Nuts Flakes fable, friends, by that old spinner of fables, Don Wilson. This one's about a little appetite and how he grew. You see, this little appetite was very, very sad because he stayed so small, and he was always going around wailing, woe's me, why can't I grow up and be like other appetites? Then one day a kind lady gave this little appetite a great big tempting bowl full of delicious toasty brown grape nuts flakes, and quick as a wink, that little appetite grew and grew and grew until all at once he said, oh boy, grape nuts flakes, today I am a man. Well, the moral of that fable is just this. If any appetites need special coaxing at your house, the thing to do is to serve plenty of delicious, malty, rich grape nuts flakes. For the distinctive goodness of grape nuts flakes really makes appetites grow. It's the grand, tempting flavor of grape nuts in toasty, brown, crispy flake form. So ask your grocer for grape nuts flakes tomorrow. It's a grand old flag played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as is my custom, every Sunday night at this
Hold
time...
it, Don, hold it. Tonight's introduction is for our good old maestro. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce that this is the farewell appearance of Phil Harris on this program, as Phil and his band have joined the United States Maritime Service. They're in the Merchant Marine. That's for you and the boys, Phil.
Thanks, everybody. And speaking for the whole gang and myself, I want to say that we've had a lot of fun on this program, and we're sure going to miss it.
We're going to miss you too, Phil.
That's right. You and I may have had our little quarrels, and we may have gotten pretty sore at each other at times. But I'll tell you one thing, Phil. You're the best band leader I ever worked with.
Oh, Jackson, you're kidding.
I know, but you're leaving tonight. But on the level, things won't be the same around here without good old Twitch. Say, how long you been with me, Phil?
6 years.
6 years.
6 years without a raise.
Yes, sir. And now you and the boys are leaving. Gosh, I feel like a mother robin. A mother robin whose eggs have all hatched, and the little birds are flying away.
Make that ducks, will you? We're in the Merchant Marine.
All right, I feel like a mother duck.
What'd you just say, Jack?
Oh, hello, Mary. I was just telling Phil that I feel like a mother duck.
Well, you've got the right feet for it.
I don't mean that. I'm being sentimental. Phil and the boys have joined the maritime service.
Well, congratulations, Phil.
Thanks. Hey, Mary, how do you like my new uniform? Pretty natty, ain't it?
Yeah. I never thought I'd see the day when you'd wear a coat with pants to match.
What?
Including your tuxedo.
You're not fooling. Oh, say, Phil, what did you do with that loud sport coat you used to wear?
You mean my herringbone?
No, your tuna fish with the smelt in the back. Hey, that's pretty good, huh?
Please, Jackson, no corn tonight.
Okay, Phil.
By the way, where are you stationed, Phil?
We're training over at Catalina Island under Captain Beebe. And what a routine they put you through. The first day, there was a guy says, go see the doc and he'll give you a few shots.
A few shots, eh?
So I go up to the doc's office, say, where's the bourbon? And the guy jabs me with a needle.
Well, of course. Of course, that's what they meant, shots in the arm. Did the shots bother you, Phil?
No, I took them like they was nothing. But when they cut off my curls, I cried like a baby.
That's right, Phil. You have got a regulation haircut. I mean, a little bone is showing. Incidentally, old pal, what did you do with those curls?
Forget it, Jack. They'll never match.
Mary, I just want a lock of Phil's hair to remember him by. I'm sentimental. I told you I feel like a mother duck. Say, Phil, how are you and the boys getting along with your training?
Oh, we're sharp, Jackson. Get a load of this. All right, men. 10. Shun. Salute. 1, 2.
Well.
Okay, man, as you was.
All right, sit down, fellas, sit down. As you was. Am you sure you didn't make a mistake, Phil? Well, it's a great life, though, Phil, and it'll do you a lot of good. Oh, hello, Dennis. How are you feeling?
Just ducky, Mother. Say, Mr. Benny, I passed Warner Brothers Theater just now, and there's a sign there that says George Washington slept here, staring Ann Sheridan and the world's greatest lover.
That's right.
Well, gee whiz, I thought you were in that picture.
I am. That's me, the world's greatest lover.
That's something new, isn't it?
No, it's nothing new. It just happens that the studios finally realize that I'm the lover type.
The lover type?
Yes.
Somehow I prefer to think of you as a mother duck.
No, don't be silly. And everything you say just rolls off of me. I can go along with a duck.
Say, Jack, I saw your picture, and there's just one thing I can't understand.
What's that, Don?
Well, in those scenes you did with Ann Sheridan, where she was wearing an evening gown, I couldn't see your face.
What do you mean?
You're always standing behind her. Why was that?
Well...
Jack had his lines written on her back.
Well, I had some long scenes. You try to talk and make love at the same time. Say, Dennis, have you seen my picture yet?
No, I haven't, Mr. Benny.
You haven't, eh? And now, folks...
Am I going to get bumped off?
No! I don't care whether you see it or not, you little... What do I care? Now turn around and sing your song.
I wouldn't turn around for $1 million.
I'm not going to kick you. Now go ahead.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now
Who
sing...
cares what you sing? Just do it, that's all. I've seen that picture 10 times. He can't see it once.
I'm getting tired so I can sleep. I want to sleep so I can dream. I want to dream so I can be with you. I've got your picture by my bed. Will soon be placed beneath my head to keep me company the whole night through. For a little while, whatever befalls, I will see you smile till reveille calls. I hope you're tired enough to sleep, and please sleep long enough to dream, and look for me, for I'll be dreaming too of bliss that once were mine. Tender eyes that shine, they will light my way tonight. I'll see you in my dream. For a little while, whatever befalls, I will see you smile till reveille calls. I hope you're tired enough to sleep, and please sleep long enough to dream, and look for me, for I'll be dreaming of you.
That was I'm Getting Tired So I Can Sleep, sung by Dennis Day. And now, folks,
How'd you like my song, Mr. Benny?
how'd you like my picture?
I told you I didn't see it.
Well, I didn't hear your song either. And now, folks...
Holy smoke, he's deaf.
I am not. And now, folks, I would like to announce that tomorrow we're all leaving for New York. And for the next several weeks, we'll be broadcasting from Army camps, Navy and Marine bases throughout the East. Now, fellas, you must realize how crowded the trains are nowadays and how tough it is to get transportation. So we'll all have to be satisfied with riding in the baggage car.
Oh, Jack, your idea will never work out.
Well, we can try it, can't we?
What is his idea, Mary?
Jack's going to put us in a big crate, and we have to bark when the conductor comes by.
Now, that's just plain silly. We're not going to make off like dogs.
This is a fine time to tell me I bought a license this morning.
You bought a dog license?
Mail.
Well, naturally. Anyway, we're leaving tomorrow for the East, and that's that.
You know, Jackson, me and the boys are sure going to miss going with you.
Well, we're going to miss you too, Phil. Just think, our last week with Harris.
And look, fellas, that reminds me. I owe a little money around here, and I might as well get things straightened up.
Wait a minute. Wait till I get my book out. Here it is. H.H. here. Phil Harris, $4.
Now, Don, you picked up a dinner check at Harry's Steakhouse last week, and it amounted to $7.50. Here's your money.
Oh, forget it, Phil. Forget it. The treat was on me.
Well, thanks, Don. And Mary, I had you buy some handkerchiefs for Alice. How much does that come to?
Oh, never mind, Phil. Let's call it a little present and forget it.
Gee, thanks, Mary. Well, you're next, Jackson. What do you got down against me in that little book of yours?
Well, it's $4, Phil, but
Forget
about it. Forget it. I don't want your money.
No. Now, come on, Jackson. I owe you the dough, so here it is.
Well, oh, forget it, Phil. Forget it.
Well, gee, Jackson, that's marvelous. You're a swell guy.
Don't swell guy me. I'm on a spot, and you know it. I'll just scratch your name out of this book here.
Say, Mr. Benny, how come Mr. Harris owes you $4?
Well,
3 years ago, Phil got Jack a date with a girl, and she picked his pocket.
she was a tall blonde with the longest fingers. Now, remember, fellas, I'll probably bump into her, but when will I be in Monrovia again? Now, remember, fellas, we're leaving tomorrow, so be at the Santa Fe station a half hour before train time. We'll have lunch on the train.
Oh, pardon me, Jack, but why can't we make that a late breakfast?
A late breakfast? Said he, falling into the trap like an absent-minded elephant. What do you mean, Don?
Well, if we can make it breakfast, we can all sit down to a nice big bowl of toasty brown sweet as a nut grape nuts flakes. And do you know what they come in, Jack?
No, Don, said Benny with a merry twinkle in his big blue eyes. What do they come in?
Grape nuts flakes come in that big 12-ounce economy-size package and contain iron, niacin, and vitamin B1.
Well, I'll be one too, Don. Anyway, fellas, getting back to our trip to New York. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Sign for it, Mary. Wait a minute, buddy. Here's a nickel for you.
I can't take it. That'll put me over the 25,000 mark.
I should have known he was wealthy with those ermine leggings. Who's the wire from, Mary?
It's from the Acme Plaza Hotel in New York.
Oh.
It says, Dear Mr. Benny, understand you are coming to New York next week. We have lovely rooms here with a bath on every floor. Just follow the arrow.
Oh, yes, the Acme Plaza.
We also have dancing nightly in the zebra room.
Well.
So bring your zebra and have a good time.
With a zebra?
Let us know if you are coming, as we have wall beds, and it takes some time to get them down.
Say, I might stay there at that. The Acme Plaza is one of the finest, so I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
What do you want?
I went downstairs to pack your trunk like you told me to, and the polar bear is sleeping in it.
Carmichael in my trunk? Well, get him out of there.
How?
What do you mean, how?
Have you any suggestions that won't involve my brother inheriting my new wristwatch?
Carmichael won't bite you. Just tickle him and he'll jump out.
I wouldn't tickle that bear with Hitler's mustache.
All right, then lay out my clothes and I'll pack when I get home.
That reminds me, Mr. Benny, you better buy some pajamas.
I don't have to buy pajamas. I got 6 pair back from the laundry with my monogram on them. J.B.
That was a mistake. They belong to Miss Joan Bennett.
Oh, my goodness. You mean to say that last night I slept in girls' pajamas?
Boss, you were a vision.
Well, I'll return them to Miss Bennett immediately. Now, Rochester, I hear it's pretty chilly in New York, so pack all my heavy things. I don't want to catch cold.
Don't worry, boss. I even sewed your long underwear all the way up to the neck so no wind can blow through.
Sewed up my long underwear? How am I going to get into it?
There's a trap door in the back.
Well, look. Well, look, Rochester. Rochester, get all my stuff together and I'll finish packing when I get home. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss,
Now what?
I told that crazy boarder of ours that we were going to be away for about 8 weeks.
Mr. Billingsley, how did he take it?
Oh, fine. He chewed up a handful of mothballs and zipped himself in a bag.
Oh, well, he'll keep till we get home. So long, Rochester.
So long.
Darn that guy. If you want to get things done, you got to do them yourself. Play, Phil. That was Victory Fleet, the theme song of the United States Merchant Marine. Say, Phil, just what do you fellas do in the maritime service at Catalina?
Well, you see, Jackson, in shipyards all over the country,
You don't have to be
they're
nervous tonight, you know, because it's the last night. Jackson is the name. You've been saying it 6 years.
May I start
now.
over again?
Yes, you may. Go ahead, Phil.
Well, you see, Jackson, in shipyards all over the country, they're building hundreds of Liberty ships. And over at the island, they train the crews that are going to man them. Those cargoes have really got to keep moving.
You said it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction this evening, and as a special tribute to Phil and the boys, we will present a play about the maritime service entitled Liberty Ship. Or Pull in Your Neck, there's a porthole around it. Now, Mary, inasmuch as we're short of actors, you'll have to be a man in our sketch.
I don't want to be a man.
You'll be a sailor like the rest of us.
Okay, Captain Kidd.
I'm not a captain.
You're not a kid
either. I know. Well, just for that, I'm going to be the captain. Now, Dennis.
Aye, aye, sir.
Don't aye me, because you're not going to be on my ship. You're going to play the part of a Japanese admiral.
A Japanese admiral?
Yes.
Last week I was a German general, now I'm a Japanese admiral. What's the big idea?
Go see my picture, kid, and you'll get better parts. You're going to be a Jap. It's only a play. Now, our first scene, ladies and gentlemen, takes place at the Henry Kaiser Shipyard in the little town of Military Secret, California. We will now show you the amazing speed with which a Liberty ship is constructed. Take it away, Kaiser Shipyard.
Hey, Joe, there's an empty space right here.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's build a ship on it.
Okay, start riveting.
Riveting all through.
Okay, start welding.
Welding all through.
Okay, start painting.
Painting all through.
Okay, let's launch it.
And that, folks, is a typical 5 minutes at a Kaiser shipyard. My writers did that. Very good, too, boys. Very good. Gee, they were able to stand up, too. Scene 2 aboard that same Liberty ship, somewhere in the ocean. Music. Say, Sailing, sailing over the bounding main. Da-diddly-dum-da-dum. Oh, Wilson.
Yes, Captain Benny.
Did you jib the spinnaker like I told you to?
Aye, aye, sir.
Good. Did you scuttle the mizzenmast and port the starboard?
Aye, aye, sir.
Good. Now get busy and deck the swabs.
Let's swab the decks.
I am the captain here. Get busy. 3 bells already.
3 bells? What's that in regular time, Captain?
Yes, sir. Now get busy. Oh, hello, Seaman Livingston.
Hello, Cop.
That's Cap. And salute. Salute when you address me. Get your hand up to your forehead.
Like this?
No, higher. I want discipline, and I'm going to have it. Where's Seaman Phil Harris?
He's up on the poop deck drinking pop.
Well, I'm going downstairs. I mean below, to get something to eat.
Oh, you better eat later, Captain. There's a bad storm blowing up.
I don't care. When I want to eat, I want to eat.
You sure picked a nice year for it.
Never mind.
Were you looking for me, Cap?
Yes, Harris. We're just going down to have some chow. Come on, Libby, Harris. Let's get something to eat. Here's the galley. Right here. What are we having for dinner, Libby?
It's right there on the table.
Oh, boy. Fried chicken, au gratin potatoes, creamed spinach, and mince pie with ice cream. Let's dig in.
Oh, it's blowing up bad now.
Wow, this boat is sure rocking.
Yeah, sure is.
Well, start eating, Captain. I thought you were hungry.
Who, me? I feel fine.
Wow, we're sure pitching. This ship can really take it.
Oh, Phil, pass me the gravy. It's in your lap.
Uh-oh. Here you are, Livy. Hey, Cap, aren't you going to eat it all?
No, thanks. Not right. Oh, now. What are you laughing at, Livy?
Lucky Strike Green has gone to your face.
I don't care. I'm going to weather the storm, and I'm going to bring this ship to port, or my name ain't... Oh, boy, we're making marvelous time. A couple of more days, and we'll be at the... Harris, what are you doing there?
I'm fishing, sir. I just took the big one, and he pulled a knife on me.
That's a swordfish. Fine fisherman.
Hey, Phil, you've got another bite.
And it's a big one. Reel it in.
I got him. Wow, it must be a shark.
Pull it up. Pull it over the rail. Wow, it's a shark, all right.
Shark's nothing. It's one of them little Jap submarines.
I'll be darned, it is a Jap sub. Open the hatch, Wilson.
Aye, sir.
Now, come on out, you. Come on out.
Hello, peekaboo, please. Thank you very much.
It's a Jap. Grab him, Wilson.
I got him.
Now, listen, you.
Hey, Cap, there's someone else in that sub.
Oh, yes. Come on out, you. Come on.
Hello, how to do? Which way, Tokyo, please?
Oh, boy, we got 2 of them. Now, which one of you is the captain?
Me, Captain Yokomoto, Imperial Japanese Navy. Thank you very much.
Now, listen, Captain.
Beg your pardon, please. Me, Captain Takasuma. Thank you very much. Me, Captain. So sorry, Takasuma. Begging pardon, please, but me, Captain. No, please. Me, Captain.
Wait a minute. Can a straight man break in here?
Oh, so sorry, please. So sorry.
I don't care which one of you is captain. You're both under arrest.
Arrest?
Yes.
Und die versteigen sich ein und verstehen nicht eine Minuten verstuten, eine Minuten und die verstehen sich Pfeifen Flutenstuten.
What?
Right in Hirohito's face.
Come on, you 2, you're going to the brig.
Friends, Friends, your most precious assets these strenuous days are your good humor and your good health. And one way to safeguard both humor and health is to see that your folks get the right start each day with a delicious, nourishing breakfast. For a full share of well-balanced nourishment, make it a breakfast that includes Grape Nuts Flakes. Because well-balanced nourishment is what you get in every helping of toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes and milk. You get proteins and minerals such as iron, calcium, and phosphorus. And you get 2 of the important B vitamins, niacin and vitamin B1 for good appetite, steady nerves, and energy. So for better health and better humor, you'd better say, I'll take a package of Grape Nuts Flakes.
That was the last number of the 10th program in the new Grape Nuts Flake series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from New York. I'd like to salute the officers and men at the new Maritime Training Station, which is being dedicated at Catalina Island on December 15th. Good luck to you men. And good luck to you, Phil Harris, and all your boys.
Thanks, Jackson. We'll be seeing you.
Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Malloy.
The following program will be interrupted to bring you any late news developments.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Instead of our regular program at this time, the makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil and the Mercury Theater bring you a special broadcast.
My dearest son, I guess June 6th and 7th will be always remembered in history. I know that none of us will ever forget those days, even we who live at home. Your father will have more to remember about these 2 days and more to tell you. I don't know where he is now as I write this. Somewhere in the north of France it must be. But when he comes back, and oh, my dear little son, I pray to God he will come back. When he comes back, I know he'll have a better story to tell than this. Anyway, here's our side of it, here on the home front. That's what the papers call it, the home front. Sometimes I feel kind of ashamed of that expression. It really isn't much of a front. We do have trouble getting houses, and there isn't much room on the streetcars. Sometimes the steak is a little tough, but there aren't any of us living on K rations, and altogether the war is pretty easy to fight here in sunny California. We work hard, and don't let anybody tell you we've let down because we haven't. And we won't. And our work is important. But nobody out here sleeps in a bomb shelter. And for the last 2 days, everybody's started to realize that again. And I think that's part of the reason why the whole city's been so quiet ever since Monday night. You know, even the people out here who don't have anybody to worry about, even those people are telling themselves again how lucky they are. And sometimes luck can be sort of embarrassing. We first heard the news at 12:35 a.m. I work on the P-38 Center Section Assembly over at Lockheed, and I was having trouble fixing the air hose.
I just hope I can get Josie, that's all. She's the only one who knows how to do my hair. Hand me that, will you, please?
Why don't you go where I go, Lillian?
Well, I hate to change.
I tell you what, we'll meet for lunch tomorrow, and I'll take you. I used to have a lot of trouble. They always left it too flat at the sides. It made my face look too hard.
Attention, everybody. We have just heard the following news on the radio. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France.
That's funny. I've been waiting for this, and I don't know.
What do you mean?
I always thought it was going to be different. I thought maybe everybody would cheer.
Too early to cheer.
Here's the text of the order of the day from General Dwight D. Eisenhower announcing invasion of Europe. You are about to embark upon a great crusade. The eyes of the world are upon you, and the hopes and prayers of all liberty-loving peoples go with you. You go with superior arms, security from the air, and incontestable right on your side. Let us all observe a minute's silence for prayer.
My shift was over then. Lil and I walked to the parking lot together, neither one of us talking. Nobody around was talking much. I said goodnight to Lil. I wanted to get to a radio, and I don't have one in my little 39 Chevy. So I stopped off at Joe Fernatti's. That's a greasy school not far away from Lockheed. A lot of the kids hang out there. Only I'd forgotten Mr. Fernatti doesn't have a radio.
The radio?
Yes, I want to hear the
one
news.
of them? Who's going to play my jukebox?
But Mr. Fernatti,
You want to hear the news? That what they captured Rome yesterday. Good, huh?
All the potatoes, Mr. Fernatti, haven't you heard? The invasion started.
Oh, sure, I know.
Yes, the invasion. They just announced it.
All the time to make announcement yesterday. Invasion. The day before the telegraph.
That's a fake.
Sure, it's a fake. The day before telegraph goes,
Yeah,
you make a mistake, huh?
Sure, that's a mistake.
About an hour ago, some fella come in here. He said the German. He sent over news. That's a fake, too. Going to be lots of that. You watch. They don't go over till September.
You're crazy.
But, Joe, we heard it at the plant. They made an announcement on the loudspeaker.
Did you hear that, Flo?
Yeah. Is that right, Glenn? Yes, it came over the loudspeaker at the plant.
What was that?
Yes. Well, I got a radio in my car. Let's go out and listen. Hey, she's got a radio in her car. I don't know. All I heard was that Allied troops landed on the northern coast of
Hey, mister, what about the eggs you ordered? You eggs, mister? You know what Chesterton said. We'll be back.
I still think it's a fake.
Well, come on, let's go find out.
I hope nobody steals their drink.
Oh, Wally, how you carry on. Well, here it is. We'll get it in a minute.
For headache caused by hyperaffinity.
What's going on? It's the radio. It's about the invasion.
Effective civil administration of France, provided by Frenchmen. All persons must continue in their present duties unless otherwise instructed.
Henry!
Those who
General
have common
Eisenhower.
What? Enemy,
It's General
will
Eisenhower.
disgrace their country will be removed.
They should be.
As France is liberated from her oppressors, you yourselves
He's talking to the
choose your
underground.
representatives and the government under which you wish to live. In the course of this campaign, with the final defeat of the enemy, you may sustain further loss and damage. Tragic though they may be, they are part of the price of victory. I assure you that I will do all in my power to mitigate your hardship. I know that I can count on your steadfastness now. The heroic deeds of Frenchmen who have continued their struggle against their Nazi and their Vichy satellites.
All right. Turn that thing down, will you please? Wake up the whole neighborhood.
Yeah, but officer,
You heard me.
I
Got it on too loud.
Officer, it's the invasion.
What?
This landing
Invasion. Quiet.
in Western
I want to hear
Europe.
this.
Great battles lie ahead. I call upon all who love freedom to stand with us. Keep your faith staunch. Our arms are resolute. Together, we shall achieve victory. We return you now to New York.
This is Bob Trout in the Columbia Navy. You have just heard General Eisenhower.
Hey, mister,
deliver
what
a
about
special
that shot?
message
They get
aimed at
nice
the people.
balls. What about gangs?
While we're waiting for more bulletins, which are coming in now, here's an item from a South England embarkation port. An officer explaining to a private who asked where he was going said, "You're going to have a nice holiday by the sea. You won't have any KP or fatigue details or training or anything. Just relax."
Some relaxer.
The Columbia Network will be on the air 24 hours a day, ready with complete news bulletins.
We stood there in the middle of the
every
street.
aspect of the
A
invasion.
whole crowd of us standing around the car, all of us listening.
Warning the French people.
After a while, I think a lot of us felt like getting home. I know I did. So then when the King of Norway went on the air, and started speaking Norwegian, I went back over to my car and drove as fast as I could go to the apartment. Oh, it looked so strange. The apartment building, I mean. Everybody's lights were on all over the place. Even old Mrs. Borgeson, who's never up after 8. Her little dog was barking, and Levinson's little baby was crying. And, of course, everybody was playing their radios.
Hello, dear. You heard the news?
Good evening, Miss Borgeson. Yes, I've been listening.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Just wonderful.
You heard about it?
What's that, Mr. Levinson?
Airborne troops, they landed there. Thousands, he said, already in parachute.
Mr. Levinson, I keep telling you, he said airborne. That's something different than paratroopers.
Look like I'm telling you, airborne is paratroopers, paratroopers is airborne. It's all the same to me. What do you think they got? Maybe jet propulsion?
Look what we got now around here, Mr. Major. George Fielding Elliott already.
Excuse me, what's he saying now?
French. Yeah. Before that, they had on the fellow from Holland. But by me, the main news is the paratroopers. This looks to me very strategic.
Quentin Reynolds we got. So, Mr. Big Mouth, now you got up the baby already.
The baby is up, so leave him be up. A night like this is going to hurt him. Besides, we can't ask everybody to turn down their radio, so the baby is up. All right.
Like I tell you, Mr. Levinson, if airborne troops and paratroopers were all the same, the man wouldn't talk about both of them.
Wait a minute. Who should know better? Ask Helen. Her husband is a paratrooper.
Max, sha.
What's this sha business? So what did I say? The lady's husband's a paratrooper? So I
Max.
would... Oh. Excuse me. I didn't think.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Levinson.
We're not going to have time. We're going to switch you now to a live correspondent, Bryant, in London. Come in, London.
Hello, New York. In the first hour of D-Day, the first spearhead of Allied forces for the liberation of Europe landed by parachute in northern France. In the navigator's dome in the flight deck of T-47, I rode across the English Channel with the first group of planes from Troop Carrier to Command to take our fighting men into Europe. All day Monday, we watched the weather, and then, there was a tenseness in the air that nobody talked about. In the early evening, Major Richardson came into the enclosure. He stood for a moment watching the men in the small recreation area, and then he called them into the briefing room, and the pilots, co-pilots, navigators, and radio men clustered around the Major in the briefing room. There was a large-scale map on the wall showing the course to be followed. Men, I think this is it. All I want to know now is there anyone who doesn't know exactly what to do? Okay. Get your stuff and report to the operations room immediately. I'm going down to the colonel to get the weather report. You all want to get back, don't you?
You can say that again, sir.
Then, damn it, get in there and fight. The crews piled into their trucks to go first to the operations office and then to the line where their planes were drawn up ready to go. As they moved toward the airport, the vast, long columns of airborne troops appeared, trudging slowly under their full loads of battle equipment. General Eisenhower visited them during the afternoon, quietly passing among the men and chatting with them, asking their names, about their homes and their jobs. Outside the door of each C-47, the soldiers assembled, checked their equipment. Ground crews and combat crews gave the planes a final tuning up. Heavily laden transport planes began taxiing along in a long procession toward the runway. The paratroopers adjusted their packs, donned their Mae Wests and chutes, and climbed into the planes. Each was so heavily loaded that he had to be pushed from behind and pulled from above to get up to the steps on into the plane. As the men settled in their bucket seats on the plane I was to fly in, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Cole, a commanding officer aboard, came up to them.
There's a doc coming over to give you some pills that'll keep you from getting airsick. Make yourselves as comfortable as you can. Better try to sleep a little. Well, I know one thing. My parachute's okay. My mother checked it.
Your mother checked it? No kidding. She works in the Pioneer Parachute Company in our town. And her job's giving the once-over to all the chutes that come out of there. Well, I'm okay.
Almost before we knew it, we were trundling past operation buildings and the control tower, and then, foot by foot, almost inch by inch, we began to rise above the fields and trees of southern England. All about us and below us was such a glimmering fabric of light as I had not seen in the 8 months I had been in blackout England. 4 times we circled the field, its runways and perimeter outlined in sparkling white lights. Through the sky, formation lights of the planes strung almost to the limit of vision looked for all the world like holiday decorations. As the long procession straightened out in its pre-established course, signal lights blinked and navigators checked their speed and direction of the pilots began their continuous plotting of position. We were right on course and 1 minute early. I went back to see how the paratroopers were riding. More than half of them had taken the colonel's advice and were dozing with their heads back against the wall and their feet stretched out in front of them. The rear door was open, and down below I saw more signal lights blink, and then we crossed the coast of England and pushed out over the channel. The sea was calm, and soon the moon brightened the water, made the ripples below us twinkle.
Hey, Tiny, tell the colonel it's 30 minutes till jump time.
I looked straight ahead, and I caught my first glimpse of the coast of France. Navigation had been perfect. We could see the beach ahead precisely at the point we'd studied it on the maps and aerial photographs. The moon was almost full. And as our strong ship crossed above the breakers into the air of France, we plunged into a bank of cloud or fog and lost sight of the plains around us. In a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, we were flying formation on instruments. Then we emerged into clear moonlight. The small fields looked peaceful with their orderly hedgerows. Now the paratroopers were on their feet, each adjusting his pack, snapping his ripcord over the static line. That's a cable which ran along the center of the cabin ceiling, so each chute would open automatically as each paratrooper jumped through the door.
Are you all set? Everybody get everything? Here, get this thing hooked for me, and let's get going.
That was Colonel Cole taking his place with his men. The jump lights, a small bank of signal lamps, were gleaming beside the door. They blinked, and then, before I could get ready to watch, the paratroopers started jumping. I wanted to know how long it would take the 18 men to jump. I tried to count. 101, 102, 103. To the estimate of the number of seconds, you know. It may have been 11 or 12, but no more, and then our passengers were gone.